No. He probably had some business with Abel. Amelia. Otto Kuhn. Did you have business with Abel too? Are you okay on your own? Otto. Thank you for your concern, but you do not need to worry so much. Amelia. Yeah? But, Otto Kuhn, there was a time when you were kidnapped while we all weren't keeping an eye on you. Otto, do not put me on the spot like that. Well, I was prepared for that too. Otto's voice rose at Amelia's concern, and Garfield appeared right behind him, apparently following Otto's investigations. Relieved, Amelia patted her chest. Amelia. Thanks, Garfield. Garfield? I don't need to be thanked for that. What were Emily and Lady Petra talking about? Amelia. Well, many things, but thanks to Lady Petra, I wasn't persuaded. I wasn't persuaded, was I? Petra. Yes, everything's fine, Emily. I was very surprised at how reliable you were. Amelia. Isn't that right? Amelia and Petra high-fived in front of Otto and the others. In the end, it was a worthwhile effort by her as well as Garfield to protect Petra as best they could. As Otto lowered the corners of his eyes at the sight of the two, he turned to face the person donning the Oni mask on the other side of the operations desk, and spoke, prefacing with Abel-san, Otto. I can imagine what you were discussing with Emily and the others, about how Ram was taken by a divine general, and that we are already in a position to become enemies of the Empire if we head to the imperial capital of Lupugana. Isn't that about it? Amelia. Amazing. Otto Kuhn. Did you secretly listen in on us? Petra. Were you eavesdropping? Otto. Not only Emily but even Lady Petra. There is no way I am eavesdropping. Amelia. I see. Then you are amazing after all. Petra. Was he really not eavesdropping, Garf-san? Otto. Emily aside, Lady Petra's. Amelia was impressed, and Petra confirmed the truth with Garfield. And while smiling at the two extreme reactions, Otto cleared his throat after guessing the conversation from before. Then, turning his now fading, playful eyes to Abel, he said, Otto. I have just been listening to the people who have come to town from the outside. It's the same with the rebellious voices in many places, but they are gathering here one after the other. Abel, it is no surprise given the circumstances and the fact that the Flying Dragon General has retreated. Yona Mishigur has brought the residents of the Demon City with her and has made this her new base. Otto. Yes, that is right. It is excellent handiwork. Abel responded to Otto's nodding with a curt response. The content of the exchange itself was something that Amelia already knew of. Over the past few days, people had been gathering in Geralt, and Amelia had been lending a hand in repairing the damaged housing. However, Frederica and Petra cautioned her not to do too much heavy lifting, so her role was solely to participate in repairing supports by magically freezing them. Anyway, there was nothing new in the matter. Still, what Amelia found modestly disconcerting was perhaps Otto's attitude. As usual, Otto was quiet, smart, and dependable. But what Amelia felt in his soft demeanor seemed to be a hidden, but not fully concealed, anger. Oh. How far did you go with the planning? Abel. It was these words that confirmed Amelia's suspicions. Abel was silent in response to Otto's question, but Amelia took it as a pause. This was not because he was thinking of an answer, but to hurry the other party along. Because Abel's gaze never wavered and his eyes never changed, the answer was already decided, but he was simply too pompous to let them hear it. Otto. I wonder how far you're willing to go to get what you want. Again, Otto asked the same thing, but in a different way. It did not seem like a matter of being rushed or being outlasted. While he did not like to talk about victory and defeat, it was already set in stone who would win and lose at this point. Otto's attitude was meant to ask why he lost, and that his defeat did not come as a surprise to Amelia and the others. It was essentially the same question. Abel, I only learned of your existence when I returned to this city. If you want me to include you in the plan, you need to become apt in reciting the stars. Otto, so, you think this is just a coincidence? Abel, I am not going to dismiss it as a coincidence. After all, fortune is ultimately nothing more than one of many factors, Shaking his head once from side to side, Abel categorically denied Otto's words. Seeing Otto's cheeks harden at Abel's words, Amelia could not resist pulling on his sleeve. In doing this, she put an end to his feeling of bearing this burden of defeat all alone. Amelia. Otto-kun, what does that mean? Otto. Just now, there was a report about the situation Natsuki-san is in. I thought it was quite the ridiculous development. Petra. It's just like Medium-chan. He's smaller, right? Hearing Otto's story, Petra glanced at Medium, who was standing next to Abel. Medium spoke of being attacked by an enemy in the Demon City and being transformed from an adult into a child. She had informed them how Subaru had been put in a situation similar to hers. Furthermore, in order to protect Subaru in such an uncertain state, Abel must have spread those rumors that the boy with black hair and black eyes was the child of the Emperor. That way, in case Subaru was discovered by people thinking badly of him, Otto, they at least would need to keep him alive to confirm the matter. I thought it was an ingenious idea at the time as well. No matter what, it would lower the level of danger Natsuki-san was in. However, Garfield, as it turned out, it ain't no longer just a matter of safety for the captain. Garfield crossed his arms and spoke up, referring back to Otto's statement. Amelia turned around with a huh, as Garfield gnashed his sharp fangs. Garfield, there's a lot of people coming into the city, and they're all trying to fight the Emperor. My amazing self's got nothing to say about that, but if the captain is in danger, that's something else. Amelia. Subaru is in danger. Petra. I see, that's how it is. Amelia's eyebrows rose, and next to her, Petra muttered as if she had noticed something. Then she sharpened her round eyes and glared at Abel the same way Otto did. Petra, a boy with black hair and black eyes. Whether he is the real illegitimate son of the Emperor or not, the soldiers could no longer just leave him be either. Amelia, yes, I know. So, Subaru is safe and Petra, but his safety only lasts until they make sure whether the boy is legitimate. This begs the question, where do you need to go to accomplish this? Amelia, where? After listening to Petra as she organized her thoughts, Amelia finally caught on to the main points. Because of Abel's rumor and Subaru becoming a child, boys with black hair and black eyes were being sought out, and any children found were taken into custody to verify their legitimacy. The place, of course, was Amelia, the imperial capital, where the Emperor is. Abel, by fortune or not, both of the persons you are looking for are in the imperial capital. Two birds with one stone, one would say. Petra, utterly shameless. When Amelia arrived at her conclusion, Abel nodded deeply, as if he had been expecting it. Immediately, Petra raised her voice at Abel and strongly denounced his attitude. But Abel, for his part, shrugged his shoulders at Petra's anger. Abel, I should have told you, your existence is not something I expected. I merely spread the rumor as a means to an end in order to fan the flames of the rebels' presence. Petra, H.K. Abel. Or what else do you expect me to say? After deliberately shrinking Natsuki Subaru and making him disappear, I spread rumors to mislead the entire empire, and incidentally had one of the 9 divine generals kidnap an Oni girl with the ability to use healing arts as well. That I had orchestrated all of it. I must be quite the busy man. Petra's expression stiffened as he spoke to her as if mocking her. Of course, neither Otto nor Garfield were pleased to have Petra treated that way. So, Abel should be relieved that it was Amelia who made the first move. Amelia stepped forward to protect Petra and stared intently at Abel with her arms crossed. Amelia, I don't think of you as someone who knows everything about everything. Don't bully Lady Petra with your misleading way of putting things. If you do that again, Abel. What if I do it again, Amelia? I'm going to be the first one to make good on what we talked about earlier. Amelia said this with her clenched fist out in front of her. Amelia, too, believed that everything should be ideally resolved through dialogue, but if someone was just unwilling to listen and impossible to get through to with words, a clenched fist becomes your only option, especially if someone was not talking badly at Amelia herself, but rather a valued member of her camp. Abel. A completely open book. Are all of your leaders like that? Otto. Yes. I do often have a hard time getting them to pick the right words. But, Garfield, that's the kind of guy that makes it all worthwhile. Way better than some asshole who stubbornly follows the same path and removes every obstacle with some stupid-ass logic. Abel's eyes narrowed, and Otto and Garfield each responded in kind. Somehow, Emilia felt that the topic that was being discussed was about her, not Petra, who was supposed to be their provisional representative. But Emilia did not press that point too deeply. Now they all had to cover for Petra and talk about Garfield. To cut it short, it's possible that both Rem and the captain could be in the Imperial capital, Otto. And since there is a strong possibility that the decisive battle between the national military and the rebels will be in the Imperial capital, we have no choice but to find a way past it. Petra, no shame whatsoever. Subaru and Rem might be in the Imperial capital of Lupugana. Theoretically, Rem could also be in a different location, and Subaru might be brought together with other black-haired boys to the Imperial capital. But this might just be wishful thinking. Even so, it was the most likely scenario, just as everyone said. Emilia, I've decided. Let's all go to the Imperial capital. We have to find Subaru and Otto. Emily, the decision is reserved for Lady Petra. Emilia, oh, of course. What do you say, Lady Petra? Are you willing to go along with what I've decided? Petra, yes, it's fine, Emily. The truth is, I do not like the fact that it seems like everything is going to play into this guy's hands. With a fixed stare, Petra glared at Abel, yet quickly softened her expression. She was willing to take the frustration of Abel's outburst on behalf of Subaru and the others. Petra's concern was appreciated, and Emilia turned to Abel and said, "Yes, that's right, Emilia." "Hey, Abel," Lady Petra said. "Everything was exactly as you wanted it to be." "Abel, I told you, it is impossible for me to control and guide everything. Or do you, like that girl, consider me to be just that extraordinary?" Emilia, "No, I don't believe that. I think you are a smart person who wears a funny mask and is a bit of a klutz too." Putting a finger to her lips, Emilia replied while tilting her head. When she mentioned the mask, Abel's hand gently touched the Oni mask, and right behind him, Otto, Garfield, and Petra could also be heard laughing quietly. She was pleased with their reaction, and Abel asked, "What sort of assessment is that, Abel? I have never heard anything like it. Why are you describing me in such a way?" Emilia, "About being a klutz? Well, the reason I thought that was... yeah, I meant Subaru." Petra, "It's Subaru's. What do you mean?" For a moment, Petra's eyes widened as Emilia searched for the path leading to her conclusion. Petra, who saw Abel as a master of subterfuge, may not have quite understood what Emilia meant. Even though Emilia also thought of Abel as a master of subterfuge, Emilia, that's what Abel said, right? That it was pleasantly unexpected for him to have us. Abel, do not embellish my words. Emilia, it's true that you would be better off if we were here, right? Abel never once said that it wasn't. So let's get back to that, shall we? Abel, Emilia, maybe it was unexpected for us to be there, but Abel's rumor of the black-haired boy for Subaru was planned. And if that makes it more likely for Subaru to be in the Imperial capital, then that makes it more likely for Subaru to be in the Imperial capital. Part went according to his plan, right? Whether planned or unplanned. Emilia had said it so many times that it nearly jumbled her thoughts, but she chose her words carefully and organized them to try to reflect Abel's thoughts properly. Even without Emilia and the others, he had lied about the Emperor's child cooperating with the rebels. In doing so, there would be less dangerous scenarios for Subaru as a child, and if anyone caught him, he would be brought to the Imperial capital to find out if the lie was true. Emilia, the lie Abel told was a lie in order to make it a little more likely that Subaru would be in the Imperial capital when we all fight there. Am I right, Garfield? HK, that may be so, but why'd that guy have to be the captain? Emilia, that's obvious, because Subaru is really reliable. It was difficult for Emilia to decipher all by herself what all these various speculations were all about, And for which purpose? But the answer to the question Garfield mentioned was straightforward. Abel's many devious plans were designed to bring Subaru to the scene of the decisive battle. It would have been really awkward if his preparations were actually made so that he would not be discovered. But even if they were, Amelia, if you had asked for help, I'm sure Subaru would have listened to you. It may be that it was more difficult to say the word please at times than it was to manipulate someone. Amelia had never thought about manipulating anyone, so she was unsure about that. But there were times when she could not say please. And by how many could this even reduce the number of situations in which one could not say please? How much could one rely on the other party saying please? It was now Amelia's goal to be able to draw that line properly within herself. Amelia looked at Abel, waiting for his answer. While their black and amethyst eyes met each other, Amelia suddenly realized that behind the Oni mask, Abel never blinked with both of his eyes at the same time. One of his eyes was constantly open. She wondered if his eyes would become dry. She wondered if she could push herself that hard without drying out her mind. Abel. Well, what are you waiting for? Amelia. Huh? Abel. Is there any reason why I should ever respond to your incoherent babbling about this and that? Do not expect my whims to last forever. Medium. Abel Chin. Abel was about to end the conversation after a long period of silence. Amelia was so astonished by his remark that it was Medium who raised her voice instead. She watched the conversation in silence, tugging at Abel's sleeve beside her. Medium, that was so uncool just now. Even from my point of view, you lost, Abel Chin. Abel, I do not recall making this a competition to see who will win or lose. Do not pull on my sleeves. There is no replacement. Medium, when you run out of clothes, dress up as a girl again. It suits you, Abel Chin. Brusquely, she firmly tugged his sleeve once more, and then Medium stuck her tongue out at Abel. She quickly walked around the operations desk and approached Amelia and the others. Medium, I don't know anything complicated either. But if Ram-chan is in the capital, I'm sure Big Bro is there too. I want to see them again. And Subaru Chin too. That's why. With faltering sincerity, Medium bowed her head with a jerk. Her long golden hair fell over her head as if it was tossed over, and fell at the feet of Amelia and the others. However, Medium was oblivious to such things. Medium, please, I know Abel Chin is how he is, but Emily Chan and the others can help. Medium pleaded so desperately that her voice trembled as she spoke. At her pleading, Amelia involuntarily narrowed her eyes. Then she looked over to Abel, standing beyond the bowing Medium. Amelia. Abel, I think this is what it comes down to. At Amelia's prompting, Abel looked at Medium's back as she bowed her head. Then, without letting his black eyes show what he was thinking behind the Oni mask, Abel, you shall also join the attack on the imperial capital. I regard this as a statement of intent. Petra, shameless. Medium, Abel Shin. And the angry voices of the two young girls scolded Abel, who could not say please. With that interlude, Amelia's party had decided to take part in the decisive battle at the imperial capital. Truthfully, they did not know how far Abel had calculated and set up the board. Perhaps, just like they had told Petra, everything about Subaru and Rem might have been completely according to Abel's calculations, or everything could have actually been a mere coincidence. If there was one thing they could say, Otto, without getting too caught up in Abel-san's utterances and presence, let us carry out our own objectives. Petra, yes, I also think it's best to do as Otto-san said. So what about Dudley? Otto. For the time being, he is at a friend's, a minor target. It seems they were able to join up with High Countess Drakroy, and apparently the aforementioned High Countess was eager to rebel. Petra. Then, that High Countess and Dudley. Roswell, too, will be going to the imperial capital. Otto. Seems to be the likely outcome. It keeps getting more and more exhausting. It seemed like Roswell was also torn between successes and problems on his independent mission, visiting an acquaintance that was in the Valachian Empire. However, it seemed like both Roswell and Rem would also apparently be heading to the imperial capital of Lupugana. If Subaru and Rem truly were in the imperial capital, everyone would end up gathering there at once. Frederica. However, what awaits us on our way there is the center of a great rebellion that is engulfing the entire empire. And to be honest, the situation has completely changed from what we had originally envisioned. Garfield. Hey, big sis, don't tell me you're scared now. Frederica. I'm not frightened, but I'm a little worried. It's a problem to interfere in the quarrels of other countries, and when it comes to the battlefield... Frederica, her eyes downcast, her expression hardened, and she hesitated to say anything beyond that. What she was unwilling to put into words, everyone around her could imagine. If their destination were the decisive battle in the imperial capital, there would be a lot of damage to both parties. The inevitable great surge which should have been an event in a neighboring country. Petra. Frederica Nisama. I am glad you are concerned about me, but... Frederica. Of course I'm worried about Petra, but I'm afraid for myself. I'm sorry for being a scaredy cat. Petra. Nisama. Frederica shook her head steadfastly, and Petra hung her head at that compassion-filled voice. It was likely a battle where many people would be hurt, or even lose their lives, and Frederica's apprehension about taking Petra to such a place was understandable. That anxiety and reluctance was shared among everyone, not just Frederica. That was why. Amelia. If we weren't in the Empire, we'd frown at it as something that happened in a neighboring country and just dismissed it. But... Garfield. But, Amelia. By being here, we've gotten to know the people who are going to join the fight, so even if we can get away from here, we can no longer stand idly by and frown on it. Even if the lives to be destroyed were the same, the feeling of it happening to a person you know compared to a person you don't know would be different. Life is very precious, and cannot be compared to anything else. So if life could be compared, it would only be with another life. This was surely a very self-righteous way to think about it. However, if they were prepared to follow through with their selfish ideas, then it was already decided. Amelia, if we participate, I think we can reduce the number of casualties. Otto. Emily. No. Amelia Sama. That is quite a thorny path. In response to Amelia's words, who had put her hand on her chest, Otto corrected what he called her to say those words. Otto, who had stubbornly used a pseudonym to avoid misnaming, even in a place where there was no one but friends around, gave them a glimpse of his seriousness. It would be rude not to respond to that seriousness, so Amelia nodded in a serious way. Amelia. I know. No. Maybe Otto-kun is having a way more difficult time than I thought. But I'll do something about that too. Otto. Our goal is to bring back Natsuki-san and Rem-san. If only 2 people die in this decisive battle, and those 2 people are Natsuki-san, Rem-san, we will have failed. Conversely, if the people of the Empire are annihilated, but those 2 are safe, we win. Garfield. Otto bro, not every end justifies. Otto. I am talking to Amelia Sama now. Garfield was about to interrupt Otto with a quiet string of words. However, Otto cut him off and asked only Amelia for an answer. Looking back into Otto's eyes, Amelia's amethyst eyes shook slightly. And then, Amelia, I'm sorry, Otto-kun. You've been working so hard since we came to the Empire. No, since before we came to the Empire when we had to go help Subaru and Rem. Otto. Because that is what I am supposed to do. So, I will share my thoughts how I go about it. Amelia. Yeah. I know. We need to be at our best, and since we need Otto to give it our all, we're going to ask him to hang in there until we meet Subaru and Rem. Even if Otto-kun collapses, I'll forcibly carry him on my back. So, Otto. Amelia. So let's try really hard to both save Subaru and Rem and keep the people of the Empire from dying as much as possible. Amelia was aware that she was saying something very unreasonable, and she knew it was a very selfish request. Even so, Amelia had stopped giving in before she even started trying to do what she wanted to. For that reason, Amelia, let us blow a new wind into this battle. A fierce cold wind blew violently, filling the verdant grasslands of Wallachia with a blanket of white air. Struggling with the falling temperatures and chilly atmosphere, many people stopped in their tracks. In the vicinity, ceasing their movements and exhaling white breaths, were the people equipped with one part of their body as an eye-catching feature. Male or female, regardless of age, they all had one thing in common. A weapon had been cultivated on their bodies. There was one who had swords for arms, and someone else whose entire leg was made out of steel. Someone whose head had become a hammer, and also one whose entire back had become a shield. She had heard Wallachia was home to a wide variety of demi-humans, but as so many people had gathered from so many different parts of the empire, it was indeed a battlefield that never ceased to amaze her. However, even if their bodies were weapons, it neither destroyed nor protected them from all the problems in front of them, as evidenced by their wounded and fallen. So then, taking a big breath in, Amelia, everybody, get away from here. I'll really try to do my best here. Saying this to the people who had fallen. To the weaponkin, Amelia hurried forward with long strides. In order for no further pursuit to be made against them, Amelia tried to draw the opponent's attention to herself. However, Amelia's idea was unnecessary. It was not that it did not work. Enough had already been done, and the other party's eyes were drawn to Amelia. The reason was waiting at the bastion of the city walls, where Amelia was headed. So it's friggin' you again? Amelia, astonished at seeing weaponkin for the first time, felt her strong feelings dampen with the existence that could not be seen, even within the melting pot of diverse races that was the Wallachian Empire. Eyes shining gold and two black horns dully gleamed on her head. Catching the return of her throne flying winged blade in her small hands, the little girl was clad in an intimidating air unbefitting of her small stature. Looking up at her opponent standing there, Amelia pointed a finger at her in a sharp gesture and said, Amelia. Yes, it's me again, Madeline, a passing spiritual arts user, Emily. Madeline, you're a friggin' irritating girl. You couldn't beat this dragon in battle the other day? Gnashing her teeth with strength, Madeline's expression shifted to a rather blood-curdling one, viewing Amelia as an enemy. In an attempt to make up for the recent battle in Geralt, Madeline raised her flying winged blade at Amelia below. Amelia, heya! In the subsequent instant, similar to the previous time, a block of ice larger than the city hall crashed into Madeline, like the very falls of the heavens, and together with a thunderous sound, the battle between Amelia and Madeline broke out. Chapter 89. Kafma Irilux. Even in the land of the Empire, where a wide variety of demi-human people lived, there were those who were regarded as heretics. The insect cage tribe was exactly that, and even in an empire where demi-humans of various species were intermingled, the reality was that they weren't free from being seen as strange and heterodox. In appearance, the insect cage tribe did not differ significantly from the human race. Many of them were brown-skinned and they had a custom of tattooing, but did not have any other obvious characteristics like the Cyclops tribe and Evil Eye tribe with their distinctive eyes, or the multi-arm tribe and long-leg tribe with their distinctive eyes, distinctive arms and legs, or especially the Beastman tribe and half-beast tribe who could not be any more distinctive. Still, there was a reason why the insect cage tribe were looked at in a peculiar way by other races. Their way of living, that was due to their way of living in symbiosis with insects within their bodies, which was a unique characteristic of the insect cage tribe. As mentioned above, compared to other demi-humans, the insect cage tribe had little difference in appearance from the human race. If they did not have insects in their bodies, it would have been possible for them to live as a part of the human race. However, that was not the case. The tribe had insects in their bodies and inherited their characteristics. It was, so to speak, the acquisition of characteristics of demi-humans after birth, and the forbidden art of transforming the body in which one was born. That was the primary reason they were shunned by other demi-humans. This distinguished them from the weaponkin, who were born with a metallized part of their body that they could reforge into a weapon of their choice as they grew up, and from the glow people, who were believed to take in the souls of the people they owned. killed, thereby increasing the radiance of the pyroxene crystal that grew on their forehead. The way of life of the insect cage tribe, who did not mingle with others and never left their homeland, was shrouded in mystery. Since falsified knowledge was often spread with prejudice, some of the rumors would be hard for the insect cage tribe to avoid laughing at if they had the opportunity to hear them. However, there were few opportunities for the rumors to be corrected, and there were again no opportunities for the misunderstandings to be cleared. The most common misconceptions were the timing of when the insects were introduced into the body, as well as the connection between the insects of living and the insect cage tribe. In other words, it was about the history of the insect cage tribe. To begin with, it was quite dangerous to implant insects into the body. In the southern region of the Wallachian Empire, deep within the village where the insect cage tribe lived, there was a cave where insects lived, and the cave was called the Abysses because of the deformed creatures and poisonous air that pervaded it. The insects inhabiting the cave had a strange appearance, and were fundamentally different from the insects that were commonly thought of. Just who had come up with the idea of taking in these mysterious creatures was unknown. The consensus was that it was probably an extraordinary method discovered by shamans, shinobi, and other aberrants with abnormal principles, in order to gain power that could not be obtained through conventional methods. In any case, given their existence, the existence of the insect cage tribe was merely a byproduct. The ancestors of the insect cage tribe were the ones who wished to live in symbiosis with their natural powers by implanting mysterious insects into their bodies, and this madness had been passed down to the present day. Returning back to the original topic, the insect cage tribe waited until they were 12 years old to receive their first insect. Until that age, they trained their bodies and minds to be suitable vessels for the insects, so they were recognized as an insect's host during the actual ceremony, and the time of hatching could be appropriately arranged. After that, the symbiotic insect would only recognize its obedience towards the host if they had complete mastery over it. Thus, they were then allowed to call themselves a full-fledged member of the insect cage tribe. The ritual was forbidden until the age of 12, because taking in insects was a risk to one's life. Those who challenged the ritual before they were physically and mentally ready would be eaten alive by the incorporated insects. The minimum age to challenge the ritual was 12, but as long as the vessel was not ready, the age was allowed to be extended to 15. If the vessel was not ready by then, they would be deemed unqualified to be considered a member of the insect cage tribe and thrown into the abysses as food for the insects. The suffering associated with the ritual of taking in those essential insects was indescribable. There were different types of blood among the human race, and trying to compensate for a lack of blood via the transfusion of a different blood type could endanger one's life. The suffering of the insect ceremony was similar to that. The feeling that all of the blood flowing through one's body was poison, rotting one's organs, and burning one's brain. The insect grew into a chrysalis that tested the host to see if it was worthy of being its vessel, and then spent 3 days and 3 nights deciding whether to use it as its vessel or to dissolve and devour it. When the chrysalis finally hatched, if the human form was still intact, the ritual succeeded, and the insect became a symbiote. The first physical change occurred in the insect cage tribe when an insect was taken into the body and hatched from out of their chrysalis. Some acquired antennae and wings, some developed compound eyes, others grew multiple arms and legs, and others covered their fingers and bodies with a shell. The fact that these characteristics were similar to those of real insects was the reason why the insect cage tribe was called as such, despite the fact that the insects they took in were not actually insects at all. Of course, even in a different shape, their essence remained unchanged. However, it was also true that there were those who viewed the insect cage tribe as these abnormal people performing rituals to retroactively transform themselves to become vessels for insects. This was the prejudice that awaited them at the end of their suffering. And yet the way of the insect cage tribe remained the same. In order to be recognized as a member of the insect cage tribe, a person must take in a single insect. However, the more insects one took in, the more powerful one became as a warrior. Therefore, the best warriors of the insect cage tribe had taken in at least 3 insects. However, with more integrated insects, the risk of them cannibalizing each other inside the body and endangering the life of the host increases. Therefore, the number of symbiotic insects is directly related to the quality of the warrior. The current chief of the insect cage tribe was known as a warrior among warriors, and was revered and respected as the hero of his tribe for having taken 8 insects into his body. And Kaphma Irilux was a monster that had taken in 32 insects. The birth of a monster that overshadowed even the feats of heroes. A monster that went against the code of the insect cage tribe from the very beginning. The ritual of implanting an insect was not supposed to be performed until the 12th birthday for fear of endangering the vessel's life. But Kaphma had taken in his first insect when he was only a few days old. As the elder brother of the chief, his father turned mad because he remained inferior to his younger, brilliant brother, and directed it towards his own child. Once Kaphma gained awareness of his surroundings, he was made to known of his circumstances by his father. His real father was executed by his younger brother, the chief, his true intentions remaining unknown. However, his father had declared his son dead soon after his birth, isolating Kaphma, and performing the ritual of implanting an insect into him every year. Ironically, when Kaphma's existence was discovered, and he was first taken out of hiding at the age of 12, the same year his brethren were to undergo the ritual of implanting insects, and Kaphma was already a monster living in symbiosis within symbiosis. 13 insects. Even among the insect cage tribe, opinions were divided on how to deal with Kaphma, an existence inconceivable to the tribe. With his father already dying after he was emotionally executed for breaking the law and cursing his child, the reason Kaphma had been able to incorporate over a dozen insects was completely unknown. Eventually, his uncle, the chief, declared that he would take responsibility for Kaphma's existence and allowed him to live. This was not a lie, and Kaphma Irilux was grateful to the chief. His blood-related uncle, for better or worse, maintained a certain distance and discretion when dealing with Kaphma, and did not direct any excessive blame or apologies towards him because of his father. His uncle's attitude of not being neither particularly kind nor heartless showed his awareness to not give Kaphma special treatment as a member of the insect cage tribe, for which Kaphma was grateful. No matter how my uncle treated me, the fact of the matter is that I am an anomaly among the tribe. Yet the generation that was still unaware of the pain of implanting insects kept Kaphma at a distance, while those who already incubated insects feared Kaphma for the unimaginable number he took in. The insect cage tribe was regarded as heretical by other tribes, and Kaphma had become even more heretical among them. Of course, Kaphma had no reason to be blamed or persecuted. Kaphma could have ignored the stares he received and continued to live the life he had as an unrelated outsider. However, despite being raised differently from others, Kaphma's character was virtuous. I did not appreciate the environment in which my own people were afraid of me. To become a member of the insect cage tribe, one was required to implant an insect inside oneself. However, Kaphma had passed through that stage before he became self-aware, so he spared no effort in understanding his brethren in different ways. He actively interacted with others, learned how to be a warrior from his chieftain uncle, and showed that he was not different from them by being tenacious in his interactions with all generations. In order to be respected as a warrior of the insect cage tribe, he challenged the ritual of implanting a new insect into his body. There was some opposition. Since Kaphma was unique in the history of the insect cage tribe, who had already taken in 13 insects, there were high expectations for how much growth he would achieve simply by growing up. They had said it was a mistake that should not have happened, that he would lose his life before it even hatched. Kaphma knew what those old men were thinking, but he did not think it was a good idea to stop. Before receiving permission, Kaphma took the insect and went through with the ritual unsupervised. Kaphma later learned that he had inherited this reckless behavior from his father, but this time, Kaphma recklessly took in his 14th insect, and after 3 days and 3 nights of suffering and vomiting blood, he survived. And so Kaphma Irilux had finally hatched as a member of the insect cage tribe. Kaphma, despite his peculiar birth, was possessed of virtuous spirit and won the outstanding respect of his tribe, making him the strongest in the history of the insect cage tribe. In the Valatian Empire, it was the strong who were honored and glorified. Shouldering the hopes and expectations of his entire tribe, Kaphma also set out to make his mark as a general of Wallachia and make the strength of the insect cage tribe itself known. Naturally, there were those who liked to gossip everywhere. Sometimes, He received heartless abuse and harassment from those who believed false rumors about the insect cage tribe, but these were trivial matters. It was trivial for Kafma once he got to the outside world. Yes, it was trivial. Kafma Irulux was a monster born out of the history of the insect cage tribe. With a virtuous spirit and a sense of camaraderie with his fellow countrymen, he took the initiative to fight the enemy and protect his tribe. However, no matter how much effort he put in, his tribesmen continued to draw a line between Kafma and themselves. Because they knew the difficulty of coexisting with insects, they could not see Kafma as one of them. Therefore, for Kafma Irulux, leaving his homeland was his aspiration. Only in a place without his tribesmen, the insect cage tribe, could Kafma see the light that he sought. By all rights, everyone in the insect cage tribe was supposed to undergo the process of hatching as they grew up, to a close, and to recognize that they are only one, until finally, Garfiel. Rah! Kafma gnashed his molars hard at the howling, furious, golden tiger that had leapt in front of him. Kafma did everything in his power to meet the enemy, who explosively enlarged his upper body and raised his sharp animal claws, a warrior who called himself Garfiel Tinzel. Kafma, I apologize for underestimating you. With a flap of his back-torn wings, Kafma released purple thorns from his outstretched arms. Although a newcomer among the insects that Kafma had adopted, thorns were used frequently because of their ease of use. However, even with its suppressive power, it could not halt Garfiel's momentum. With one fell swoop of his claws, he mowed down the tip of the thorns in every floor of the rampart, and the sensation of the insect screaming within shook Kafma's brain. The seemingly endless amount of thorns were part of the insect that Kafma had taken in. Naturally, if they were hurt, there would be a proportionate backlash. They just suppressed it through their sheer vitality to make it seem like there is no reaction at all. Garfiel. Gah! Garfiel stepped forward with unstoppable momentum, and out of the corner of his eye, Kafma slid down the ramparts with the acceleration of his wings, and slipped past the fierce tiger. The impact, a thundering roar, echoed just off to the side, and Kafma was horrified by how much the margin for evasion had been narrowed down. Every attack was even faster and more powerful than the previous one. Either one grew in battle, or one drew on one's dormant strength, neither of which was realistic. Almost every change in force that occurred on the battlefield is a reduction in power. Of course, any perfect condition set up before a battle is lost with every second that passes once the battle commences, until one's energy reserves are depleted and the optimal results can no longer be achieved. That was why it was important to unleash the greatest firepower and skill within the first move of a battle. Of course, Kafma was no stranger to this rule, unleashing maximum firepower and fighting techniques on the enemy, and Garfiel ought to have been the same too. It should have been that way, so it did not make sense. Such an increase in power and speed over the course of a fight, regardless of the particularities of beastification. Kafma. And you must be seriously injured, HK. Kafma's earlier attack, it could have been described as a sneak attack or a poisoned assassination of sorts. Whether the means were good or bad, Kafma did not abstain from the act itself. If elegance was the difference between life and death in battle, then one should choose the means that suit one's desired outcome. If those fixations were related to whether or not a person was capable of performing at their best, then it would be a different story. Kafma. Whatever the case, Garfiel's overall injuries were unusual. The largest injury he had sustained was head trauma from Kafma's attack, but the insects that had burrowed into him were also quite resounding. However, the same methods would not work again. Having swallowed the fire magic stones, Garfiel's body was still burning red hot. His whole body was covered in flames, but inside his body must have been in an even more unmanageable state of conflagration. While the host body was at risk when implanting an insect without a host was also extremely vulnerable and could easily die off if in an even slightly harsh environment. There was no such thing as an insect that could live in a continuously burning body. Kafma. The thought of it is terrifying. Even if one could use healing magic, it could not kill insects with it. Instead, the insect needed to be removed in order for the magic to heal the wound. This was the best way to break through that antinomy. but it seemed unlikely that he could think this up on his own. Rather, it was probably the result of following instinct rather than thinking with one's head. If he had thought it through with his head, he would have never been able to swallow the magic stone and burn his body. Kathma. HK. The moment he slid to an unguarded side, red antennae shot out from Kathma's shoulders like cannonballs. Garfield's body was blasted off the ramparts with a roar, as the tips of the insect's horns from Kathma's transformed shoulder bones pierced through his steel-like abdominal muscles. Crushing blow, but Kathma did not come out unscathed. Kathma. Gah. Kathma's cheeks tensed up at the bone-numbing pain of having two of the antennae snapped off at the base. If victory came at the cost of pain, it brought Kathma down to his knees. But Kathma was not foolish enough to kneel here. Because Garfield. Gah. Oh. Ruah. Garfield, supposedly blown away, crawled up the ramparts, his claws piercing the walls, and leapt up high before Kathma's eyes. Red steam erupted on the side of his body where the horns had supposedly pierced, and the wound closed up. Kathma exhaled as the healing magic's pale light violently glowed with phosphorescence, and the wound healed rapidly and unexpectedly. Kathma. Ha. Kathma put a hand over his mouth, realizing it was an impulse to laugh. Then, as if giving up, he put his hand down and shook his head loosely. Kathma. Refreshing. He admitted it. Kathma Irilux had enjoyed his battle with Garfield Tinzel to the fullest. Garfield. Oh yeah. The howling Garfield brought his arms down and they fell as vertically spinning golden discs. Kathma raised both arms and decided he could not stop them, so he pushed forward and decided to go beneath Garfield's groin and behind him, aiming for his exposed back, which he could see from the side. However, Kathma unleashed his winged slash without turning back and was knocked away by a rising stone right between them. Just before Kathma's attack could reach him from beneath his groin, Garfield placed his outstretched leg on the floor and activated his divine protection, blocking the attack. Moreover, his wings struck against the hard stone and were torn noisily. On the other side, Garfield's hind legs were violently unleashed. Kathma. HK. With their backs to each other, Kathma's body went flying after a powerful blow. His efforts to stay on his feet turned out disastrous, and his outstretched body had failed to dissipate the impact, bouncing off the floor, spitting blood and sending Kathma's tall body bouncing over the wall. Once, twice bouncing higher, he saw Garfield's face as he spun around over his rolling momentum. To the bottom, Kathma. A second time. HK. His chest opened, and his ribs spread apart. His reddish organs stored deep within rumbled, and the shockwave emitted from them surged forward straight into Garfield. This, Kathma's trump card, was not the result of introducing a new insect, but a new organ created by the coexistence and symbiosis of the 32 insects that had been inserted up to that point. The functions of multiple insects were combined to release a shockwave that engulfed and destroyed everything in its path with a ferociously precise vibration, a destructive blow pulverizing everything into pieces. The moment any warrior was exposed to it, invisible to the eye, it turned them into a bloody mist. Kathma. Boo. That conviction remained unshaken as Garfield's golden hair was now stained with blood. Any warrior would be turned into a bloody mist. Therefore, Kathma. A monster. Breaking his tumbling body with an arm thrust against the floor, Kathma looked up. Then, Garfield, with his blood-stained upper body trembling, mouth wide open, rushed in. Straight towards him, the monster struck a blow that would have killed any warrior. Garfield. The swing of that huge fist caught Kathma in the face, and a reflexive counter-punch rocketed upwards to his opponent's jaw. Like that, a violent brawl ensued, red flowers of blood blooming across the wall. It was an epic battle that no one could interrupt. A clash between monsters. Kathma. Ha! Exhaling and looking beyond the pain, Kathma poured all of his energy into it. He was an extraordinary monster yielded from a peculiar origin. That was the reason for Kathma Irilux to be so distinct from his tribesmen, a fate which he had cursed with his very being. Leaving his closed-off hometown and stepping forth into the wide world, Kathma had tried to discover. He had tried to discover evidence so that he may puff up his chest with pride that he was not a monster. However, that was not the case in reality. Even in the outside world, Kaphma's remarkable true strength was beyond the norm, and thereby regarded as heretical. Many that he stood shoulder to shoulder with as regular soldiers feared Kaphma's prowess, and they kept away from his abnormality. That no matter where, he was a monster, that in the end it was a fate he could not escape. Such was as Kaphma had thought. However, rise up, General Third Class Kaphma. Together, let us do everything in our power for the glorious sake of His Excellency. What? Don't think too much about it, for just like you, we are all monsters. With a loud voice, the words of the large man who gave that masculine laugh had been a heavenly blessing for Kaphma. Wanting to deny that he was a monster, Kaphma had tried to ingratiate himself with his tribesmen. Since that wish had not been fulfilled, he had tried to seek it outside, and still he had failed. However, what if he looked upwards? Gathered together were monsters that even Kaphma Irilux, who was feared as a monster, was no match for. It was not that Kaphma wanted to be told that he was not a monster. It was just that he did not want to be in a loneliness that could not be shared or understood by anyone. Even though he was a monster, the world had not left Kaphma behind. Therefore, Kaphma, and with my fight against you, yet another. While Garfield's entire body was bathed in a four-pronged barrage of antennae fired at an ultra-close range, he endured it with sheer force by healing his wounds as soon as he sustained them. The uncommon defensive power, vitality, and extreme regenerative abilities that likely included the power of a divine protection were the gimmicks of the monster before Kaphma's eyes, and the cause of his enthusiasm. The thorn vines released from his right arm had wound around the fierce tiger's entire body, and the thorns were forcibly shaken off while they were tearing the skin to bits. His fists, covered in carapaces that thrust aside every slash, directly collided with Garfield's shining silver gauntlets, and the carapaces shattered tremendously. The insect eggs that had been planted with a flick of his left hand burned in the flames, and the shockwave emitted when he was forced down to his knees, which had caused his internal organs to churn, was still unable to overcome that recovery ability, and fell flat. Refreshing. Ah, how refreshing. In the end, he was a military man, and no matter how he may try to pretend he was a monster, and going along with the insects that cheered from within him, before he knew it, a smile had stuck to Kaphma's cheeks and would not come off. The 32 insects, the beings that had become one with himself and were closer to him than his own family, were delighted that they finally had a chance to show their full heart and soul, and began to rant and rave. Victory must be wrought, for the sake of a great cause, for the glorious sake of His Excellency, the Emperor who guides the Empire, for the sake of repaying his benefactor who raised him to this domain, and for the sake of his tribesmen who wish to improve the status of the Insect Cage tribe. Garfield. Bastard, where fuck do you think you're looking? He heard a voice amidst the pain, the suffocation, and the accelerating thoughts that filled his brain, even though they were both pounding each other's vitals with such ferocious vigor and might that it would not have been strange if one of them died. And even though there was no room for a proper exchange of words, he heard it. A pair of emerald green eyes fixed their gaze onto him from in front, and a bloodshot glint pierced his soul. The sharp fangs made a noise as to slurped flesh and blood, and the sound of creaking bones made all of his perception feel distant. So while everything was being put to use for the stage of battle, the monster before his eyes howled. Garfield, my amazing self, is right here. Kaphma, Garfield. For just this moment, I ain't gonna let anything get in the way. That instant, color faded from the world, the sound of the wind and the ringing in his ears went silent, and that large enemy before his eyes became all that remained in Kaphma Irilux's world. Kaphma was ashamed of his own inadequacy, thinking how tactless he had been, and then he quickly tossed that shameful tactlessness aside and nodded. Kaphma. Ah, it's just you and me. That moment, their fists crossed and slammed into each other's faces, and time accelerated. An open palm caught hold of his face, and Kaphma's skull screamed from that extraordinary grip strength. But Kaphma also put his hand in his opponent's mouth, and from there he poured thorns into his opponent's body. Since he could not break through from the outside, then he would do it from the inside. The overflowing thorns rampaged through the inside of his body, and the conclusion of devouring him from the inside was imminent. However, while the thorns were flowing into Garfield, he swung Kaphma's body up, and then swung his body down, slamming him into the ramparts. Kaphma, HK. As his back was buried into the rampart, he was lifted up and dropped again. Lifted, and dropped. Lifted, and dropped. Lifted, 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 lifted. Dropped, dropped, dropped. And he was trampled upon. A crack formed in the rampart where his entire body was buried, and the tip of the bastion of the Star Fortress was split in two. His vision was dyed a deep red, and in place of his breaths, blood gushed out. Nevertheless, the thorns did not lose their power, and they continued to flow into Garfield's body, until Kaphma exhausted all of his strength. The insects would hunger for victory. Garfield. Yeah. The open mouth of a large tiger was not able to bite through the bulky bundle of thorns. No matter how much his claws tore into them, the undulating layers of thorns were too thick. No matter what he did, Kaphma would not let him go. The thorns were also finite. There was a limit to how much he could send forth. If Kaphma were to send them all forth at this point, he would be giving up his best chance of defeating the other insurgents who were closing in on the ramparts. However, this victory would be worth it. No. The monster known as Garfield Tinsel would be worth it. Kaphma. Ignoring the pain of the broken bones in his body, Kaphma's throat raised a war cry. The overflowing thorns filled Garfield's body to the brim, and the pressure of the deadly thorns, having no place to go, would cause a rupture that led to death. No matter how hard he tried to twist his body, no matter if he completed his beastification, it would not let him escape. Concentrating the remaining power of all the insects in his body, Kaphma suppressed Garfield and pitched forward to wrest victory. And then he bore witness to the unbelievable. Kaphma. Wah. The large tiger with golden fur had swelled up to the verge of bursting from thorns that poured into his mouth. Before that body could burst, the pressure in the thorns was rapidly lost. Why was that? It was because an escape route had been created for the thorns that entered his body. Garfield's sharp claws tore across his own abdomen, and thorns poured out from the wound. His terrifyingly desperate tactics were acts of barbarism which brought him close to death's door. If thorns rushed into a wound that was created, the wound in the stomach could be opened for the same reason that the mouth could not be closed. Then his body would be split in two, and it would be the conclusion. Indeed, to merely invite death like that, it was an act of barbarity far too foolish. However, the instant Kaphma witnessed that barbarism, the momentary emptiness in his mind gave Garfield, who was on the verge of tearing himself apart, a moment to catch his breath. He closed his jaws. There was a sound of thorns being torn apart, and the large tiger's large mouth closed. Kaphma lost the decisive blow with his thorns, and before he could realize it, Garfield stepped forth and his fist struck Kaphma's face with a hard impact of his silver gauntlets. Collapsed on the top of the wall, a fist slammed into Kaphma's face as he lay sprawled out on the floor. And now, the impact that was deeply hammered into him inflicted decisive damage to the rampart. A thunderous roar resounded, and the ramparts of the imperial capital of Lupugana, extolled to be impregnable, began to crumble. While he felt the collapse through the sound behind him, Kaphma looked straight ahead to Garfield, who pulled back his fist. Slowly unraveling his beastification, the boy regained his original human form. The wound in Garfield's abdomen, from when he had torn himself open, was closed with a plume of blood. It was a fatal wound, but seeing him forget about it even happening so terrifyingly quickly, Kaphma bursted into laughter. What an absurd sight. Kaphma. A monster. Thus, right after he muttered to himself as if to catch his breath, the collapse was fully realized and the ramparts crumbled. Falling amongst the crumbling ramparts and rubble, Kaphma's consciousness slowly faded away, and faded away, until there was nothing left to hold on to. Kaphma, Your Excellency, I apologize. Until the very end, while he thought shamefully of himself for putting on airs of a loyal retainer, he fell. The voices of the insects, which he had been hearing since he was born, also seemed to be awfully quiet. Forcefully grabbing the man's body as he fell defenseless, He kicked off on the rubble to escape the scene of the collapse. Grazing the ground with his heel, he killed his momentum and turned around to see the ramparts crumble with a thunderous roar, opening a large hole in the strong fortress. Garfield. I fucking opened it. A hole for the new wind. The words had been spoken before the start of the battle. Remembering Amelia's order, his cheeks contorted. Feeling pain in the corners of his mouth, which had been torn wide open, Garfield screamed, "Gah!" He hurriedly placed his hand on the wound and activated his healing magic. Garfield. Oh shit, that hurts. But, roughly healing his torn mouth, Garfield intently stared down at his hands. The sudden fierce battle and being put into a condition where, frankly, it would not have been strange if he died. But the horrific wounds all over his body had closed up, and the seeping pain became a lingering sensation. Even while in his beast form, he thought that he was able to maintain a certain degree of composure while continuing to fight. Thanks to that, he was able to recover from his wounds quickly. Was that really all there was to it? Garfield, has my amazing self gotten stronger? Clutching his open hand tightly, Garfield spilled that out. He had not been entirely sure. Perhaps it would be better to call it fortunate. But until now, Garfield had not faced an opponent to whom he had to give his all, except for the battle against Kurgan, the Eight Arms, in the Watergate City. The battles in which Garfield was not able to use the entirety of his strength had continued, with those shackles removed, and the result of once again being able to fight with all his might. He had a definite sensation. He breached the wall at a level stronger than he was before. That was what he had ascertained during this battle. That was why, Garfield. You called me a monster, but I'd say the exact same thing about you. With that, Garfield lowered his right arm, dropping Kafma's body to the ground and snorted his nose. Kafma's chest was slightly falling and rising, and he was still breathing. This was war. And in order to think of it as true victory, he should not let his opponent live, though he understood this. Amelia said they should try to reduce the number of people who would die by their hands, and Otto likewise told Garfield to beat them up until they could no longer stand on their own feet. Indeed, Amelia had shared these words from the bottom of her heart, and Otto had said them out of concern. He wanted to fulfill that. Therefore, in this place, Garfield, it's my amazing self's win. And so, having defeated one of the bastions on the points of the star, Garfield pumped his fist into the air. Chapter 90. The Cradle of Hell. No doubt about it. In front, the first bastion is the second-ranked, Arakia. It's presumed to be the 9th-ranked Madeline Eschart at the second bastion. A herd of flying dragons is circling overhead. The guardian of the third bastion still unidentified. Also, no confirmation on the guardian of the fourth bastion, unable to confirm. Fifth bastion. Such a flashy attack, not a general first class. It is general second class, Kafma Irolux. The battle conditions were coming in one after another in a loud voice, almost like an angry shout or a scream. The soldiers assigned to the role of long-range observers took up as high of a position as possible, their eyes bloodshot as they tried to obtain as much information as possible by looking at the majesty of the imperial capital of Lupugana in front of them. The decisive battle for the imperial capital had finally begun. If one considered the simple difference in the number of soldiers as the difference maker, the military strength of the rebel forces was nearly twice that of the regular army of the imperial capital. If all of these troops were to run out onto the plains at once and clash head-on, it would be obvious who would win the battle. I never wanted to be on the attacking side of Lupugana, the robust imperial capital. Shaking his distinctive hairdo from side to side, Zikr Osman wrinkled his brow as he documented the reported battle situation on a map he had spread out in the simple command center. As a general second class of the Empire, he carried out his duty as a general and still had a high level of loyalty to Valaxia. So it could be said that the imperial capital was the armor that protected the heart that he needed to protect. He would never have considered himself being in a position where he had to capture the imperial capital and vanquish the existence of the one who, perversely, called himself the Emperor on the throne. The situation, however, will not wait for your incessant whining to cease. No, not only you. Time passes equally for everyone. Zikr. Abel Dono. Abel. Return to the battle situation. Obtain the reports from the long-range observers. Priority should be given to the 3rd and 4th bastions. No matter how trivial it is, we will identify the Guardians there. Zikr, right away. Strengthen the long-range observations on the 3rd and 4th. Without a doubt, a General First Class is on the battlefield. Zikr nodded and ordered his nearest subordinate, causing the air to fluctuate at a dizzying pace, savoring the dry air on his skin. Abel squinted from behind his Oni mask at the Imperial capital in the distance, outside the cloth-covered command center, where the star-shaped ramparts protected the city. As noted previously, in terms of military strength, the rebels outnumbered the regular army. However, the assembled rebels lacked a sense of coordination, a rabble that rushed off in haste, likely as to not relinquish glory and military achievement to others. In addition, the enemy, whom they needed to attack, was confined to the innermost part of the Imperial capital, which painted a picture of robustness and solidity. As was discussed when capturing the fortress city of Geralt, some held the belief that in cases where the attacker was attempting to defeat the defender, if it only boiled down to pure military strength, they would require 3 times the number of men, considering that the defensive measures of the Imperial capital were far superior to those of Geralt. The difference was all the more pronounced. Above all, Abel, the existences that disturb the balance of military strength the most are the powerful who are equivalent to 1,000 men in strength. Zikr. It is a decisive battle in the defense of the Imperial capital. Although the battle has started earlier than expected, how many of the 9 divine generals have been recalled? Even though the rebels could be surmised as a rabble, if they were to get hit on the head and doused with water, they would turn tail with their ears ready to listen. If that happened, then they would be able to incorporate them into their tactics and shape them. That is, if the water was simply a wake-up call and not something that made them close their eyes forever, which was no easy task when confronted with the 9 divine generals. Abel. At minimum, Arakia, Maedlin Eschart, and Moguro Hagane will be in play. Kafma Iralux is equivalent to a general first class on merit alone, and Olbart Dunkelken may refuse to participate due to his injured arm. But that is unlikely. Zikr. There will be no participation by General First Class Gauze or General First Class Groovy. Is that what you expect? Abel. Gauze Ralphon may or may not be alive, and Groovy Gumlet may or may not have been recalled from the west. It depends. But the latter is difficult to mobilize. The uncertainty concerning the West's movements is neither orchestrated by this side nor theirs, but it smells fishy. In the first move of the rebellion, Gauze had taken up resistance to allow Abel to flee as he was ousted from the Imperial capital. He was likely to have died, as no further information about his whereabouts was known. Gauze, who possessed the extraordinary support of his soldiers because of his superior command capabilities and personality, would be one of the greatest threats in the war if he were to become an enemy. But again, knowing the identity of the imposter sitting on the throne, there was practically no chance that Gauze would join the other side, making him nothing more than a dead pawn that was hard to deal with. Abel. The only possible effective use of a dead pawn is to utilize its death. Something around the lines of taking Gauze Ralphon's death and pinning the blame for it on the rebels to stir up the morale of the soldiers. Zikr. I do not wish to think about it. If I had remained unaware of the situation over there, I would have also taken up the sword for the sake of General First Class Gauze, even if it meant dying. Even Zikr, a general in his own right, mourned the supposed death of Gauze. It was a feat of trust and achievement that Gauze Ralphon had built up, and in fact, if they were to resort to such a scheme, it would be necessary to reevaluate the strength of the regular army. But if they had intended to do so, the best time would have been before the war had begun. Abel. Either he deliberately passed up on the opportunity, or he did not want the uncertainty of any fluctuation in force due to improved morale. Either way, he is going to be pulling the strings. Running through his thoughts, Abel put his hand on the edge of his mask and tried to grasp the other party's intentions. When it came to reading one's intentions, there was no room for being worse at it against most opponents. However, this time, the opponent was outside of the most category, and in addition, he was an enemy who knew the hues of his mind better than anyone else so far. The conditions here were the same. However, Different wind conditions mean different options. And so, to the place where Abel was staring at the map was... Abel Chin, Abel Chin. A lively voice sounded through the entrance of the tent, and with a quick movement, a little girl jumped into the room. She took her place at the desk and turned to Abel, her blue eyes shimmering with immense emotion. Medium. I want to go too. Big bro is there. Remember? I can't wait anymore. Abel. Nonsense. We do not need more contingencies. How can you be sure that your brother is in the capital? Medium. There was a girl named Madeline. She's the one who took Big Bro and Rayem Chan. If she's there, then maybe the two of them are there too, right? That hardly sounds like a guarantee. Furthermore, your brother and that girl are of little strategic value in the current situation. Do not confuse our priorities. Medium. But there is nothing more important to me than Big Bro and my friends. With a banging on the desk, the girl, Medium, snapped at Abel's words. This was an emotional and implicit opinion. Ultimately, as he said, there was no reason other than emotion to give priority to Flop and M, who were both kidnapped under the circumstances of this war, and therefore was a worthless decision for Abel. There was a liberating alternative for Medium, though. Abel. Causing needless dissension, Medium? What? Lowering her eyebrows, Medium tilted her head, unconcerned about her own worth. Or was she encouraged by the rightful appraisal of herself? Abel quickly dismissed it as overthinking. In any case, he could not afford to devote much time to her. Abel, no matter how much you voice your aspirations, you should be aware how lofty your goal is right now. If you cut loose your shackles and head for the battlefield, you needlessly throw away your life. Medium? But that... Sicker. Miss Medium... Abel Dono is concerned about your safety, and I share his opinion. I cannot just let you go. Looking up and down, Abel and Medium glared at each other respectively, and Zicker, who interrupted them, rebuked them in a calm tone. Seeker, the general in command, was also aware of the unpredictable situation of the battle. Nevertheless, he must have been quite distressed trying to keep the unreasonable Medium at bay. Without revealing any of these emotion with his expression, the man called Womanizer exchanged glances with Medium and spoke. And what do we do about that? Zeker. That solid city wall is made up of 5 bastions. One cannot attack the imperial capital without considering these 5 bastions. At the very least, we need to understand our opponent's intelligence and eliminate any ambiguity before we talk about this again. Medium. That is why. I'm also properly taking this into account. I really want to hear from Madeline about my big bro, but it's hard to do that, so, from an unguarded spot, I'm going to go inside. Abel. Wait. After Zicker's attempted gentle persuasion, Medium emotionally tried to push him away. However, Medium's statement made Abel think of something, so he interrupted them. Abel grabbed Medium by her slender shoulders and turned her to face him, causing her to widen her eyes. Abel. You said, an unguarded spot. If you mean one of the bastions, from where did you get that information? Medium. From where, you say? Oh, that's right. Sorry, Abel Chin. Her complexion changed at the question, and Medium grasped Abel's hand on her shoulder with both hands. As she continued to hold his hand tightly, her blue eyes again wavered emotionally and... Medium, I should have told you this. Well, the 3rd bastion is full of golems, and the 4th bastion is nothing but black shadows. Neither of them has a person like Yorna-chan. Abel Medium, Abel Chen. Abel's eyes widened slightly at the message from Medium's mouth. However, this reaction was immediately quashed with a blink of an eye, disappearing in a silent sigh. These uttered words, there was no need to scrutinize their content. He fully understood their meaning. The question was how the information was obtained. Abel, who made you tell me this? Medium. Huh? Abel. Who? Opposite his gripped hand with his left hand, he held the back of Medium's head and turned her to face him. Medium gasped as he looked straight into her blue eyes. Then she moved her pale pink lips to answer Abel's question. The answer to that question was... Otto Suen closed his eyes while being engulfed in a vast, raging whirlwind of information. Otto. A storm of voices poured in. From right to left, from top to bottom, from front to back. An unending assault of voices. It was the second coming of the cradle of hell, where he once spent for as long as he could, almost like a triumphant return to his nostalgic hometown. Otto's divine protection of the soul of language was said to be one of the outliers among the many divine protections that existed in this world. This divine protection, which allowed one to understand and communicate in every creature's language, had too many flaws to be considered a strength obtained at birth. First of all, a newborn child would have no ego or self-consciousness, and only a vague sense of self. Since children cannot firmly establish themselves, they have no choice but to rely on their surroundings. But for the owner of the divine protection of the soul of language, these surroundings would be far too vast. It would not be about up, down, left, right, or depth, but literally everything. More specifically, a child with the divine protection of the soul of language could not even distinguish between human, animal, insect, wind, rain, or the ringing in one's ears. Such a living creature, bereft of definitive judgment and attention span, could hardly survive. The only reason Otto was able to last through that period without dying was because of his circumstances. It was the devotion of his wealthy and loving parents, as well as siblings who never dismissed or denied their brother, despite not being able to understand each other, that kept Otto alive. But even after establishing oneself as a living being, the suffering of the divine protection of the soul of language did not end. Rather, it was just about to begin. Those who possessed the divine protection of the soul of language were able to communicate with everything around them, but they risked being isolated from everyone in return. This was a major factor in their lacking sense of belonging. Assuming that talking, touching, and cultivating bonds were the foundations of life, the owner of the divine protection of the soul of language could establish relationships with any creature. There was no need to merely bond with human beings. One could communicate with any animal, insect, and even fish because of a divine protection allowing one to connect with all living things, thus making it easy to isolate oneself. One could be trapped in an eternal prison of doubt as to who one was. Due to that, all of the previous holders of the divine protection of the soul of language met an early demise. Otto did not even want to think about how many of his fellow possessors of the divine protection had died without even being able to speak their names, let alone realize the power of their divine protection or make it known to their surroundings. What was the value of living in the midst of unrelenting downpours, uninterrupted storms, and utter helplessness, knowing one would never be understood? In fact, he had never heard of any accomplished possessor of the divine protection of the soul of language, and Otto understood that feeling all too well. Literally, the cradle of hell was a place where one was forced to listen endlessly to lullabies enticing one to death. Otto. In this nostalgic hell, Otto consciously narrowed the focus of the voices he had lent an ear to. It was the same way people picked up only the voices in a crowded place or at a party that talked about topics that were relevant and interesting to them. It was a domain only a handful of possessors of the divine protection of the soul of language had been able to enter and which could adjust the effects of the divine protection. It was that kind of constantly active divine protection that would lose its impact when its effect were adjusted. Otto, too, usually set his divine protection to the lowest setting so that his head was not filled with so many words. He increased the volume of the weakened divine protection and raised its intensity to the maximum. Otto. When Subaru pestered him about the divine protection of the soul of language before, he had called it a channel. He thought that did not sound so bad. So he opened a channel. The countless voices that popped into Otto's ears and mind were all related to the battlefield centered around the imperial capital. Many of them were accompanied by avoidance, loathing, fear, and anger, and pretty much useless, but he scrutinized them all. Anyhow, Otto, I have asked a lot of Garfield, too. When Amelia made the decision to enter the battle for the imperial capital, Otto concluded that it was Garfield who would have to shoulder the most difficult role in this battle. Because of their prowess as combatants, Amelia and Garfield were the ones taking on the dangerous enemies in battle. However, they could not let Amelia fight to the death. Of course, Amelia's life took top priority, even before recovering Subaru and Riem. Therefore, if Amelia was in danger, he would make her back down, no matter what she said. Everyone in the camp, except Amelia, had been notified of this commonly acknowledged fact. However, it was not an option to come all the way to the Empire and return empty-handed. They must bring Subaru and Rem back home with them. In order to achieve this goal, Garfield was responsible for sustaining the most wounds and spilling the most blood. Oh. Garfield may or may not be aware of this. Did Garfield understand how reckless and cruel the instructions were for the role he was entrusted with? Otto was certainly aware that he had been terribly self-serving and unreasonable in his instructions, and Garfield probably thought he was being reckless, but did he truly get the gist of it? Or perhaps Garfield took it as a sign of trust? Otto, I do not like this. Muttering a few words, Otto thought of Garfield's innocent look of trust. Even if he was giving unreasonable instructions, Garfield believed that Otto had an idea, and that it was his role to see it through. In the same manner, Otto anticipated Garfield would see his instructions that way, and entrusted him with a role only he could fulfill. At first glance, this was an exchange of mutual trust. However, Otto, as someone involved, believed that this was not a fair balance of what each side had to bear. Garfield was the one in harm's way wherever they went, not Otto. All I do is sit back in my comfort zone, feeling pain and guilt. And when all is said and done, Garfield would say, as I'd expect of Otto, bro. I am not sure how I feel about that. You've got to be kidding, Otto. If I can bear it, I should bear it myself. Do not run away from your responsibilities, Otto Suwon. Otto placed his hand over his mouth as he reminded himself. When their camp had finally decided on a course of action to take on the Empire's upheaval, Otto warned Amelia, "You're going down a thorny path." In response to Otto's words, Amelia stoutly held her chest and chose her path. It was probably a stupid idea, a foolish path. If Otto were alone, he would never have chosen this approach of all danger and little gain. But there was something important in the little that was gained, and Otto was relieved that Amelia had chosen a path that he never would have chosen on his own. He was inwardly delighted. Thus, he could not be the odd one out. Out of several possibilities, it was Otto who had chosen this path. If blood needed to be spilled for that purpose, he did not want to leave the bloodshed to others. Therefore, Otto-san, you can be a real dummy sometimes. Suddenly, amidst the flood of meaningless voices, he heard a clear voice, and blinked his eyes. In an instant, the sound of hellish rain and storms faded away, and before Otto turned around to squeeze through the channel, his eyes met Petra's, whose eyebrows were lowered with dismay. She went up to Otto and offered him a white handkerchief, saying, "Take this. Petra, your nosebleed is really gushing. I'm a little scared." Otto, nose... I failed to notice it. Petra. So, it seems... Sit down. You don't have to stand, right? Otto looked at the handkerchief offered to him in a daze. Irritably pulling Otto's hand, Petra made him sit down on the grassy field. She then put a handkerchief against Otto's face and wiped off the blood. Petra, is that what happens when you overuse your divine protection? Otto? Yes. If I increase the number I am listening to and the range, this is what happens. I do not really resort to this, but it is an emergency. Petra. So that you don't lose to Garf-san, Otto. Petra, as I thought. Otto-san, you really are an idiot. As Petra stared at him, Otto scratched his head, saying, "Guilty as charged." Petra's point was correct in a broad sense, although subtly different from what she was trying to say. If she had been smart, she might have known what Otto really meant and rephrased it. Petra, the fastest-growing member of the camp, was getting sharper and more strong-willed by the day. Petra, even if Otto-san has lots of nosebleeds, I don't think he can ever be like Garf-san. Otto. Certainly the amount of blood we shed cannot be compared with each other. Unlike Garfield, I bleed to death much more easily, but I should at least be prepared to bleed myself. Petra. Is it because Otto-san told everyone to go? Otto, I truly am no match for Petra-chan. Otto laughed as his nose was pinched to flush out the blood that had accumulated. Considering only the events that had taken place, it was Amelia who had decided that she would participate in this battle. And it was Amelia who had declared that they would do it. So Petra's point was way off the mark. But the reality was that Petra was correct. It was Otto who had led her to say that. No. Those were precisely the words Otto had wanted her to say. Otto. In fact, I am not hurting myself for nothing either. I hate to say this, but my divine protection is very useful in war. I cannot afford not to use it. Petra. Otto. It is difficult to find someone that can help us because of the circumstances, but it is worth just getting the information. I just entrusted Medium San with a message. Able San can make effective use of it. Then the state of battle? Petra-chan, Petra? Otto attempted to at least make amends by explaining the usefulness of his actions. But Petra's response was one of cold and growing dismay, saying, "Good grief." Petra ran her hand through her light brown hair and looked into Otto's round eyes. Petra, I am not the slow-witted child you believe me to be, Otto-san. Otto, no, yes. I think Petra is a very quick-witted girl. Petra, in that case, Otto-san, I don't think you're as smart as you think you are. Otto, that is a tough one to respond to. I am not so conceited to believe that I am one of these all-seeing schemers. No one else can match. Otto's self-assessment for why he had been able to make it this far would be the number of rules of thumb and small tricks he had, as well having excellent crisis management skills. If they started comparing intellect, he would fall far short to the all-seeing schemers. However, it seemed that this notion of Otto's had missed the mark here. Petra, right now, that's not the kind of intellect I'm talking about. Oh, San, I have no intention of being the kind of helpless child you think I am. Otto, that is. Petra. I believe I can be of proper assistance. For instance, saying that, Petra tightly squeezed the hand of the baffled Otto. Then her small hand gave off a white glow, which then permeated through Otto. At that moment, the ringing in Otto's head abated slightly. Otto, is this Yang magic? Petra? It's part of the magic that I have been learning from the master, even though it is just the absolute basics. Otto, Petra, Otto-san, I also know the time calls for unreasonable actions, but that doesn't mean taking on more suffering is an admirable thing to do. Otto, who had been determined to put himself in harm's way earlier, held his breath at Petra's words. Petra sighed a little at the sight of Otto. Petra, even though that's the kind of thing that Otto-san would always say. I won't tell everyone, Otto-san. But you've been fretting all along, haven't you? Otto? Petra? You have been angry the whole time. I know how you feel, but your voice and attitude are too harsh. Hearing that, Otto bowed his head and could not even make a sound. As Petra had said, Otto had made some uncharacteristic misjudgments as if he got stuck in a vicious cycle of misunderstandings. Through Petra's small hands, he felt that he could grasp what she was trying to say. Otto, the admirable thing to do is not getting a nosebleed, but getting done what you need to. Petra, yes, what would you like to do, Otto-san? While holding the hand of the still sighing Otto, Petra lifted hers. Petra, if I'm present, you can do your best more efficiently. And yet, you want me to stand back because it's something children are not supposed to see? Otto, that is a bad way to put it. Petra, would you like me to back off? With a smirk on her face, Petra put pressure on Otto. He had succumbed to that pressure. Giving in willingly to it, Otto let out a long sigh. Otto, even now, countless voices popped in as soon as he opened the channel. Just when he was about to be washed away in the midst of the furious momentum, Petra's hands held onto Otto into place. A little more, distantly, many, just so you might listen to them, or so they would have you believe. Otto, I will have Frederica scold both of us later. Petra, yes, I'm glad to hear Otto-san say that he would rather have a nosebleed with me than have a nosebleed alone. I don't like nosebleeds, though. Otto smiled radiantly and closed his eyes at the sight of Petra, who had decided to help him. There was no way that this clever girl could not have noticed the slight tremor in his tightly clenched hands. It was Petra's first time seeing war, a battlefield where her loved ones were involved, and the safety of her friends who were sent away was in jeopardy, and she wished she could do something about it. Imagine their thoughts. Use the hand at my disposal when I can. Be a merchant. Otto. Petra-chan, please lend me your hand. I will control the channels on this battlefield. Petra, we will control them. Otto chuckled at Petra's brisk reply. Well then, he replied, and opened the channels to dive back into the cradle of hell. So Otto returned to his nostalgic hometown, with the only difference being that he was no longer as lonely as he once was. Chapter 91. Racing across the battlefield, she took off her robe and stretched out her arms and legs that always tried to stay ladylike. She kicked the ground strongly and sent her supple body flying forward. The feeling of the gallant golden hair cutting through the wind was pleasant, and she cautioned herself in her mind as she ran across the grass. This was a battlefield, a place where many lives would collide with each other, a terminus for lives that would be scattered. Even though she knew this in her head, the scent of blood that slipped through her nostrils and the numerous fighting spirits that reached her through the air threatened to embolden Frederica, who had turned into a beast. Frederica, it is unpleasant. Without looking away from her exuberance, Frederica muttered with an emotion detached from her instincts. Fortunately or not, Frederica had not suffered any notable disasters despite being a member of the camp and standing beside the great vortex. Certainly no disaster had passed that was comparable to when the old Roswell mansion burned, where she and Garfield had met for the first time in over a decade, during the fight with Maylie and her female partner at that time. In the truest sense, it was such a desperate battleground where she barely escaped with her life. It was precisely because she had lived those relatively peaceful times that she realized, whether she liked it or not, that the blood that flowed within her, the mixture of human and beastly natures, was biased. Without sufficient awareness and consciousness, it would be easy to lose sight of what was important to her. What troubled Frederica was a kind of fate tied to her half-beast body, an instinctual appeal that her brother Garfield could unconsciously control at a high level. Frederica was very annoyed with her own inability to control it. The source of the blood that shaped her seemed terribly vile and merciless. Frederica, I do not have time to feel sorry for myself. When Garf and Amelia-sama, as well as Petra and Otto-sama, are doing their best. Finishing the conversation within herself, Frederica faced forward while snapping her animalized limbs. Both the exuberance that swayed her and the anxiety about the uncertain future were negative emotions induced by Frederica's own uncertain position within her camp. Naturally, Frederica and her comrades were represented by Amelia. Although each one in the group had their own opinions on their strategy, Amelia would ultimately make the final decision. Moreover, Amelia herself was a powerful spiritual arts user and could be relied upon in a fight. Garfield was perfectly competent as a military officer, and Otto set the course with his excellent judgment even in a neighboring country that had entered a state of war. Both Garfield and Otto were a little overwhelmed by Subaru's absence, but the former sought opportunities to vent on the battlefield, while Petra handled the latter well. Frederica, if she becomes too dependable, I will feel desolate as well. Although she mumbled sulkily, Frederica was proud of the growth of the girl she loved like a little sister. That it was accompanied by a feeling of loneliness was kind of her being softened. Otto, using his divine protection of the soul of language and listening to every living thing around the battlefield, had probably gained the most information in this great upheaval. Petra, standing by his side, was applying her newly learned yang magic, which would improve both physical and mental functions, to herself and Otto, reducing the repercussions of overuse of his divine protection while also helping them discern the information he gathered. Petra, who had been learning as a new maid under herself for the past year, had grown incredibly through her own tireless efforts, in addition to her memory and her ability to complete tasks. In terms of her level of growth, she probably was the best in the camp, surpassing even Amelia and Subaru. While still young and forbidden to step onto the battlefield because of her immaturity, she didn't waste away and instead sought a role, supporting Otto, who was in peril, and fulfilling her unique role. She was proud, while at the same time reflecting back on herself. Unable to fight like Amelia and Garfield, she had neither the intelligence nor the ability to assist like Otto and Petra. What could she, one who simply ran across the battlefield as a beast, suppressing her burning instincts, do? Frederica, use your divine protection to the fullest and dominate this battlefield. That is what Otto was prepared to do, and in fact, Frederica believed was happening. Thanks to Otto's efforts, which leaned on Petra's assistance and minimized thinking about the future, The collected information was brought to Abel's headquarters, one after another. The tactics that could be assembled expanded once Abel was able to grasp the currently ongoing events and progression of things, and the battle of the rebel army progressed. Certainly, to his advantage. Of course, Abel's instructions did not reach all of the rebel army. The other rebels, who had begun fighting without waiting for the arrival of his group, which included Emilia and her party from the fortified city, showed no signs of coordination or cooperation. However, it was Otto's and Abel's opinion that this frustrating situation would not last forever, and signs of that were already beginning to appear. Carried away by the momentum of the uprising, the ones who met the rebels that had attacked the imperial capital in one fell swoop were the elite chosen by the emperor who ruled the empire. The monsters. The rebels would have been hit head-on with their strength and were shocked and horrified from it. They're holding the expectation that if they could only get them out of the state where they can only see the enemy in front of them, and the glory that laid ahead, they would listen to their side. During the frustrating time until that happened, Frederica could only... Frederica. I found you. Tarita-sama. Tarita. HK. What? A moment later, Frederica rushed over to the person she was looking for in the fast-changing battlefield. Tarita turned around and widened her eyes in shock at the sight of the four-legged beast running furiously, kicking at the grass. However, her agitation was short-lived as she picked up her bow with a terrifyingly cold eye. The tip of the knocked arrow was pointed unhesitantly at Frederica and... Wait, Tarita, it's an ally. It was Mazelda, holding down her sister's bow from above, who saved Frederica from being nearly shot through. Seeing Tarita's eyes widen at her sister's words, Frederica landed on her feet and apologized in a loud voice. I am so sorry, Frederica. Please excuse my appearance. I'm Frederica. Mazelda. I see it's you, huh? That is a beautiful beast transformation. If I didn't know it was you, I'd want to skin you and display your fur in the village. Frederica. I should take that as a compliment, right? I have something to tell you. This is a message from the head of the main camp, Abel-sama. Facing Mazelda, who had crossed her arms, Frederica went straight to the point, despite feeling troubled by her praise. Frederica turned into a beast and ran across the hellfire raining down on the battlefield, to serve as a messenger. She had come to pass along the information that Abel had scrutinized, which had been gathered by Petra's supporter, Otto. Mazelda. From Abel? What did he say? Wary of the presence of the enemies guarding the star-shaped citadel and its 5 bastions, and fearing a melee with the rebels who had set out ahead of her, Tarita, who had been on the offensive, leaned forward. Although the combat power of the people of Shudrak was threatening, their true strength lied in their ability to fight in groups, and they could only be truly effective when they were prepared for a situation that could be described as hunting. They could not take full advantage of their strength in the field on open land. If these girls could climb over the wall, the defenses of the imperial capital would be quickly reduced. For that reason, the selection of the wall to attack was considered important. And that was Frederica. At the headquarters, they have concluded that the 3rd bastion would be one we need to break through the most. Mazelda. The 3rd? Over there? After receiving the message that had been handed down, Mazelda turned her eyes to the rampart in question. In the distance, a group of rebels had taken the lead to topple the walls, one person after another, and attempted to get over the sturdy rampart that protected the imperial capital of Lupugana. However, seemingly slicing through that fervor, blasts and screams mocked these approaches of recklessly leaping in, and showed them how mercilessly they would be cut down. There was no doubt that powerful beings guarding the imperial capital were positioned at all 5 bastions. However, the reason the 3rd bastion could serve as a breakpoint was... Mazelda. Stone golems seemed to be moving there. Tarita. Is it the Steelman? However, there should only be one of the 9 divine generals. Frederica. Frederica was struck speechless at the sisters that conversed nonchalantly as they gazed at the rampart in the distance. As a half-beast, Frederica currently had better eyesight than usual in her beast form. Even so, she could see nothing other than the cloud of dust that hung over the wall the pair were gazing at. Even though they were a tribe that hunted to survive, She had once again felt disgusted at her lack of ability. Nizelda. Frederica. What did Abel and the others say about the dolls? Frederica. Ah, yes, well, Abel-sama said that they were the troops of Moguro Hagane, one of the 9 divine generals. Tarita. 9 divine generals. Gazing off into the distance, Tarita's cheeks stiffened after she heard those words. Frederica painfully understood the reason for the slight tinge of anxiety in her mutterings. Naturally, since Tarita was going to participate in the decisive battle for the imperial capital, she must have considered the possibility of a clash with a member of the 9 divine generals. However, even if one considered the possibility, there was still a certain uneasiness that could not be dispelled. In the same manner, the fear of the Sword Saint remains even if one knew for a fact he was not there. Nizelda. Tarita. Don't worry. Tarita. Sister. However, it was Nizelda who chuckled at her sister's tense appearance. She clapped her sister on the shoulder so firmly, her powerful eyes shining brightly. Nizelda, even if it's against a divine general, we'll never be outdone again. If it's that divine general, I'll get my revenge. And if it's not that one, then I'll be mad. Any questions, Asking Tarita with a shrug of the shoulders, Nizelda showed her right leg, which had been replaced below the knee by a wooden stick. Frederica could not decide if these were words of true madness, or if they were meant to encourage her sister, Tarita. No questions. Tarita blinked once, then twice, and nodded. And the next moment, with blinding speed, she drew and nocked an arrow, and shot it right over their heads. Immediately afterward, Frederica looked up, hearing cries of pain high in the sky, and saw a flying dragon spinning and falling to the ground a short distance away from the 3 of them. The arrow that hit the flying dragon under its chin pierced all the way through to the top of its head, killing it. While Frederica was amazed by Tarita's overwhelming archery skills, Tarita exhaled and, Tarita, when the time is right, we will breach the wall ourselves. If we get past the walls, we win. Nizelda. So, as expected of the chief of the Shudrak. Frederica, what about you? Nizelda turned to Tarita, nodding her head in satisfaction at the determined look on her face. Frederica, who was almost overwhelmed by the pressure of the sisters, came to her senses at the mention of these words. Frederica, I will relay this message to the others. If all those who are willing to listen to me will gather in one place. Nizelda. One hole breaks the dam. Frederica. Yes. One hole for a new wind. That was the course of action the Amelia camp and Frederica must take. Because she knew how her position still teetered on the edge within the camp, she was determined to do the best she could within the scope of the role she had been entrusted with. Frederica. Tarita-sama, Nizelda-sama, please have good luck in battle. Do not throw your lives away. Tarita. Yes, Frederica, be careful too. Nizelda. If you die, we Shudrak will pass on your pelt for generations. Frederica, unfortunately, I have no plans to give it to you. Freed from a little bit of tension, Frederica ran off, accepting the send-off by the sisters. Like a gale, she kicked through the grass and ran ahead to relay Abel's instructions. The collaboration between Petra and Otto could not be in vain. In turn, this would help Garfield and Amelia in their struggle, and also Subaru and Riem, who might have been in the imperial capital. Frederica, but for now, I just have to keep on running. Leaving a slight trail of swaying grass and lingering shadows, the beastified Frederica disappeared. She was a golden leopard, a 4-footed beast that bore no resemblance to her original tall, beautiful looks, yet was so refined that even a hunter would have to admire her beauty. According to the information provided by Frederica, Tarita, and Nizelda, were ready to mobilize the Shudrak to challenge the 3rd bastion. And, just when she had made up her mind to do so, Tisk. I can't cut them down. There's too many of them in the way. With a crude voice, a man with an eye patch holding twin swords dropped from the sky. Dexterously handling his 2 long swords, the man slashed away the wings of a flying dragon, and then jumped to the side of the other flying dragon that dropped down at the same time, cutting off its head as it tried to bite him. A brilliant sword strike, and the one who unleashed it and turned around was... Nizelda, Jamal, I guess. Your face isn't satisfying to look at. Jamal. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm so sick of this shit. If we don't get into the Imperial capital somehow, I'll never know if Katya is safe or not. Todd, you bastard. I hope you're protecting her. Sputtering and swearing, Jamal yelled, scratching his dark brown curly hair. As an Imperial soldier captured in the fortress city, he was in the rare position of joining forces with Abel after learning of his true identity. But nonetheless, he was a man of great ability. Unfortunately, his face was revealing his crude nature, and did not meet Mzelda's approval as someone caringly deeply about looks. In any case, Toretta could not stay ignorant about how frustrated he was about his family being left behind in the Imperial capital. Anyhow, Mzelda, regardless of us, the other rebels will probably take what they can get their hands on. Jamal, I already know that. That's why I'm going to end this ridiculous charade by chopping off the head of this fake emperor as soon as possible. Mzelda, since you are so raring to go, I've got some good news for you. We're about to head to the third bastion. Word is that we have a chance to strike there. As Jamal stomped his feet, Mzelda revealed Frederica's earlier message to him. Hearing this, however, Jamal frowned dubiously with a, "I what? Jamal, a chance? Who told you that?" Mzelda. Abel, it seems. Jamal, tell me about that quickly. Oi, you guys, get ready. We're going to the third bastion. Jamal was quick to switch gears, and he harshly called to the other soldiers to start assembling. Those in the same situation as him who joined them in the fortified city. His voice was loud, his will was clear, and he boasted some genuine strength. Surprisingly, he might have the makings of a general. Seeing Jamal's back, Toretta moved to catch up. Toretta. Sister, we also need to call Kuna and Holly to get ready. Ah? When they called out, Toretta reflexively held her breath. Eyes widening, she reached for something that fluttered and fell before her eyes. Just when Toretta gently reached out her hand, something white disappeared from her palm in less than a second. It was a white light that slowly and furiously danced across the sky of the burning battlefield. No. It was a cold grain of ice, a snowflake. Toretta, why is this happening? Mzelda, right. Guess you didn't see it, Toretta. Toretta? Sister. Beside Toretta, who was stunned by seeing the presence of snow for the first time in her life, Mzelda nodded her head. For some reason, unlike Toretta, Mzelda seemed to know exactly what she was seeing. In fact, she recognized it. Mzelda, it's Emily. Toretta, Emily. The name Mzelda gave belonged to a silver-haired girl in the same camp as Frederica. It was still fresh in Toretta's mind when she revealed herself as a half-elf. Yet somehow, she was the one who had caused this snow to fall. For what purpose was she doing it? Perhaps because she had experienced something outside of her imagination. Toretta felt a slight shiver and softly hugged her own shoulders. Mzelda, the world out there is really that big. The Shudrak's chief and former chief come together too often, and we are left on the bottom. This snow is no different. Besides, Mzelda, who was looking up at the sky as snow fell, turned her gaze in the other direction. It was the grass Frederica had stepped on earlier, and the direction in which she had disappeared. The thought of this outrageous duty to continuously carry the message of the latest information from Abel across this vast battlefield, without losing your breath. Mzelda. A beautiful beast keeps us alive. Wherever we go, it is the hunter's delight. And she extolled that other person, who sold herself short way too much. Chapter 92. Rekindling old ties. The air screamed, and the world slowed little by little. A heat had dominated the battlefield. No, it was not the battlefield that was dominated, but the Empire. The heat had overtaken the entire Empire, and the land was engulfed in an unprecedented upheaval. Many raised their voices, raised their weapons, proclaimed their ideals, and heeded their enthusiasm. It propagated outward, becoming bigger, wider, faster, stronger, and hotter. The heat was one that had been smoldering in the hearts and minds of Walachia's citizens for many years. It is a heat that has been endlessly pushed into a box, losing its opportunity to dissipate. Nevertheless, the trapped heat continued to grow stronger during that time, and it finally exploded when it found an opportunity. Things that had started that way, in and of themselves, were not to be denied. There are many different ways of thinking where many people live. In addition, different countries have different ways of thinking, and different ways of living are rooted in different kinds of soil, water, and air. No matter how much one meddles in, no one would listen to one's complaints. Therefore, it was out of place to talk about right and wrong here, in such a place where so many things were intertwined. If there was only one thing that could be said, that will be, "I really hate this." The voice murmured literally changed the atmosphere of the battlefield. The farmlands, grasslands, and the expanse of green surrounding the imperial capital of Lupugana were covered with flakes of white snow, a scene that would not have been possible in an empire known for its warm climate. "What is this?" It was the weaponkin collapsed to the ground, who cried out in confusion in front of the snow they saw for the first time. They were born with parts of their bodies made of metal, which they reworked into weapons for use on the battlefield. They challenged the imperial capital and were crushed by a powerful enemy. Just as they regrouped and prepared to take on the enemy once more with those who were still able to fight, the white scene slowly appeared. Taken aback for a moment, they quickly turned their attention back to the battlefield. It would have been no surprise if the enemy had taken advantage of that split-second opportunity to take their lives. However, the enemy did not seem to regard the weaponkin as a threat anymore, and did not take advantage of the opportunity. They pooled up their humiliation, wielded their anger and their blades, spears, and axes to destroy their enemies for the dignity of their race. And it was at this time that they realized that their bodies were numb and unable to move as they were intended. Again, the Valatian Empire was a country where the climate remained warm throughout the year. Of course, if one's hometown was situated high in the mountains, along the border with neighboring countries, or close to the great waterfall, one had the opportunity to experience a different climate. But this was not the case for the weaponkin. That said, one could hardly blame them. Who could possibly know to be concerned? Who could imagine that even now, at midday on the battlefield where blue skies and sunshine were peeking through, a body heated to the point of sweating got cooled down all at once, and a freezing wind blew so hard that it made one's blood run cold. "Everybody, get away from here. I'll really try to do my best here." As they forced their numb bodies to move, a voice struck the astonished weaponkin. In the cold air, making it difficult to even grasp a weapon, a figure could be seen moving forward with large strides across the meadow, silver hair flowing in the air. A beautiful girl with fair skin, amethyst eyes, and a tremendously well-defined facial profile stepped forward majestically, taking the spectacle around her as a given. As they admired the sight, the weaponkin realized. They understood by whom this was brought upon them. "So it's friggin' you again." The astonishment of the shivering weaponkin continued. As the silver-haired girl advanced forward, a voice called down to her, Madeline Eschart, the small figure standing on top of the city wall, a dragonkin with 2 black horns on her head. She was the monster who reigned supreme as the 9th of the 9 divine generals, and had crushed the weaponkin's battle line with a single stroke. Looking down below in disgust, Madeline held in her hand her flying winged blade, an armament too large for her stature, yet she was a master at manipulating it, though it was heavier than it looked. Even in an empire filled with demi-human tribes, the rare species of dragonkin was so intimidating that even a mere confrontation with them would make a weak-minded person cower and kneel. However, yes, it's me again, Madeline, a passing spiritual arts user, Emily, the girl who met the golden glare of the dragonkin, did not care about that sharp look. An unfearful exchange. That was all that was needed for the weaponkin to understand. They understood the disparity between the stage that they, Emily and Madeline, were standing on, and the disparity in the height of the viewpoints they saw. Weaponkin. There was disappointment and frustration at the reality of the situation, but immediately afterward, a welling sense of elation. It was the anticipation of the battle that was about to unfold before their eyes. A battle that transcended human understanding. It was about to begin, the battle of the top classes, that could never be reached simply by being born strong. A warrior shiver occurred, irrespective of their blood cooling with the drop in temperature. And then, Madeline, you're a friggin' irritating girl. You couldn't beat this dragon in battle the other day. Madeline's face, which could even be described as adorable, turned fiendishly serious. Raising the flying winged blade in her hand, the angry dragonkin poured all her strength into her slender arms, Heedless of the extreme cold that hindered the weaponkin's movements, they intuited, the moment that flying winged blade was wielded, a battle that would be remembered throughout history would begin. Emilia, heya! The next moment, a block of ice as large as a castle crashed to the ground just beyond Emily's reach, and Madeline's figure on the ramparts was swallowed up in the icy shards beyond with a roar. A large block of ice slammed into the rampart, and Emilia thought, good in her spirit. The battle between the rebels surrounding the imperial capital and the regular army trying to defend it had begun, and had left Emilia's head in quite a mess. Let's do the best that we can, and reduce the number of people who die by all means. That was the policy that Emilia had set forth, a goal that her colleagues accepted without opposition, even though they knew that would be difficult. Yet, when Emilia and the others arrived at their destination, the rebels who arrived earlier had already begun the battle. From the imperial capital's point of view, they are all the same rebels, but each tribe has its own agendas. It was not a battle that began in an orderly manner, with all the tribes lining up to fight. One can understand that without even thinking about it. Abel had said rather nasty things to the impatient Emilia, but they themselves, who had entered the battle from the fortified city, took up positions and joined the battle, albeit delayed. Of Emilia and the others, the two main players in the battle were herself and Garfield. Beatrice and Petra could not fight, and Otto and Frederica both had other roles to play. It was very frustrating for Emilia, as she could only fight, but she had learned that the division of roles was very important, so she decided to leave it all up to everyone's specialties. Abel, Lupugana, the imperial capital, is surrounded by star-shaped ramparts. It is a city that is hard to attack and easy to defend. The only way to conquer the city is to capture the 5 bastions. Emilia, the 5 bastions? Abel, it is a star-shaped wall. You can command the battlefield in depth and at a distance from these 5 bastions. Conversely, if we take these points, we can greatly reduce the opponent's strength. For that reason, Emilia, for that reason, Abel, from the rebels who strike first, we will determine the enemy's force distribution. If they can reduce the opponent's strength, even if only slightly, then that would be satisfactory. Emilia, then the people who strike first will be in danger. You absolutely can't do that. Even though it was Abel's role to come up with a winning strategy, Emilia could not accept that approach. Hence she had departed for battle, for the sake of capturing the much-needed bastions at the vertices of the star. Honestly though, she was unable to find the decisive factor as to which one she ought to rush to. Otto. Emily, I will tell you where to go. I have a plan. As Emilia was about to take off, Otto offered to help her. Emilia was unsure what to say to Otto, due to him looking so reckless to her, that she was not sure what to say to him. Petra, don't worry, Emily, leave him to me. Because Petra told her so, Emilia could believe her, and she was able to start on her way. Garfield. Emily, my amazing self is over here. Let's blow open a new hole. After pledging good luck to the spirited Garfield, and to each other, they all split up on the way to their respective bastions. Frederica. Emily. No, Emilia Sama. I will also be racing around for my role. Please be safe, and do not be too reckless for Subaru-sama's sake. Frederica, running alongside her, turned into a beast and ran across the battlefield with blinding speed. Everyone was scrambling to do their role. Emilia, I also have to work really hard. With a strong determination in her heart, Emilia arrived at the bastion to do what needed to be done. Closing her eyes tightly, she laid her left hand on her right hand, which was placed on her own chest. Before the battle began, Beatrice, regretting not being able to participate in the fight, had held her hand and said, Beatrice, it is infuriating, but Betty is asking you to take Betty's place. In fact, after Betty, the next person who can do their best for Subaru is Emilia, I suppose. Emilia, yes, I truly want to believe that. Whether it was because of Beatrice's trust, or because of everyone's cooperation, Emilia's body and mind were in surprisingly good shape. Her flustered heart and her confused mind had calmed down, and she was very calm. Very calmly, Emilia balanced her role with what she wanted to do. Emilia's role was to defeat Madeline, who was guarding her bastion. What Emilia wanted to do was to prevent as many people from dying as possible. Madeline and her would fight from this point on, in order to keep a lot of people from dying. Emilia. Opening her eyes, Emilia concentrated on her gate deep inside her body, releasing all her accumulated mana at once, and dropping the temperature of her surroundings at a furious pace. Wallachia was a warm country. So many people did not like the cold, according to the studious Petra. Otto, an animal lover, also told her that flying dragons in the sky also did not like the cold. Then again, when it got cold, it made people want to curl up, according to the siblings Garfiel and Frederica. With everything else and with none other than her experiences, Emilia realized that was Emilia. When it's really cold, people can't be in position to fight. Once, at the Roswell mansion, the one before it had burned down, the area around the mansion was completely covered in snow when Puck, before he fell asleep, had a problem releasing his mana. The problem spread to the nearby Arlem village and caused quite a commotion, but it remained a strange memory for Emilia, who had never felt cold in her entire life. The experience and knowledge gained from that time were put to good use. Emilia, I know that I can't easily sway everyone's opinions or feelings regarding this fight. I wish I could talk to them and understand them better if possible, but I don't have the time. Therefore, Emilia decided, she would use force. No. She would hold everyone down with coldness. Everyone's fingers would get numb. They would be unable to pick up their weapon. They would be unable to use their skills with their knees shaking. Their teeth would not stop chattering. Their gaze would be unsteady, and their breath would be so white that they would be shocked. If they came to realize that, then everyone would be incapable of even thinking about fighting. And yet, if there was an opponent who still raised a strong body and mind to fight, Emilia. I'll be your opponent, Madeline. Stop messing around, and don't friggin' get carried away. Emilia's cry of determination was covered over by the roar of the ice blocks that had fallen onto the ramparts. Emilia was not surprised like others when she heard an energetic response from Madeline even after the direct hit by a block of ice larger than a house. It was the same as when she encountered her in Geralt a few days ago. That time as well, the fight started the same way, with ice blocks striking her opponent. Madeline, you lack skill. A high-pitched sound echoed through the air, and the next moment, the huge piece of ice broke in half vertically. Emerging from behind the scattered pieces of ice was an energetic Madeline, holding her flying winged blade above her head. The pupils of her golden eyes narrowed as she watched the shattering ice splinter into shards, particles, then reduce to mana. Madeline, even after going through an experience that terrible, you haven't changed your mind. Half-devil. Emilia, an experience that terrible. That last one was a surprise, but I think Priscilla and I were about to win that fight. You shouldn't lie. Madeline. HK, don't friggin' underestimate this dragon, half-devil. Madeline bent her knees, preparing to jump off the ramparts, her eyes angry at Emilia's rebuttal. Emilia's eyes widened at that action, and after glancing at her surroundings, Emilia, "Yeah." She waved her arms and made an ice block rain down on Madeline, as she had done before. It was not even a diversion from Madeline as expected, and was repelled and shattered by her weapon, which she raised annoyingly, rendering the attack ineffective. However, Emilia. Here. There's still more. Take this. Madeline. Well, one after another, she created ice blocks in the sky and dropped them repeatedly onto Madeline on the ramparts. Since speed was prioritized over power during the process, the size of the ice was much smaller than at first, about the size of a fist at most. Even so, if they were to hit one's head, they would undoubtedly cause tremendous pain, and Emilia's hands would produce 10, 20, 50, or even 100 of them, which would then rain down on top of the ramparts. Ice pebbles, though. It was not as pretty as pebbles. It was an ice storm. Madeline, don't get carried away. Against that downpouring ice storm aimed at her, Madeline wildly fought back. Using her whole body, which was unaffected by the cold, she used her flying winged blade not as a throwing weapon, but as a swinging one, swatting down the falling storms of ice chunks. A chain of concussions and cracking noises repeated, and a flood of ice chunks rushed toward Madeline as she sprinted along the ramparts. Madeline dodged, flipped, sidestepped, and spun around with the gait of a dancer, or even a gymnast, as she dodged the icy barrage. Her mobility was also eye-popping, but it was not Amelia's purpose to hit. It was an attack that was supposed to be avoided, and its purpose was to buy time. That was to say, Amelia, everyone get away. The fight between Madeline and I will be dangerous for everyone around here. Amelia called out to the surrounding rebels as she hurled a storm of ice into the air. The beaten weaponkin were huddled together, seemed to be looking for a chance to recklessly join in, but they were shivering from the cold, and many of them had lost their weapons. The difficulty in moving their limbs was extremely egregious because of what Amelia did, but she hoped that they would do their best to move those limbs and withdraw with their allies. And then, Amelia. Oh wait, no. Through Amelia's monotonous attack that prioritized quantity, Madeline's flying winged blade was unleashed, breaking through the finely shattered ice pieces. Amelia quickly dodged the flying winged blade, which roared furiously as it cut through the wind, but as it circled back, the battlefield with its roar, the flying winged blade returned with frightening precision. The whirlwind of death that reaped everything in its path came to Amelia, mercilessly shredding everything. Therefore, Amelia ran to prevent collateral damage on the slow-moving weaponkin. Amelia. Uhaya. Amelia intervened in front of the weaponkin, who were unable to dodge the oncoming whirlwind of death. With her upraised foot, she kicked up the flying winged blade's edge. The impact made every bone in Amelia's body creak, but she gritted her teeth and endured it without hesitation. Launching it with all her might, the blade went over the heads of weaponkin and herself, flying toward their backs. Amelia. Now you can't. Madeline. Did you friggin' think it was over, Amelia? Before she had any time to feel relief, a voice spoke from behind her. Beyond her flowing silver hair, the flying winged blade that Amelia had sent flying was grasped, Madeline's figure brandishing the blade being reflected in her amethyst eyes. A downward slash. To dodge it would put everyone in danger. Amelia. Ice brand arts, with no other choice except to receive the blow. Amelia immediately formed an ice sword in order to meet the flying winged blade. A duel with swords locked together, it did not turn out to be. The moment the opponent's blades came into contact, the ice sword abruptly cracked and shattered. But that was only one of them. With a second one in the other hand, the hand losing the first blade produced a third one. Even if they keep on breaking, Amelia's relentless barrage of ice swords keeps roaring out. With a large turn, she kept on striking the side of the flying winged blade, striking, barely parrying it, falling. Amelia. Kaya. The flying winged blade that struck down hit the ground, and a moment later a shockwave impacted Amelia's entire body. Hit by the same force, the weaponkin that had failed to escape were blown far away. The dragonkin's raw strength was absurd, even more so than the already strong Amelia. Amelia. Still jumping up as her body rolled, Amelia slapped her cheeks and looked in front of her. Pulling the flying winged blade from the ground, Madeline glared in displeasure at the still lively Amelia, and then looked around. Madeline. So it's just friggin' you? What about that woman? Amelia. That woman? Ah. Do you mean Priscilla? Madeline. Do you think that this dragon would think to memorize a human's name? I mean that friggin' crimson woman. Amelia. That's Priscilla. I'm Emily. Priscilla has someone she wants to meet. While Abel was forming his strategies back at the encampment and Amelia's team were running across the battlefield, both Priscilla and Al had also stepped onto the grounds of other battlefields. However, unlike Amelia's team who wanted to bring back Subaru and Ram, and Abel's team who wanted to somehow overthrow the Emperor, Priscilla's goal was hard to comprehend. When asked, she never answered properly either. Amelia. Even Yorna wouldn't tell me what they spoke of. Since it was a reunion of mother and daughter, she thought that they must have had a lot to talk about. Thinking about the day she would reunite with Puck after he eventually awakened from the magical stone around her neck, Amelia wanted to ask them for some advice. Of course, she also just wanted to simply hear Priscilla's joyful tale. Madeline would like to meet Amelia They're somewhere on this battlefield, I think. She said that it was her problem, and I also prioritized my knight, but... Lady Petra's knight. Maybe. Madeline. In the Valatian Empire, where she had to disguise her social position, Amelia hurriedly corrected herself, Madeline looking at her suspiciously. All the suspicions aside, Amelia was simply not good at lying. When she thought about how trying too hard would just increase the likelihood of being exposed, she just shrugged her shoulders in resignation. Amelia. No, that was a lie. Yes. Subaru is my knight. Sorry for tricking you. Madeline. In the first place, even if you tell me that, he isn't even friggin' here. Amelia. Oh, really? Madeline, what a little girl like you thinks is completely irrelevant to this dragon. It's friggin' frustrating that crimson woman is not here. But even so, it's friggin' convenient. With these words, Madeline's body slowly began releasing steam. In the cold air, dyed white by her exhaled breath, her body continued to heat up as it radiated her visibly rising fighting spirit. As this visible fighting spirit began to pour over, Amelia instantly produced a pair of swords in her hands. Amelia held a vigilant guard, at which Madeline let out a savage laugh. Madeline. One by one, those who make a mockery of this dragon shall be massacred. Her blazing golden eyes shone as she charged forward. With a step causing the frost-covered earth to explode, the distance between them vanished in a single breath. Madeline raised her flying winged blade over her head as Amelia prepared herself. And then, Amelia. Even without Priscilla, I'm not alone. Madeline. What are you saying? Is what Madeline was about to shout out, but an unforeseen figure did not allow her to finish as it halted the strike of the brandishing flying winged blade. Madeline opened her eyes wide at this, looking at the figure that had jumped on the flying winged blade. That was a body that blocked the attack by colliding with it. A Natsuki Subaru made of ice. Madeline. Wah. Amelia. Hiya. Towards the stock-still Madeline, Amelia's twin blades of ice thrusted forwards. Battles began on the bastions of the star-shaped ramparts that surrounded the imperial capital, and the nature of the warfare changed. It was almost comical how many were being eliminated by such a small force, nearly a singular force. It was like a microcosm of the Valatian Empire, a land where the strong were revered. No matter how many weak people gathered together, one swing of a strong person easily plucked away their hope. In fact, even a battle that was enthusiastically labeled the decisive battle of the imperial capital would result in every single rebel being cut down if left unchecked, and those with smoldering fighting spirits would become docile in a year's time. It was possible for that to be weeding out the rebels, but it was doubtful if that was currently the Emperor's expectation. Although, Yorna, even so, that would have also been the story if His Excellency the Emperor Vincent Valaccia hadn't been ousted from the throne. With a Kiziru in one hand, Yorna Mishiger looked down upon the battlefield and uttered a few words tinged with purple smoke. Daring to start that small fire himself, those thoughts that had slacked during times of peace needed to be braced. It was something the Emperor would probably take care of, but it would not be something he would do by giving up the throne himself. However, if she had not known the truth, and had not been invited as one of the 9 divine generals who ruled over the demon city, which side would she have joined? Yorna. I don't have time for such useless sentimentality. I have a role to play. Yorna quietly looked forward, abandoning the implausible alternative. Vincent Valaccia, the true emperor, had kept the peace in this empire. The future under the reign of the false emperor who ousted him, and where it would lead, was marked in a deep darkness. Yorna believed that this was the case. Yorna, my beloved children, and the people who live in the land of His Excellency's beloved empire. Her beloved children foolishly lost their demon city and continued to adore her, even though she failed to show the might she should have shown. The people of the empire loved by a man who she once loved, and who she still continued to love with undiminished affection. Moreover, she wanted to give none other than her children, with whom she had shared her soul, a world appropriate for them to live in. That was Yorna. I would rather have the peace of a true emperor than a future built by a false one. As Yorna said this, she slowly began to swirl the earth around her as she spun her kaizeru, drawing a spiral. This was Yorna's technique of imparting the soul marriage technique to inorganic objects and making them do as she willed, a technique that others could never imitate due to the capacity of their souls. However, unlike in the Demon City, where she had spent a long and intimate time imbuing her thoughts and feelings, the soil of the imperial capital was slow to move. Perhaps Yorna's own mixed feelings about the Empire were not unrelated, though. Yorna, I'm sorry I'm not in the best of shape, but I shall be your partner. In front, Yorna's gaze looked up at the top of the ramparts, and then further above them. The reason for that was plain and simple. Her opponent, who she should pierce with her gaze, was higher than the ramparts and flying freely in the sky above the battlefield, transforming her shins into flames. The Spirit Eater concealed the destruction contained within her slender body. Yorna. Yorna. General First Class Arakia, you are still fighting as flamboyantly as ever. Even from a distance I could recognize you at a glance. The brown-skinned dog person with a tree branch in one hand and an eye patch over her left eye. Arakia. She casted a wary eye at Yorna, who appeared below her, and while her skin scorched with hostility, Yorna looked around her surroundings, narrowing her eyes at the burnt farmland. It was at this bastion, Arakia's, that there was the most flamboyant of interceptions in response to the rebels' attack. Of course, this was due to the fact that she herself was powerful, but perhaps it was also meant to show off her power to those around her. Yorna was not the only one who had spotted Arakia at first glance as the guardian of this bastion. Even if one of the military men did not know who Arakia really was, it was easy to recognize that she had tremendous power, more than just Arakia's own aims, that was. Did somebody put that idea in your head, Arakia? Arakia? RHK. Yorna. You. Behind her, stepping onto the black grassy field that had been burnt to a crisp, the voice of the arrived person shook the battlefield. Both Arakia and Yorna gasped, and their eyes widened. Yorna raised her eyebrows at the appearance of a voice that should not have been audible, but was. And then, walking far enough to Yorna's side so she did not need to turn around. What is it, dear mother? Even after having died once, are you still unable to let go of your child? Thus, opening the fan in her hand with a sound, the crimson-eyed Priscilla cruelly laughed. Yorna was caught off guard at that unexpected appearance and the words that followed, and she spilled out a long sigh. Yorna, Priska, it is natural that you cannot forgive me, but Priscilla, unfortunately the girl who bore that name is dead. If you are concerned about her, it would do you well to visit her grave. My name is Priscilla Bariel. Strive not to get it wrong. Yorna, was it not that Abel had said that this place was to be entrusted to me? Priscilla? Was it not that at the same meeting where I said mine self shall not do what Abel tells me to? Priscilla, who had a comeback for every remark, responded mercilessly, and Yorna was at a loss at Priscilla's attitude. However, Priscilla snorted with a hemp, and the smile on her face disappeared. Immediately after, her crimson gaze shifted towards Arakia overhead. Arakia was one of the strongest divine generals, and Yorna was assigned to be her opponent because it was understood by everyone that no one but Yorna would be a match for her. Nevertheless, the prudent Priscilla came to this place because she had a reason to confront Arakia regardless of such factors as strength and tactics. As evidence of that, Arakia was clearly shaken by Priscilla's entrance. Even in front of Yorna, her expression, somewhat detached from the world, did not waver. But as soon as she saw Priscilla, her mask crumbled. That was unmistakable proof of the special relationship between Priscilla and Arakia. Priscilla. Arakia. Have you made up your mind? Priscilla's profile was sagacious as she asked the question, her gaze so sharp that she looked as if she was about to kill the target of her gaze. However, the words spun by her lips somehow felt gentle and even benevolent. A harshly embellished gentle question, to which Arakia caught her breath and nodded. Arakia, I'll take back the princess. I'll kill His Excellency. The princess is the real emperor. Priscilla, You desire a formal resolution of the imperial selection ceremony? That shall do fine. Hearing Arakia's answer, Priscilla closed the fan in her hand. She tucked it into her cleavage, raised her empty hand to the sky, and pulled her treasured sword of crimson out of thin air. The heat emitted around the blade was such that the air seemed to waver. It was the Yang sword that only the Emperor of Wallachia was permitted to wield. Unconsciously, Yorna gazed at it in admiration. It was as if an image of Yorna's beloved man, who once wielded that treasured sword of deep crimson, came back to her behind her eyelids. Priscilla. This is no time to admire, dear mother. Yorna, all of those selfish ramblings. Although I was not the one who raised you, why did you grow up to be this way? Priscilla. Well, now, there is no particular reason why I am mineself. Additionally, there was one thing I failed to tell you. At Priscilla's sidelong glance as she readied the Yang sword, Yorna's whole body tensed up, and she, too, entered a fighting stance. Having adopted that posture, Yorna turned to her daughter with a questioning look in her eyes. Without meeting her gaze, Priscilla pointed the tip of her Yang sword at Arakia. And, Priscilla, she is my foster sister. Dear mother, after your death, she was raised together with mineself as if we were sisters. Now, it seems her goal is to place mineself on the throne. Yorna? What? Priscilla. It's coming. Yorna's eyes widened at the revelation, and the unsympathetic pronouncement was made almost simultaneously. Swelling flames covered the sky, and in order to turn the already burnt field into grounds of scorched earth, that enormous heat rained down. Beyond that, painting the world a color of red, Arakia shouted, Arakia, I will take the princess back with my own power. That's what I've been told. Gazing from afar at the flames controlled by Arakia's excessively setting the world ablaze, Todd Fang sensed that the atmosphere of the battlefield was changing with the direction of the wind. Todd, there's no doubt that the first move was effective, but the great firepower broke the fighting spirit of the invading rebels, and the first invaders would always be people who were recognized for their ability. There was no way that a group could maintain its morale while it was being burned without any way to do anything about it. Hence, of the 5 bastions protecting the star-shaped ramparts, he had guessed that the bastion with Arakia, which he had been assigned to, was the safest, and the place where the enemy's attack would be weakened. In fact, Todd's judgment proved true, and after the Cyclops tribe that had bravely marched in was wiped out, the attack of the rebels, fearing Arakia, was in tatters, and the battle was practically won. The cause for this change of mood was the repelled first group of rebels being joined by a second group that had arrived late. After being struck on the head and losing their fighting strength, it seemed like the first group had been about to collapse. But they had been absorbed by the second group that had come around later, and they were attempting to restore their fighting strength. Of course, even if the losers came together, it should not have a significant impact on the outcome. But the ones that came after brought together the group whose morale should have been broken and kept the damage to a minimum. Thinking that there was likely a very quick-witted commanding officer in the second group, Todd shuddered at that frightening possibility. Todd. No way. Was arriving late also part of their plan? Without keeping an equal pace, with each person fending for themselves, the empty-headed rebel army had charged in. Seeing that painful experience of the first group, and from there the battle was about to end with the regular army's overwhelming victory. However, after the first group lost powerful people and grew disheartened, when they had their hot-headedness cooled, the nuisances that did not have the ability to listen to a discussion had been completely lost. In that case, to snatch a victory in the battle they had undertaken, the group had no choice but to join the ranks of the other party for a better chance of success, and frantically perform for the sake of receiving a share of the leftovers. Todd. Rather than the vanguard, which was full of idiots, is the second group the true contender? Even when it came to taking on Arakia as an opponent in battle, the true contender was likely to have countermeasures prepared. It was hard to imagine that Arakia would be defeated, but Todd did not think an opponent who could calculate to this extent would come without plans in hand for an assault on the imperial capital. There were some sort of preparations for not only Arakia, but also the guardians of the other bastions as well. In addition, other than those guarding the bastions, the soldiers of the regular army, whose role should have been only to hunt the survivors, were starting to spend time on the rebels' movements. even if it was not a hard fight. It felt troublesome, as if eyes and ears that could reach great distances, and even skillful limbs were following the brain of a demonic enemy. It would be best to leave the strong enemies to Arakia and the Guardians. However, Todd thought that the truly troublesome enemy in this conflict was something else. Therefore, Todd, I've got to deal with the guy who is up to no good. Chapter 93. The stone army and arrow pierced the head that had no eyes, ears, or a nose, and the golem made of stone was thrown a great deal backwards. However, the head, without any human-like parts, could not be a human-like vital point. So the advancing enemy's footsteps were undeterred, whether it was pierced by an arrow or part of its head was missing. If crushing its head ain't enough, Holly, got it! Shuffling, the stone golems rushed towards them with outstretched hands. The sight of them, no bigger than human beings, coming at them with their inhuman movements evoked a sense of disgust. Channeling that antipathy into her fingers as she drew the bowstring, the strong bow made a sound like a thunderclap. 3 arrows were released at the same time. They struck the stone golem's torso, not piercing it nor hitting a critical point, but smashing it to pieces, stopping the golem's movement. If its whole body were broken to pieces, even the stone golem would cease to move. However, with this amount, you can't take them out one by one. Kuna looked up to reach the target rampart, the 3rd bastion, which she had been told was a hole in the enemy's formation. But when she managed to reach it, the number and nature of the enemy soldiers deployed made her feel hopeless. The 3rd bastion was supposed to be guarded by Moguro Hagane, one of the 9 divine generals. Fortunately, Moguro himself was not visible on the rampart. Was it because they had not reached Moguro yet, or was Moguro themselves somewhere else? Either way, Holly, it's as if they're ants gathered around a tree's sap. I can't knock them down like this. Kuna, this is no time for your whining. Shoot, 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 shoot as many as you can. Holly, geez, Kuna, you're so strict. Raising her voice in a way similar to a shriek, Holly pulled an arrow from the quiver on Kuna's back and fired them one after another from her powerful bow. 2 or 3 stone golems were destroyed with each shot, but that was not enough to keep up with the number of enemies. Because there were hundreds, thousands even, of stone golems, too many to count. Kuna, what are we supposed to do? Clicking her tongue and distancing herself from the enemy, Kuna cursed Abel for giving her these orders. She only knew of them from rumors, but Moguro Hagane was a special kind of demi-human called a steel folk. Unlike the weaponkin, whose bodies were only partially made of metal, she had heard that they were existences whose bodies were entirely made out of minerals. In that case, were all the countless stone golems in front of them also steel folk? Holly, they all look so lifeless. They really look like dolls, Kuna. I have the same opinion. What kind of a gimmick do these guys have? While maintaining a moderate distance, she glared at her surroundings and looked at the crowd of stone golems. Thanks to their lack of eyes, the stone golems did not seem to have any self-consciousness. They simply surrounded those who approached them, beating and bludgeoning them to death with their tough limbs and monstrous strength. Those who had been unable to escape were caught up to, and died tragically as they were exposed to the violence of the sheer numbers. The rebels who challenged the 3rd bastion and were trampled by the hordes of stone golems would have literally had their corpses stepped over, and their remains would not have remained intact outside of the shape of their formation. And this was not an event that Kuna and the others could laugh at as if it were someone else's problem. If they continued as they were, they would be trampled by an overwhelming number of enemies, unable to stand a chance against them. Before that happened, Kuna, if things get really bad, we're going to have to retreat, but... Holly. Hey, Kuna, look at that. Kuna, huh? Both of them were forced to stomp the grass of the farmland that had now become a battlefield and shoot while running away. As Kuna turned around at the sound of Holly's voice, something surprising entered her field of vision. A figure stood still on the battlefield, and then the stone golem rushed in and slammed their stone arms down on them. It seemed as if the target would be knocked down by the blow and left to die in a puddle of blood. "Don't get in my way, you stone golem!" It was Mazelda who howled, her ferocious beauty contorted in anger. As she shouted angrily, she swung her club held in both her hands, crushing the head and upper body of the stone golem that had leapt towards her, effectively beating it at its own game. No, she was not the only one who had chosen to attack the stone golems rather than run away from them. "Get out of my way! Get out of my way! Get the fuck out of my way! You're all shame of the Empire who don't understand the authority of His Excellency the Emperor. So don't fucking get in my way!" The slash was released with a guttural cry, and it brilliantly separated the stone golem's neck and torso, and further split the flying head vertically in mid-air. If that was not enough, he slashed the torso diagonally, slashed off the arm from the shoulder, and when he saw that it had stopped moving, he kicked it down and moved on to the next one. A rough-looking man with an eye patch similarly dove into the stone golems as Mazelda had. The relentless attack power of these two attackers in hand-to-hand combat thwarted the stone golem's ability to launch an attack. But what truly stunned Kuna and Holly was not either of them. Kuna and Holly. A powerful sword roared, and mowing down the stone golems, it blew them away. It was a rough and violent slash that could hardly be described as brilliant. However, it was the most appropriate swordsmanship to use against the stone golems that needed to be destroyed in order to keep them suppressed. Swinging that sword and burying the onrushing horde of stone golems was a red-haired swordsman, a man who she only knew as a follower of the proud and haughty Priscilla, Heinkel. A man who looked somewhat dead inside had joined the war front before anyone could notice, and cut down the stone golems one after another without speaking. The scene lacked a sense of reality, much like a nightmare on a night of poor sleep. Looking only at the events that were taking place, regardless of whether they were circumstances that Kuna and Holly should welcome, they were unsure of whether they should accept it with delight, and there were negative thoughts swirling around in a Surely the reason for this was the expression of Heinkel's face as he wielded his sword. "Holly, it seems like it's full of pain." After witnessing the same thing, Kuna could not help but agree with Holly's mutterings. She could not understand Holly's thoughts as the latter expressed that, but from Kuna's eyes, it looked more like he wanted to die. Sometimes warriors would head to the battlefield in search of a place to die. Even in Shudrak, there were times when those without much longer to live would choose their final moments by taking a bow and challenging the large creatures hidden deep in the forest. It was probably not an ending that Kuna would choose, but she could understand such thoughts. However, those of Heinkel's were different from those of a warrior seeking a place to die. Wanting death while fearing death, the figure that fiercely fought against death only exacerbated how pathetic it was to look at. Even though she knew his presence was dominantly supporting the war front, Kuna wished for him to collapse and die right away. He was a man who swung a sword surrounded in melancholy, to the extent that it made those around him think that, Kuna, Holly." With those words, the mood of the battlefield still continued to shift, ignoring that mental image Kuna and the others had. The one who called their names and overtook them as if she was flying through the grassland was Tarita. Carrying her quiver on her back, and having returned to the typical Shadrakian attire, she arrived in front of the two of them. "Tarita, it's dangerous to stop moving. This is the path Sister and Jamal have created." "Kuna, I understand that even without you telling me, Chieftain. I was just a little bit distracted." "Tarita. Heinkel, was it?" Looking at her fondly, Tarita perfectly guessed Kuna's embarrassed, gloomy feelings. Tarita was Mazelda's younger sister, and she succeeded her as chieftain of the people of Shudrak. Previously she was shy and indecisive, a girl that had stood out for being more cowardly than careful. However, as a condition for taking over as chieftain, the experience of going along on the journey to the demon city of Chaos Flame seemed to have been significant, quieting that cowardice and leading her to acquire a refined strength. Her pointing things out now had also probably accompanied that. "Holly? Chieftain, don't you find it creepy?" "Tarita, I think creepy is too direct, but if it's true that he's desperate and that he will become our war strength, then I have no objection to fighting alongside him." "Kuna, what a magnificent answer." "That's fine with me too. Even though there were things that were unaccounted for, there was no need to account for them at this moment. Originally, Tarita was good at changing her approach in hunting situations, if not in everyday life. Now, as the chieftain, she could successfully adjust to any situation. As Kuna evaluated the situation, Tarita looked at the quiver on her back. "Tarita, The number of arrows left has decreased a lot. While we have the chance, let's collect the fallen arrows. It'd be best not to use too many arrows on one person. Kuna. In theory, yes, but Holly, I can't seem to kill them in one shot. Tarita, there is a trick to dropping them in one shot. Aim for the heart, like this. Before the struggling duo, Tarita quickly fired 3 arrows from her bow. As 3 stone golems approached Mzelda's back in the distance, the arrows pierced the 3 bodies through their back, head, and thigh, killing them. Kuna. Wait. Why did they die in one shot? The heart? Holly. They're stone golems. So I don't know where their hearts are, Tarita. Is that so? If you look closely, I think you can see where their vital spots are, but... Tarita's brow lowered with a troubled expression as Kuna and Holly pressed her. Apparently, she really did not do much more than look closely. Tarita was indeed Mzelda's sister, although her personality was so opposite to hers that it was difficult to tell. As one of the people of Shudrak, Kuna was proud of the high degree of purity in her chieftain sisters. Kuna. Since that consultation wasn't helpful, let's do this our way. Pick up arrows, and if there aren't enough, use a club or whatever. Then we'll beat the enemy to death. Holly. Let's put an end to this doll game, Tarita. I think that's the spirit. But, at some point, the real Divine General is going to come out of the woodwork. As was the case with Yorna, the 9 Divine Generals are anything but standard. Be very careful, Holly. You should probably tell that to Mzelda. At the serious-faced Tarita's opinion, Kuna shrugged her chin at Mzelda, who was already rampaging on the front lines. The former chieftain, who had a prosthetic leg, had given up her position to her sister and was now running rampant with her lightweight physique. At this rate, if the Divine General were to appear from the enemy lines, she would be the first to collide with them. Even without one leg, Mzelda was capable of putting up a good fight against any serious challenger. Tarita. Sister, please don't go too far. You will die if you are alone, Mzelda. Tarita shouted, taking a single shot at the head of a stone golem blocking the way ahead of Mzelda. At the sound of Tarita's voice, Mzelda gave a big wave of her hand, communicating that she understood what was happening. Kuna was genuinely surprised and impressed by Tarita's judgment in her statement. Tarita had truly stopped hiding behind her sister's back. Kuna. I didn't see what happened at that time with Mariuli, but... Holly, Tarita, you're flourishing, so we're also happy for you. Tarita, is this really the time to say that? Both of you, please go fight. Holly shot the stone golems that surrounded them with her bow. Kuna bashed them with her short hatchet as she gave a remark, and in response, Tarita said that with a sharp voice. Kuna and Holly nodded to each other and obeyed without hesitation at the direction of their ever-reliable chieftain. A covenant of old, a promise exchanged between a former emperor of Wallachia and the people of Shudrak. A promise that was now far removed from the present, which Kuna and the others could not be blamed for having forgotten. This battle began to fulfill that, however. It was now certainly a battle that Kuna and Holly, as people of Shudrak, absolutely must gain victory in. Stone golems charged directly towards him. Without faces, they had neither hostile intent nor intent to kill. Swinging his sword at those opponents, while cursing the puppeteer who had inconsiderately chosen those golems, Heinkel Astria looked out onto the battlefield. For what reason was he swinging his sword in the vast lands of the Empire? For what reason was he still swinging his sword after exposing so much of his shame? For what reason, on the lands where the person who must see him being useful was not present, was he there? Heinkel. HK. Slashing upwards from the elbows of those extended arms, the upper body of his opponent was blown away by the aftermath of the attack. The opponents were stone golems, and above not being able to dampen their fighting strength by merely cutting off their head or limbs, what was required more than a refined swordsmanship was to drive the opponent into a position where they could no longer do anything, an attack akin to that of a barbaric tribe. Changing his grip on his sword, he spread his legs wide and decided on a stance. He unleashed the sword he had readied by his waist, and it obliterated the stone golems in its path to an amusing extent. It was not amusing. There was nothing about this that was amusing. He had no such memories of the sword ever being enjoyable to swing. For him, the sword had never been anything but a shackle that was heavier than it appeared. Henkel. Fuck. While spewing curses, he landed a blow on the enemy that had entered his sword's range. Filling his head was nothing but the doubts of, for what reason? And blowing away all of those hindrances in the way of his vision, he swung his sword. He swung it. He swung, and swung it about. Henkel. Fucking hell. Free your mind from all obstructive thoughts, such was how he had been instructed during his training with the sword. Strengthen your concentration. Become free from obstructive thoughts. Hone your skills to become one with the sword. No matter how many times he was told this, he had no idea what the instruction was trying to say. Henkel. Fucking hell. He was told to not think, but if he tried to put that into practice, he would end up thinking about not thinking. So there was no way his mind could become free from obstructions, completely focusing on nothing but the sword. How could humans do such a thing? If one lived, they would get hungry. They would also breathe. They would probably feel itches in their body, and also get assailed by drowsiness. Their worries would be endless, and their families would always present in the corners of their minds. Anxiety about tomorrow and anxiety about 10 seconds later never ceased, and the failures from 10 seconds earlier, let alone the failures from yesterday, and failures from even before that were things they eternally worried about. Piling up, on and on, the thoughts were everlasting. How could one possibly become free from obstructive thoughts, completely cutting off the thoughts that were naturally born from human activity? Such a thing was surely unthinkable for a human. In that case, was a swordsman who could free themselves of obstructive thoughts not truly human? Was that why he was not truly a swordsman? Henkel. Fucking hell, god damn it. That limitless stream of profanity, no matter how much he let out, it could not disappear from his mind. As if to mow that all down in one go, Henkel recklessly swung his sword, and proceeded to turn the stone golems blocking his way into a mountain of gravel. Just how much value was there in these actions? Failing to do the things he had to do in the place he had to do them, and letting the person he wanted to win favor with clean up his mess. In the end, he owed a debt to yet another person who helped him survive. Doing these kinds of actions over and over, just how much would he be recompensed and for what? Sorry, Pops, but my amazing self ain't got any idea about what you're dealing with. In his head, mixed in with his own profanity, he heard the voice of another person. Still young, the voice that he heard could even be called unripe. And it had been from he was drunk on the lookout platform. Even though he expressed that he did not want to speak with anyone and had secluded himself, it was the voice of the boy who had tactlessly barged in back then. I ain't got any idea about if you failed, nor how badly you messed up either. But, you know, if it's an experience of failing, then my amazing self has also got that. After chasing him away once by saying careless things, the boy started to show up again and again. Then, even though he himself also had a face which seemed to hold doubts, he tried to interject into Henkel's worries, and things had become like this. That was also terribly childish and cheap. Those naive and idealistic ideas made him want to laugh scornfully. There ain't no one but yourself who can make a distinction of what you have messed up. That's why I've been telling you, Pops, if you're gonna do it, Henkel, shut the fuck up, you damn shitty brat. Encouragement or consolement, pity or sympathy, whatever it was, he did not care. Everything directed towards him was troublesome, and there was absolutely nothing that he desired from them. There was not even a single thing he desired from other people. There was nothing he desired. There was just a person who he wanted to offer this to. There was value in what he would receive from that person. So, everything other than what he would receive from that person were merely stone weights which he would drag as he walked. Henkel. HK. The ominous stone golems silently creeped up, and before his eyes he slashed them with his sword, vertically splitting two of them into two halves each. As if to take advantage of his large swing, another came flying in from the side, so he smashed its face area with the tip of the scabbard, and followed by drawing the beloved sword Astrea back and skewering it for the kill. Opponents without faces only using moves they had been taught. If it was that kind of match, then he could cut them down no matter how many there were. As long as he kept breathing, then he could take on 10 or 20 with no problem. However, just what significance did that have? Scoring these kind of points without even showing it to the person he must show it to, just what? Pops, if you're gonna do it, you gotta restore it through your own sword. Heinkel, fucking shithead. It was laughable that he was still clinging to a fading light which may or may not even be there. On that note, he again collided with the notion of why he was even still living. Just what did he want to prove through this sword? What did he want to gain? What was it that he desired? Heinkel, when it came to the quantity of main threats, everyone in the surroundings would successively launch an attack on that. Charging in was Heinkel, the woman from the tribe of hunters wielding a club, and also the eye-patched twin sword user who employed elegant sword skills unbefitting of his face. However, with the orders of the hunter tribe's chieftain, who mainly used a bow, the war front was resolutely upheaved, and the other rebels who had once stepped aside had each regained their spirit. A hole in the enemy's line of defense, pointing that out, had been worthwhile. Compared to the other 4 bastions, it was evident that just this bastion had a weak defense. The fact that Heinkel could cut his way through was proof of that. One person indeed. If there was even one person who was truly strong, then it would be impossible for Heinkel to lead the charge like this. Follow after that back. Don't let the red-haired man get all the achievements. We'll also push forward. That swordsmanship isn't too bad. If he shaved his beard, his face would become more visually appealing. Lagging behind Heinkel, who led the charge, the many people raising their voices were unthinkable. He did not have the time to be captivated by them as a phony. Heinkel. Fucking hell. Bring it on. Bring it the fuck on. With just this, I won't even be able to score points. Trying to accept the situation before his eyes more severely, more pragmatically, Heinkel lifted his head. The stone golems standing directly opposite him, their formation was blown away from a sideward sword slash, and trying to look at the imminent ramparts, he funneled power into his knees as he leaped towards them, immediately taking hold of the ramparts. If he eradicated the enemies atop the wall, then the capture of the 3rd bastion. To be clear, it was not that he would slay some enemy general, so would it really be a contribution? So then, to compensate for his failure in that fortress city, would Heinkel be the one to connect the spider threads of what Priscilla wished for? At the very least, even if it was only a little. You killed me most, Heinkel. Indeed, the moment he recklessly took hold of the ramparts, a voice struck Heinkel. His lungs felt paralyzed, and a hoarse breath leaked out of his throat. It was not that he had suffered an attack, nor had he avoided an attack. It was just that he heard a voice. With that alone, Heinkel's entire body trembled with fear. The various thoughts from just before flashed through his head, about being free from obstructive thoughts, about his own desires, about recovering for his failures. They were all painted over with white and vanished from sight. What he did understand was what he had happened across. A threat to which he could not do a single thing about. That was killed me most. Therefore, I also kill you. An emotionless voice resounded, and before Heinkel's eyes the tall and thick wall began to change. It was not the stone golems lined up atop the wall. It was not the stone golems deployed to try and protect the ramparts either. The bastion on the ramparts of the Star Fortress, on the thick wall which they called the 3rd bastion, a change arose. Heinkel. Ah! In the vision of Heinkel, who leaked out breaths, countless lights were born upon the ramparts which stretched both to his left and right. No, whether those could be called lights was a matter of divided opinion. The lights born upon the ramparts, they were fist-sized orbs which glowed a bright green, and at a glance they seemed like harmless things from which no danger could be felt. However, those had not originally been on the ramparts. On the wall where there had been nothing, the countless lights from orbs had suddenly sprung up. To Heinkel, they appeared to be just like the eyes of a living thing. It seemed that all at once he locked eyes with those lights. He became frightened when simultaneously those lights seemed to glare at him. Heinkel. Eek. That moment, Henkel's entire body froze, and his grip on the sword loosened. Fly away. That instant, in contrast to that monotone voice, making an unbelievable thunderous roar, and clad in a strong wind, a gigantic stone fist seized the leaping Heinkel and threw him away. Heinkel. Kah. Thoroughly beaten from head to toe, Heinkel was blown away to the sky with nothing he could do, similar to how he was handling the opponents of stone golems until a moment ago. The expression of being kicked around would be fitting. Heinkel was spraying blood everywhere as he soared. And then he saw it. Within his revolving vision, the circumstances of the surface had completely changed. That was not the result of the blown-away Heinkel's consciousness being hazy, as there was a definite change that was hard to look away from. Moguro, 8th of the 9 divine generals, Moguro Hagane. It was the etiquette of a warrior on a battlefield, a grand estimation in its own introduction. However, that scale was far too abnormal. Heinkel. The rampart of the Star Fortress, which they should have captured, the third bastion itself, moved. That was unmistakably one of the 9 divine generals, the mighty being which introduced itself as Moguro Hagane. Chapter 94. Determination for the sake of whom, a roar, like distant thunder, shook Beatrice's consciousness as she closed her eyelids. Beatrice. Such an unpleasant sound, I suppose. The little girl's faint whispering brought back memories of hearing similar sounds over and over again in her mind. 400 years ago, in the Age of Witches, during a time of constant warfare. It was not uncommon for large numbers of people to clash with each other, exchange blows, and fight for their lives. Beatrice was not intimately familiar with the battlefield. She was born and raised in the mansion of her mother, Echidna, a place free from human conflict. Even though the battles were far below her notice, they were still aggravating. As time passed, she spent 400 years with the book entrusted to her, during which the world outside was far from the madness of those days, although it could still be turbulent. Yet, this once far distant madness was now close at hand. That being a struggle for countless lives all around the imperial capital. I am worried. I am anxious. I know how you feel, Shu. I guess you and the others should be leaving too? You. Hey, you? That's no good. Our job is to wait. We are waiting. Beatrice, endeavoring to close her eyes and conserve energy, overheard the exchange. What could be heard were the voices of children she had become quite familiar with over the past few days. Schult, Utakata, and Louis Arneb. Beatrice and the other children were settled behind the main camp, where they waited in a tent that overlooked the battlefield from a hill, and although it sounded good to say that they protected the rear of the camp, at least Beatrice knew that this was just a pretense not to be expected of them. Normally, it would be wise to leave non-combatants like children behind in the fortress city. Similarly, the non-combatants among the residents who had relocated from the Demon City with Yorna Mishiger and were unable to survive the battle stayed away from the front lines and focused on cooperative support like logistics instead. The reason why children did not do the same was because of their guardians. Priscilla. A skirmish is one thing. However, it would be pitiable to keep them at a distance when it comes to the big stage. The fringes of the battlefield shall be acceptable to me. Wherever you may be, you shall not mistake my brilliance, Mizelda. Utakata is one of the Shudra. Cowards who turn their back on the battlefield and the hunting grounds are not fit to be a member of the Shudrakian people. Naturally, they'll be taken to the battlefield. These were the respective statements of Schult and Utakata's guardians. Opinions that could not be dissuaded since Schult and Utakata were both highly determined. Both may have spoken from different morals and beliefs, but Beatrice had no right to interfere as long as the parties involved were in agreement for the time being. To be honest, as a great spirit, Beatrice had not been pleased with the situation in which she and these children were being treated as a package. Nevertheless, since everyone in the camp had their own role to play, it was only logical that Beatrice was assigned here considering how restrained her actions were. The role entrusted to her was Louis. Like Schult and Utakata, Louis had also been ordered to stay behind in the tent. Beatrice. Except her treatment was distinctly different from that of other young children. Unlike with Schult and Utakata, there was no obvious guardian. However, the main focus was keep an eye on a certain person. Of course, that was the Sin Archbishop. The danger would never diminish, no matter what those who knew her in the Empire said. So, unlike the other children, Louis was the only one they had no choice. They could not leave her by her lonesome. Otto. Currently she is a bomb with the least inclination to make a move. Beatrice Chan. I do not wish to burden you too much, but please keep an eye on her. We cannot tell Emilia-sama or Garfield about this. At least, we need to remain level-headed. Had been Otto's statement before he decided to participate in the full-scale rebellion. It may have been a precaution so that Beatrice would not be discouraged by the helplessness of having no role to play and staying in wait to conserve her energy. But it was also an unsettling statement because she started losing the ground under her feet. The fact that he purposely tried to keep a calm look on his face was unsettling. Both Petra and Frederica had the same concerns, so perhaps they could have done something about it. In any case, Beatrice, you shouldn't fidget around so much, in fact. Calm down, I suppose. Utakata Bay is awake. Beatrice, Betty has been awake the whole time, in fact. Also, that name you used is unpleasant, I suppose. It kind of makes one feel like they're being akanbid, in fact. There were no beds in the camp tent to lie on, and no lap of Emilia nor Petra to borrow either. Consequently, Utakata's lips pouted at Beatrice, who had her eyes closed as she sat on a simple chair. Opening her eyes thinly at the reaction, she looked at the three restless people in the camp. Schult was anxious. Utakata couldn't handle the fighting spirit, and it was hard to tell what was going in Louis's head as she impatiently bounced her shoulders at each sound of the battle. Beatrice, looking at the behavior alone, there appeared to be nothing suspicious about Louis. A child who was simply hypersensitive to changes in her surroundings. Other carefree people, who were unaware of the threat of gluttony, would have inadvertently regarded them as a normal child. But that was not the case for Beatrice. Beatrice, Emilia and everyone else are doing their best to help Subaru and the others, I suppose. The reason Emilia and her group were willing to intervene in this rebellion and fight for their lives, despite having no obligation to do so, was that they were likely to find their friends, Subaru and Rem, there. If Beatrice was unable to fight alongside them, she would at least be able to cut down on distractions by keeping a close eye on Louis. So, Beatrice braced herself through shallow breathing and, Louis, ooh, Beatrice, what are you up to, in fact? Beatrice's lips pursed as a small hand caressed her head. She glanced at Louis, who was looking at her with lowered eyebrows. For a moment, her body stiffened at the risk of being touched by Louis's hand, but she did not feel threatened by her, nor did Louis make any gesture to snatch Beatrice's name away. As far as Beatrice knew, gluttony required calling out the other person's name and eating it in order to activate the authority. But Louis's mouth never even uttered the right sounds to begin with. Of course, if Louis only required awareness, there was still a possibility for her to activate the authority. So Beatrice was nervous about Louis moving the hand that touched her head to her mouth. If Louis ever showed the slightest gesture to eat Beatrice's name, then Utakata. Bay, your face is scary. Do you still hate Lou? Beatrice, what a way to comment on Betty's adorable face, I suppose. Besides, Betty does not hate this girl, in fact. Despising would be more fitting, I suppose. At the sight of Beatrice glaring at Louis, Utakata pushed up both of her own eyes with her fingers while saying her face isn't adorable, and Beatrice let her true feelings come out in the end. So yes, I find myself hating Louis. Not just Louis, but the Sin Archbishop of gluttony in general. Everything that caused Subaru and the others to suffer. Beatrice. Regretful, in fact. For the Emilia camp, and above all for Subaru, gluttony's biggest victim had been none other than Rem. Watching Subaru suffer over the girl who was indefinitely asleep made Beatrice constantly regret the time wasted before she had been contracted with him, when she was indifferent to the world around her, wondering what could have been. If Beatrice had opened up earlier and shown a willingness to cooperate with Subaru and the others, things might have turned out differently. Not allowing the white whale, the witch cult, and the like to do whatever they wanted. Subaru would not have ended up displaying such a never-ending expression of sorrow beside Rem as she continued to sleep. That was why she decided to never let Subaru suffer like that again, and stay by his side for the rest of his life. Yet here she was. After being separated from Subaru, she could not help Emilia and the other members of the group to the fullest extent because she was forced to conserve energy. The meaning of her existence was in tatters. Schult. Beatrice-chan, you can't talk like that to Louis-sama. Beatrice, Betty doesn't feel sorry for her, I suppose. You're being imprudent to begin with, in fact. Why do you refer to Betty as Chan when the others are called Sama, I suppose? You lack respect, in fact. Schultz. I'm terribly sorry, Beatrice Chan. Picking up a sense of danger, Schultz interjected as she stared at him. How did Schultz, who did not waver despite being terrified, see Beatrice? Could it be that he thought she was a little girl since she had been asleep all this time? Beatrice. In any case, do not fatigue Betty, I suppose. The whole purpose of being left here is to prevent everyone here from doing anything unnecessary, in fact. As much as a pain it is to do exactly that. Oui, Beatrice. It is much better than letting you run amok, I suppose. Beatrice grabbed Louis's hand resting on her head and made the startled Louis sit down in the chair right next to her. In the end, she decided to hold on to Louis's hand and not let go of it. Beatrice, you too, in fact. Schultz, stop moping around. And you, Takada, if you do not have anything to do, just take care of your bow, I suppose. So, it appears that there is no need for me to interject. Beatrice, what? As she was dealing with the restless children, she suddenly heard a calm voice enter the camp tent. When she looked, she saw a man with curly hair, Zikr Osman, peeking inside. Beatrice furrowed her brow at his appearance since he was supposed to be at the main camp, commanding alongside Abel. Utakata, Z, we've been busy but now you're here. It's time for you and the others. Beatrice, you wish, in fact. But what business do you have, I suppose, Zikr? My apologies, Miss Utakata, but it's not your time. However, there is a possibility that we may move the camp at a later date, so I thought I would let you know in advance. Schultz. Moving the camp, you say? Zikr's intellectual, round eyes made Schultz tilt his head. Zikr nodded. Yes, is in response as he pointed at the battlefield behind him. Zikr. Currently, we are devoting our forces to breaching the city walls, but once a bastion has been opened, we will venture forth to the Crystal Palace in the imperial capital. At that time, the commander must also go to the front. Beatrice. Abel does not seem capable of fighting, in fact. He is safer in the rear, concentrating on giving orders, I suppose. Zikr, you are right. However, then the troops will not follow us. In the case of us paving the way for His Excellency the Emperor, then no one would allow him to sit on the throne. Beatrice? Such bothersome national ideals, in fact. The fundamental principle of the Wallachian Empire was that the people of the empire must be strong. However, this apparently applied even to a leader taking over the nation. If the supreme leader did not possess any strength to boast of, they would be overthrown by their subordinates in the blink of an eye. Zikr, yes, it's bothersome, but that is what our homeland is about. Shaking his head gently, a slightly wry smile appeared on Zikr's mouth. It was hard for Beatrice to discern what emotions were being mixed in there. He may not have been entirely comfortable with it, but neither was he negative about it. Schultz. Zikr-sama, could it be you are heading into battle? Utakata? Z? Suddenly, beside Beatrice, who was watching Zikr's lips, Schultz asked him a question, while Utakata called out to him in a quiet voice. At the children's gaze, Zikr raised his eyebrows slightly, then, Zikr, as you have guessed, I will also be participating. Even though we outnumber them, we are still at a disadvantage in terms of generals below general second class. So we have to change that situation. Beatrice. Why is that, I suppose? Zikr, pardon? Beatrice, why do you bother to come here, in fact? In your position, you could have just ordered your men to do it, I suppose. What purpose is there in you showing up in front of Betty and the others, in fact? Zikr, oh, that's what you mean. If one was about to head into battle, one would want to be even more focused at this point in time. Nevertheless, Zikr showed up at a camp tent full of children who could not be left behind on this battlefield. When he was asked his reason, Zikr put up an embarrassed smile. Zikr, there are only men at the main camp since the women of Shudrak are also on the front line. If we are in need of encouragement before going into battle, only women can make you truly exhilarated. Beatrice, huh? Schultz, I see. Certainly Utakata-sama and Louis-sama are here, as well as Beatrice-chan. Hearing his unexpected answer, Beatrice's eyes widened. In contrast to Beatrice's reaction, Schult looked convinced, and Utakata nodded with her short arms folded. Then she turned to the astonished Beatrice and said, "Utakata, give it up. It's been like this from the start." "Beatrice, it was a big mistake to think this guy was the only normal one, I suppose. The signs were there. For some reason, he was called a coward. And instead of trying to argue about it, he was proud of it. However, there was no reason for her to get deeply involved, so she just didn't say anything. As a result, Zikar's eccentricities ended up on display at the last minute, with it resulting in an awkward situation. Zikr. Besides, if you are aware of what is behind you, you have a better chance of not getting lost. Beatrice, you have a family? In fact, Zikr, a mother and numerous sisters. But when I joined this side, their position became much worse. It's a terrible misfortune for my family. Zikr was originally a general on the side of the Empire as a general second class. Since he defected, it was only natural that his family would be affected. Zikr was prepared for that and still considered it worthwhile to choose this side. Beatrice wondered if Abel was worthy of this choice, but no one but the man himself knew the reasons. She was simply curious. Beatrice, what is it you fight for, I suppose? Zikr. Beatrice, you are not supposed to be like those guys who fight for the sake of fighting, in fact. Why is that, I suppose? A simple soldier may have been fine with this, which made the Valachian Empire such a terrifying place since many of its warriors were of a similar mindset, but that was not the case for a general, much less Zikr. At Beatrice's perception, Zikr raised a thick eyebrow in slight contemplation. Then, Zikr, of course, it is for the sake of the future of the Valachian Empire for which I place my faith, and to which I owe my loyalty. With a strong voice, he replied, and then he continued with, Of course, Zikr. I am a coward. After all, so I doubt I could resist. So, may I ask you, Miss Beatrice? Beatrice? What, in fact? Zikr. The obvious. The blessing of a lovely maiden. As he said this, Zikr pulled out the sword from his side and presented it to Beatrice. After narrowing her eyes and looking down at the proffered item, Beatrice sighed, and Beatrice. For the record, Betty does not know much about the proper etiquette, I suppose. Zikr. In such matters, the feelings are what's most important. As long as the giver and the receiver's hearts are in tune with each other, the etiquette is of no significance. Beatrice. Since when are our hearts in tune with each other, in fact? Good grief. Muttering. Beatrice accepted the sword. In front of Beatrice, Zikr reverently dropped his head and kneeled down. His seriousness reminded Beatrice of a ceremony she had attended one day when Saburo was knighted by Emilia, and she followed her example. With the sword she received, she tapped each of the kneeling Zikr's shoulders once. Beatrice. To see this through properly, I suppose. For the sake of no one else's but your own wish, Zikr, as you command. At Beatrice's blessing, Zikr looked up in somber acknowledgement. He sheathed the sword returned to him by Beatrice, and looked towards Utakata and the others by his side. Seeing the look in his eyes, Utakata called out, Utakata, is a Shudrakian warrior. So we don't do things like Bay. A send-off in the style of a warrior. As she said that, Utakata pulled out the knife from her waist. With the knife made from the tusk of a beast, she cut a thin slice of skin from her palm to cause a small bleeding. Beside Schultz's pained face, Utakata gently pressed her blood-soaked palm against the armor Zikr wore, marking it with her handprint. Utakata, Shudrakian blood, the blood of strong warriors. Makes thee strong too, Zikr. With gratitude, Schult. Well, I can't think of anything like Beatrice-chan or Utakata-sama, so I'll cheer for you. Hurry! Zikr-sama, I'll be there. In response to Utakata's action, Schult also shouted a loud cheer to Zikr. Zikr accepted it with a smile and stood up in place. And then, Zikr, Louis. He slipped out of Beatrice's hands and hugged Zikr's waist as he stood up. Zikr was startled by the little girl's embrace, as he patted her on the shoulder with a frown. In Beatrice's eyes, Louis's behavior was an indication of positive feelings toward Zikr. The fact that she could not control her at a moment's notice was also because there was no sign of unpleasantness. Zikr Osman, as I depart for battle, please remain in good health. Shalt, may you have success in battle. Breaking free from Louis's embrace, Zikr exited the tent with a cheerful look on his face. Shalt waved his hand, while Utakata narrowed her eyes as they watched him go. As Beatrice watched Zikr's back grow distant, she understood that he headed into battle fully prepared to die. Just like it was the case 400 years ago, when war was happening in faraway places. However, there were frequent visitors to her mother's mansion, and they all sought the witch's knowledge and cooperation, all with a strong desire to improve bad situations. That being noted, it was up to every single person to realize whatever advice one received from the knowledgeable. After seeing the possibilities within the future of her mother's advice, many turned their backs on the mansion and headed toward their own futures. Zikr's back appeared to be just like one's from that time. Beatrice. You? Louis? You? Watching Zikr leave, Beatrice addressed Louis. Turning around, Louis stared back at Beatrice with her already wide eyes becoming more wide upon her childish face, completely thoughtless. No, that would be a mistake. Yet, looking at her face, which seemed to be devoid of any plan, she asked, Beatrice, which side are you really on, in fact? HK? With a full swing, the pair of ice swords struck her chest, and Madeline, her eyes wide open, flew a great deal backwards. As Amelia chased after her, she called out, "Thank you!" to the beings that prevented Madeline's movement, to the sculptures of Natsuki Subaru made from ice. To fight alongside the 7 soldiers of ice was a tactic Amelia had developed as a last resort when she had taken Volcanica's trial at Pleiades' watchtower. On her own, she may have lacked manpower. Without time to waste on her vague apprehensions, these ice soldiers were the result brought about by her confidence that I've been watching Subaru closely. As for an official name, she intended on asking Subaru to provide one, once she showed them to him, Amelia. So for now, just do your best as soldiers. There was no direct reply to Amelia's words, but one by one the 7 ice soldiers pumped their fists up, giving a response to Amelia's cheers. While she thought of that reassuringly, Amelia and the ice soldiers drew near Madeline, who had been blown away. It probably looked just like a scene where 8 people were bullying a small girl, but Madeline. Gar. If one were to see the howling Madeline swinging her arms, blowing away the upper bodies of 2 ice soldiers, such a leisurely impression probably would not come to mind. Even without her flying winged blade, Madeline's dragon claws and superhuman strength were exceedingly frightening. Amelia's ice had been made hard and firm, and even if it was not to the extent of iron, it was at least as hard as a strong boulder. If one were to carelessly strike it barehanded, it was hard enough to reasonably break their hand instead. So easily had it been destroyed by Madeline's fingers merely wrapping themselves around it. Amelia, I'm sorry. The soldiers resembling Subaru were destroyed, and Amelia could hear the screams of Beatrice in her mind. Apologizing to the Beatrice inside her head, Amelia remained vigilant for Madeline's counteroffensive. While she was vigilant, she chose not to back down, but instead to continue stepping forward. Amelia, hiya, yeah, Teria. Brandishing a pair of ice swords, she proceeded to rain down attacks on Madeline, who had not been able to fully halt the momentum of the initial strike. Although when the pair of swords struck the shoulders of Madeline, her arms widespread, they shattered into pieces. The tough skin of the dragonkin remained unyielding to the sword slashes of ice. She needed to use even heavier attacks. Amelia. With this, the shattered pair of swords became shards of ice, and what Amelia had made to replace them was a large ice mallet. As Amelia brandished it, 2 of the kneeling ice soldiers linked arms to create a foothold before her eyes. Then she stepped on that and jumped up high. Gaining speed immediately after, Amelia drove the ice mallet into Madeline with enough force to make her own body spin vertically. Madeline. HK. Without any defense, Madeline received Amelia's blow directly on her head. Landing before Madeline, who had turned downwards as of the impact, Amelia used the recoil to put power into a second strike. Amelia. Huh? As soon as she gripped it tightly, The handle of the ice mallet shattered. No, it was not just the handle. The entire thing had been destroyed. The ice mallet that had struck Madelin's head was the one unable to bear the opponent's hardness. Emilia widened her eyes upon seeing that, and simultaneously the claws below her eyes rose sharply. The moment the claws moved within the edges of her vision, a small shield of ice intercepted its trajectory. Emilia. Ow, however, the ice shield was smashed at that instant, and cries of pain erupted. After having poured energy into her body at an earned moment, the side of her head was slashed by the claw tips, and at the slight impact of her silver hair being grazed, Emilia's vision greatly and violently shook. Nevertheless, the attack did not end with that. Madeline. Do not mock this dragon. The howling Madeline raised her claws overhead. The wind of destruction that followed turned over the surface of the ground. She promptly flew backwards as to avoid the claws, but the wind that arrived afterward struck her, and Emilia's body was flicked away, having been hit in kind, engulfed by the ground turning over like waves. Emilia's body bounced, being blown away. Emilia. Roo. With eyes just like those of a dragon or a snake, Madeline caught up and raised her flying winged blade overhead. As it swung down, it accelerated with aim for Emilia's lower back. In an instant, Emilia funneled power into her abdomen to try and withstand the oncoming strike, but she immediately concluded that it was something that she must not be hit by. Reaching out her hand, she tightly grasped a cold and solid sensation. Emilia. Her arm was jerked up with force, and Emilia's body, now having been pulled up, escaped the trajectory of the flying winged blade. The one which had done that was an ice soldier who caught up to the blown away Emilia as fast as it could, and pulled her arm while diving into a forward somersault. The ice soldier forcibly pulled Emilia up, and heaved her away just after. Emilia's body spun around as it was sent flying, and in her field of vision, the ice soldier was overpowered and shattered by the flying winged blade which she had evaded. Emilia. Subaru. It was not Subaru, but Emilia had called out with the feeling that Subaru had received harm. Catching up to Emilia, who had again been sent flying, was an ice soldier different to the one which had been destroyed. Without a pause, she was thrown over to the next ice soldier received, then thrown over, and was escaping from the dragonkin. Madeline. Enough. Quit friggin' messing around. With an angry bellow and a flash, the solid earth fissured where it had been stepped on by Madeline, her face red, and with her firm foothold, she threw the flying winged blade with a tremendous and ferocious vigor. The flying winged blade revolved at a velocity so intense and extreme that, to the eye, it did not appear as anything but a disc. It was a disc that cut down anything and everything in its path, and clad in a strong wind, it approached Emilia. Emilia, I'm counting on you. Before that could reach her, the ice soldiers, receiving Emilia's voice, rushed out one by one. They lined up in single file and wedged themselves into the gap between the flying Emilia and the disc flying towards her. All of them took an ice weapon in their hands and used them to fight against the flying winged blade. As a result, the sounds of ice shattering at high speed chained together, and the Subaru ice soldiers were completely annihilated. However, just before each Subaru was shattered, they each landed as much of a hit as they could onto the flying winged blade. The change in the danger of the flying winged blade was something that ordinary people would not know, but that revolution had very slightly, just a little, a wee bit, weakened. She felt like it had weakened. Emilia. It weakened. She declared it in a loud voice, and it truly appeared like it had become like that. Using the leeway that the ice Subarus had made for her, Emilia equipped her legs with thick-soled ice boots, placed the two arms of her airborne body on the ground, and met the oncoming flying winged blade with her two legs. Emilia was well aware that legs were just a little stronger than arms. Emilia. Firmly clenching her teeth, Emilia extended her knees using all of her might. The direct impact from the flying winged blade delivered a shock to Emilia's entire body, and from head to toe, all the bones in her body were creaking, firmly withstanding it. She would withstand it to the end, fully extending her legs, which were experiencing resistance. Even while crevices started to form in her ice boots, Emilia's kick shot the flying winged blade up into the sky. Madeline. What? It seemed like it was beyond Madeline's expectations for it to have been stopped, so she raised her voice in surprise. Facing that, Amelia got up and leaped, reaching her hand out to the flying winged blade which had been kicked up. She tightly grasped the edge of the flying winged blade, and into that arm she poured a considerable amount of strength. Amelia, this time, I'm returning the favor. The flying winged blade was much heavier than it looked, but Amelia also someone who possessed indomitable power. It was difficult with a single arm, so she twisted her body in order to change to a two-handed grip. From there, with all her might, she resolutely flung the flying winged blade away with a "Hiya! Madeline! HK!" Seeing the flying winged blade flung away, Madeline widened her eyes. Receiving the vigor of rapid spinning, the flying winged blade soared. Although it paled in comparison to when Madeline had thrown it, the dangerous weapon still cut through the wind as it flew. Flying, flying, flying. Towards an incorrect direction, it had flown away amazingly. Amelia. Madeline. You. What the frig is your intention? Amelia. I may have messed up. She was trying to return the favor and deal damage, but she was completely unable to handle the flying winged blade well, so it had flown away. On the forehead of Madeline, who had been angered by that, a vein had begun to bulge very quickly. Immediately after, Madeline's cheeks stiffened, and she stepped forward in order to chase after the flying winged blade which had flown away. However, Amelia, that's a no-no. Then, Amelia, her hands outstretched, created a wall of ice ahead of where Madeline was proceeding. The wall of ice erected from the ground was thick, and she had also made it fairly long horizontally. Going around it or jumping over it, neither feat would be managed so easily. She had not been able to utilize the flying winged blade very well, but it would be dangerous if Madeline were to wield it. It was not as though that was her aim, but she thought that the current situation of it being at a distance was the most beneficial. Amelia, I'm sorry, but I can't let you retrieve that weapon. If you are to continue, then it shall be without that. Madeline. Amelia. If you surrender, I will properly accept that. Actually, if you do that, it would be really helpful. What will you do? Will you continue? Amelia posed a question to the back of Madeline, who cast her eyes downward as she faced the wall of ice. If Madeline, who had lost her weapon, were to surrender, that would be the best scenario. In order to get Madeline to believe she was at a disadvantage, Amelia once again created the Natsuki Subarus of ice, which had once been annihilated, in her surroundings, and she crossed her arms as she stood. 8 against 1. This time, in a state without her weapon, Madeline was in a much more unfavorable position. With all this then, Amelia was enthusiastically thinking as such. But alas, Madeline. Why the frig do you think that I, the dragon, would give up? Muttering. Madeline gently placed her hand on the wall of ice before her eyes. Gazing at that gesture, Amelia reflexively caught her breath with an "ah." With a crack, the very moment that high-pitched noise reverberated, the entirety of the gigantic ice wall began to fissure with the pattern of a spider web. The origin was naturally Madeline's palm, so the fissures that extended across the entire ice wall were centered on her. Amelia had gone all out when creating that ice wall. The hardness and density of the ice were just as previously mentioned, and even though it was not something that could be destroyed easily, Amelia. Madeline, when talking to you humans, this dragon's head gets friggin' weird. You, that healer, that senile old fool, all of you are in this dragon's way, Amelia. Turning her back without revealing her downcast face, mixed into Madeline's trembling voice were complex and intricate emotions. Anger, sorrow, and all sorts of other things. It seemed just as if Madeline herself did not understand which of her own emotions was the strongest. What she had spoken of were those who were in her way. Of course, Amelia understood that she herself was in a position confronting Madeline. Outside of Amelia, the ones she called a healer and a senile old fool, did they also happen to be her enemies? As a dragonkin, as an ally of the Empire, Madeline opposed Amelia and the others, and went on a rampage. Amelia. Madeline. For what purpose do you fight? Madeline. At the question, Madeline swayed her head to a tilt. her two black horns at a slant. Madeleine's golden eyes stared at Amelia from above her shoulders. Though she was getting a horrifying blood-curdling sensation, Amelia did not avert her gaze. Going against the instinct to turn away, Amelia fixed her eyes on Madeleine. Thinking about it now, she should have done it sooner. She should have tried to talk like this from the very start. Both this time and last time, even though Madeleine, who was blocking in the way, had been brimming with fighting spirit, Amelia had gotten caught up in it, and suddenly begun an attack. But, Amelia, if we can talk with each other, then I really think that talking is the best scenario. Madeleine, why do you fight? For the sake of whom? Madeleine, what about you? Why? Amelia. Wondering if it would really be necessary to say that, Amelia realized that Madeleine was trying to continue. The fact that she had responded with that was something very difficult for Amelia. The reason that Madeleine had given Amelia something she must speak of, that unfortunate occurrence, was something which Amelia could not be prepared for. If Amelia were to refuse her dialogue, and if the result of that refusal was claws being swung, Amelia would wield an ice weapon as expected, and would need to oppose Madeleine. In that manner, upon Amelia's cheeks stiffening, Madeleine, why do you resist? There's no friggin' chance you'll come out victorious in resisting this dragon, Amelia. Ah, Madeleine, why do all of you friggin' resist? That was the question posed from Madeleine's side. Unknowing of Amelia's circumstances, she responded as such to words she should have brushed off. On the contrary, being questioned about that, Amelia cautioned her own slow mind. She thought she could not respond with anything. However, it was not like that. Just as Madeleine had said, if Amelia could not get Madeleine to speak, then she herself should be the one to open up her heart first. After all, this battlefield was harsh, so Amelia prioritized the things she herself wanted to do, and the things she herself wanted to say. But even so, at just this moment, for what reason did she think to try and have good manners? Why did she fight? For what reason was she here? The answer to all of that was, Amelia, I came here to meet my treasured knight. No, everybody's treasured knight. Saying that, Amelia touched the shoulder of one of the ice soldiers, the imitations of Subaru, directly next to her. She thought she had made them well. She had replicated his hairstyle and tracksuit quite proficiently. Though, no matter how well they imitated him, Subaru's reliability could not be reproduced. His positive words, his reliable attitude, his kindness which gave her delight, just about everything. Natsuki Subaru-ness. Just thinking about it made Amelia's chest grow pleasantly warm, and it was impossible for anyone except the person in question to possess Amelia. He's a really treasured person. That person, and the girl who should be with that person, many people are awaiting their return, so that's why I am here. For that purpose, I'm trying my very best. Madeleine. Amelia. The reason I fight. That's it. Madeleine, what about you? She probably had someone, or something, which she wanted to protect. If that was the case, they could make a promise to not hurt the other's treasured thing, and they could probably stop fighting. Subaru and Rem, it would open the path to reach the two who she wished to bring back. Those hopes and wishes that Amelia held were Madeleine, Balaroy to Meglif. Amelia. That name is Madeleine. That was the name of the man who was to be this dragon's darling. He is this dragon's entire reason for fighting. They were betrayed by Madeleine, who fought for the sake of someone who had already been lost. Amelia. Hearing her voice lose all spirit, Amelia caught her breath. She was unable to find the right words to say at the spur of the moment, and because she was not close enough to reach her hand out, Amelia could not make it in time. For that reason, Madeleine, kill the man who killed Balaroy. That is this dragon's long-standing desire. A violent sound rang out as Madeleine crushed the ice wall with her grip. There was no other way to describe it than crushed it with her grip. She tightened her grip with a hand placed on the wall, and from there, the destruction spread throughout the entire ice wall. It had been shattered in one fell swoop. Taking the flying winged blade present on the other side, Madeleine looked to the figure facing her once more, and while Amelia digested those bitter feelings, She and the ice soldiers headed towards Madeline. Having lost someone dear to her, the dragonkin girl was desperate to fill the empty hole in her chest. Stepping forward to chase her, that was the moment. Madeline, Mezoreya, facing the sky as she bathed in the fragments of the shattered ice wall, Madeline cried out, as though it was ripping apart the sparkling ice shards as they danced down. The loud voice echoed throughout the sky of skies. Hearing that, Amelia's eyes grew wide, and she looked to the sky. The sound Madeline had made, Amelia had heard it once before. Her lips had previously spun that sound, and at the time when it was spun, at that time, At that time, there was a really big attack. A white corona rained down incessantly, and mowing down the fortress city in the blink of an eye. The very terrain had been altered. Since Amelia was together with Priscilla at that time, they were somehow able to defend against it. Supposing the same thing happened here, Amelia wondered if she would be able to stand a chance against it on her own. That would be very difficult. Above the head of the panicked Amelia, the same thing did not occur. However, despite the fact that the same thing had not occurred, Amelia could not greatly rejoice. After all, I am Mezoreya. In accordance with the voice of mine dear child, I shall become the wind from the heavenly skies, spreading its wings of pure white, a body of colossal scale, clad in the very essence of an overcast sky. The cloud dragon Mezoreya, invoked by Madeline Eschart, swooped down upon the skies of the imperial capital. Chapter 95. Enemies on all bastions at that moment. Everyone on the battlefield caught sight of a being clad in clouds of pure white, having descended to above the ground, excessively magnificent and majestic. The transcendent being that, from the foundations of its existence, was in a completely different dimension from worthless mediocrity. Everyone understood that with just a glance. That's a dragon. Widening his emerald green eyes, Garfield muttered beside the crumbled rampart. After his fight to the death with Kafma Irilux ended while taking rough breaths with his shoulders, just as he looked around searching for the battlefield where his next duty would be, that had happened. In the distance, a colossal presence that made it look like the sky itself had fallen, had appeared on the battlefield where the most fighting spirits were flaring up in this empire, at the decisive battle on the bastion, which had been frozen white. Garfield. Amelia Sama. Possessing a gait with absurd capacity, using her mana without needing to be subtle, taking the heat away from the world was undoubtedly the work of Amelia getting serious. The 5 bastions of the ramparts, if she was fighting an enemy guarding one of them, their opponent would be a divine general or a being of equal strength. Even at the minimum, that opponent would be on the same level as Kafma. Even though that alone was enough for them to be an enemy he did not want to make Amelia fight, it had been particularly absurd that the additional fighting force that had appeared there was a mythical being. Garfield. Did the flying dragon general call him down? Shit, I gotta get her out of there right now. Gnashing his fangs, Garfield decided in his heart to shift battlefields. Amelia fighting and letting Amelia fight were simply not connected. Amelia herself would probably object, but letting her fight was a distressing decision for the camp. Originally, Amelia should have been in a position overseeing everything from a place without concern for injury. Garfield. My amazing self wouldn't be able to face Captain. It was natural that Amelia would not want to leave the whole situation to someone else. He thought that narrow-sightedness, in a good sense, and thoughtfulness were desirable traits. But he could not permit all of that, and could not let her do what she wanted. It went without saying that Garfield was a military officer of the Amelia camp, and his role was to repel all the sparks that rained down on the camp, and defeat the enemies standing in their way. Garfield. Closing his eyes, Garfield quietly ascertained his own condition. He got severely wounded from his battle with Kafma. His entire body had been mangled. His insides had been spread outwards. He had burned his own body to kill the insects that had nested there, and yet Garfield was still alive and well. It was a situation where the only thing he had to boast about was that he was alive and well. Garfield. It may be exaggerating to say I'm full of life, but I'll do it. Even now, he was absorbing power through the soles of his feet planted on the earth, and through invoking healing magic with all of his might. Garfield's body healed at a furious pace, both inside and out. Normally, this would be a load on the body that could potentially reduce his lifespan, but the events in the Watergate City forced Garfield to break out of his shell, both physically and mentally. Though it was not visible, Garfield tore through the shell that was certainly there, and stood tall, with the steam rising from his many bloody wounds, as if his body were truly blazing hot. Garfield settled his resolve to face the dragon in the distance. "Garfield! Everyone!" My amazing self tore down the rampart. "Hurry the fuck up and get your asses in there!" Opening his mouth, Garfield howled at the group of rebels who were watching him from afar. They were the group that had challenged Kaphma before Garfield, and were mowed down. Although a considerable number of them, including those wounded but supported by their comrades, should still be capable of functioning as a fighting force. But they had all stayed away from Garfield and Kaphma's battlefield, and remained motionless, even after the battle had been concluded. There were those that might say that this was just because they were overwhelmed by Garfield and Kaphma's battle. However, it was not just that. You were the one who broke through the rampart, so you should be the first to go through, Garfield. Brave warrior, we respect your might. No one, whoever they may be, would dare to desecrate that. One of the Centaur people had thus gallantly answered Garfield's words. Having defeated Kaphma, Garfield deserved to be the first to climb over the ramparts. That was why they had stopped, and fixedly waited for him to cross over the rampart. It seemed that this was not his opinion alone, but the opinion of everyone who saw the duel just prior. Those who started the battle for selfish reasons, hidden within them was the historic warrior's pride. It seemed that in their judgment, Garfield's way of fighting had been radiant. Their consideration, in and of itself, was heartwarming, but... Garfield, my bad. But there's somewhere my fucking amazing self has gotta go. This ain't the Whipfrock who came back. It's the one over there. Garfield jerked his chin towards the white dragon reigning over the distant sky. In both the Pleiades watchtower and the fortress city of Geralt, there had been opportunities to meet one. Garfield had continued to let them get away due to his poor timing, and he was finally in a position to take on a dragon. It was not that he wanted to fight it. It was an opponent that must be fought. Rebels. After seeing Garfield's gesture, the rebels also gasped at the sight of the white dragon. It was a matter of course, but they had also become aware of its existence, fearing that, though it was the unusual spirit of the Imperial citizens to not bend their knees or hang their heads, whether or not they would challenge it was a different matter. Garfield would challenge it. Therefore, Garfield, I'll leave crossing the rampart to you guys. If the rebels crossed over the collapsed rampart and surged into the Imperial capital, the situation would change. If all 5 bastions were defended by the greatest military powers of the Empire, then there was also the possibility that the defenses were thin in the area around Emperor Vincent Valatia, who should be in the Crystal Palace. There was a possibility that a literal decisive blow could be fired through the big hole that he had opened in this rampart. Garfield. That's why. After handing over the vanguard of the attack on the Imperial capital to the rebels, Garfield would begin his battle with the White Menace. Then, it had happened when he had been about to embark towards the bastion where the dragon was. Garfield shuddered as all the hairs on his body stood on end. Garfield. HK. Free from obstructive thoughts. He was free from obstructive thoughts. Without hesitation, without question, following the sensation that his brain had brought to his attention, he unleashed a blow using the full force of his body. The backhand blow of steel that was able to shatter rock, striking the wind dead, about to hit what lay ahead of his instincts. Oh, so you can see through my invisibility. Isn't that a bit dangerous? Such a hoarse voice could be heard from beyond his strong fist. Garfield. That instant, his backhand blow should have hit the shadow behind him. Undoubtedly, there was a sensation of something touching the surface of his gauntlet. Nevertheless, a bitter sound escaped his own mouth, and Garfield stared in shock as his thoughts were struck by that impact. The impact had struck him in the back. Someone's small foot or toe was perfectly placed on Garfield's back. An absurd kick. No, that was wrong. That was entirely your own punch. I just let it pass through my body and returned it to you. A voice answered his doubt, and every bone in Garfield's body creaked as his eyes widened. Whether it was true or a lie, Garfield's vision was greatly shaken as his internal organs and brain were jolted by the force equivalent to his blow, using the full force of his body. Cuts, bruises, broken bones, and ruptured organs could all be healed immediately. Even if he could not fully heal, he could bring it to a point where he could move through sheer force. However, an attack that resonated throughout the core of his body could not be negated. Garfield. HK. At the numbness of his whole body, he gritted his teeth, and Garfield's entire being was on alert for a follow-up attack. He moved his limbs, which were slow to react, and somehow managed to protect the vital points of his neck and head. However, the follow-up he feared did not come. Instead, what was done with the time for that follow-up was containment. Actually, it'd be a pain in the ass if they got past the wall and went inside. With a sigh mixed into his words, the pained cries of 10 people rang out at once, exhorting his collapsed knees. What filled Garfield's vision as he raised his head was the group of rebels which had accepted his command and were moving to push their way into the Imperial capital. Those lined up at the vanguard of their formation had fallen. Centaur people and beastmen had their lives taken away in an instant by having black iron flying blades, throwing blades called kunai, punctured into their foreheads and chests. Even if he were to rush in and cast a healing spell, he would not make it in time. It was an attack that caused instant death. As warriors, they must have also had the ability to take on the Imperial capital. Even if they were not as good as a general like Kafma. If you die, you're a small fry. What does it matter if you're a warrior, Garfield? Kaka. Your eyes look like ya aren't too pleased, youngster. You're also the one who busted down the rampart, aren't you? Yeah, no, it's real troubling when dangerous guys keep coming out one after the other, isn't it? The small shadow laughed with an open mouth and ran a finger through his long white eyebrows as he spoke. At last, Garfield kicked off the ground with his foot, and filling his vision as he moved in was an old man even shorter than Garfield, who himself was considered to be short. However, an old man of small stature was not a very fitting description of this monster. Garfield, damn you. Oh, wait, I'll be your opponent in a bit. There we go, Garfield. Huh? Garfield glared at him with hostility, his hair standing on end, but the old man stuck out his arm, his right hand missing from the wrist, to hold him back. Garfield raised an eyebrow at the missing arm, and the old man shook his leg at the same time. A moment later, not knowing what he had done, a horizontal sweeping kick drew a deep line in the earth. It also split the space between Garfield, the old man, and the rebels behind him. And then, the old man turned to the rebels on the other side of the line and told them, "Try stepping over that line to get over here. You're all gonna die. Rebels. HK. My, it's a relief that you guys are so attentive. I want the young peeps of my village to learn from ya. Lately they've been disobeying me every time when I say something. I'm the village chief, aren't I?" Shrugging his thin shoulders, the old man chuckled, showing his white teeth. It was an attitude of not caring at all about the threat he had made to the rebels just prior to this moment. However, everyone here was made to understand instinctively that the threat was neither a lie nor anything else. Garfield also understood just who the old man in front of him was. Garfield, the vicious old man. Old Bart Dunkley Ken, ain't ya? All Bart? I say this every time someone calls me that, but I really don't like it. It's like slender, isn't it, Garfield? What the fuck do you think you're doing here? Towards the old man, tilting his head towards old Bart. Garfield posed that question. Old Bart appeared carefree and natural, which was why Garfield could not let his guard down in the slightest. Old Bart stood behind Garfield without any sign of his presence. Right here, in the middle of this plain with good visibility. Garfield. It would still be understandable if he were out of sight, hiding behind a building and approaching stealthily. Even still, that was more than enough of a threat. In that case, he could be satisfied with the events that took place. However, how could he perceive a being that intruded into this space without a hint of a presence? Though he was a being that could not be perceived as anything but a threat. Before the trembling Garfield, Old Bart raised an eyebrow with his unchanging attitude and let out a ho. Old Bart, why am I here, you ask? Isn't that how it always was? Even though it's our job to keep the rebels out, Kafma had the nerve to be a failure, and now I have to clean up his mess. Stating that, the old man pointed out Kafma lying on the ground with his arm missing a hand. Then, With an oops, he retracted his right arm and pointed correctly with his left instead. Olbart. I drew the short end of the stick, seriously. That's why I told them that it would be dangerous if they didn't bring out Chisha or call back Groovy. But sure enough, he had the nerve to lose. Garfield? Sure enough. Old man, you ain't got the fucking right to laugh at this guy. Olbart, ho? Olbart closed one eye and looked displeased. In order to obstruct the old man's gaze, Garfield wedged his way in between Olbart and Kafma, and exhaled a heated breath. Kafma was an enemy. That would not change. But no one was qualified to speak about how Kafma fought except Garfield, who had exchanged fists with him head-on. Garfield. This guy was fucking strong. My amazing self was just stronger. Olbart. Well, yeah, I know that from just looking, yeah. I'm not gonna try and deny that, you know. So, just what are you trying to say, you? Garfield. I'm saying I don't like your damn attitude. Is that how you talk to a fellow general on your own side? Huh? Opening his mouth wide, Garfield snapped back with a howl. At the ferocious roar, Olbart frowned and tilted his head, seeming like he was truly doubtful. The old man continued. Do you know? Olbart. I'm a general first class, Kafma's a general second class. We're not even remotely the same, Garfield. HK, unapologetically, Olbart's remarks were just conveying the obvious fact. Garfield's pupils narrowed as he felt an incomprehensible gap. The moment the carnivorous beast determined his prey, he raised his tail and pounced on the old man. He felt like he should pay respect to Kafma. However, he did not feel that for the enemy before his eyes. The old man, too, neither wanted it nor would he give it. Within battle, the things he placed value in differed to his opponent, and recognizing that, Garfield, I'll fucking crush ya. His arms, both raised overhead, closed in on Olbart. With a strong arm that could not measure by feel, he wondered if it was different from when he smashed the ramparts, and it probably exceeded all the might he had used then. He had put enough destructive power into it so that it was more than enough to destroy that small old body. Then, without letting him get away, his arms smashed into Olbart's head. Boom! The impact of the crash shook the earth, and a cloud of dust ascended from the smashed ground as if there had been an explosion. The dust rained down upon the heads of the rebels who had been stopped by Olbart. Perhaps Olbart would be smashed to pieces after being struck by so much firepower. However, Garfield... Wah. HK. Garfield's eyes widened at the sight before his eyes. Before him, Garfield's fists slammed into Olbart's head from both sides, as if sandwiching him. There was a definite impact and resistance, which Garfield felt through the recoil in his arms. Despite this, the old man, with his head caught between Garfield's fists, showed his white teeth and laughed. And then... Olbart. Incredible, isn't it? I just released the power of your attack onto the ground. Garfield. Ah, Olbart. Well, the ground exploded, 'cause you got some dangerous arm strength, though. Immediately after finishing his words, the old man's face, trapped between his fists, slipped out from under. Garfield followed him with his gaze, but... Gah. As his eyes followed Olbart, who should have slipped below, an impact struck the top of his head. Even though Olbart should have crouched down, something had hit him from above. Olbart. Up when you think it's down when you think it's up. That's the basics, Garfield. Gah-ah! At the crouched Olbart's flippant words, Garfield furiously swung his fists downwards. They thrust into Olbart's head of gray hair. That moment, a sharp impact pierced the back of Garfield's head, his back, and his buttocks. Garfield's fist, swinging downwards, whiffed and struck the ground with a tremendous impact. Instead, the voice of Olbart, who disappeared in an instant, was heard from directly above. Olbart. That's why, if you think I'm below ya, I'll be above. Those who don't learn will be left behind, you know? Exerting his body, he faced the voice and raised his arms overhead. The moment his fingertips caught hold of something, Garfield swung it down forcefully, trying to smash it into the ground, smashing it into the ground, preventing its movement, and then struck it with all his might. He thought that if the feet were separated, then acrobatics like the ones before would not be possible. Garfield. The appeal from his fighting instincts ceased when he realized that it was not Olbart within the grasp of his fingers, but Kathma's body that the old man had thrown over Garfield's head. Stopping his movement to throw the body to the ground, Garfield's lips quivered. At that instant, Olbart, listen here, why do you think there are 50 second-class generals and only 9 first-class generals? It's 'cause we're so stupidly strong. The voice and shock bore into Garfield's head from both left and right. As a massive flame descended, that wrath of the sky intended to consume the world in its entirety. It gave Yorna the illusion that the world was being dyed in red before her eyes. If one could greatly rouse its wrath, the world would probably take out all of the anger it had saved up to this point on that single individual. The ground had already been turned to scorched earth, and the rebels and plants were all burned with the same method. That devastating firepower rained down upon them to scorch them down to their entrails the same way the corpses had been. However, facing that, Yorna made not even the slightest movement, and Yorna, Yang sword. Priscilla, my, making your daughter use such a terribly rough thing. The sound spun by Yorna's lips was the signal for the treasured sword of deep crimson to swing vertically. It was a beautiful sword that would capture the eyes of those who saw it, burn their hearts, and even captivate their souls. That bewitching nature was only an accessory to the treasured sword. It was not even a sliver of its original purpose. In other words, when it fulfilled its original reason for existing, the brilliance of the treasured sword would become even stronger. Yorna, the Yang sword, the tip of which was swung vertically upward to intercept the tremendous fire that was raining down upon them. That instant, the mighty flames that had permeated their vision disappeared. It was not that they were cut away. Quite literally, they had disappeared as if they had never even existed. Priscilla, my Yang sword burns what I wish to burn and slashes only what I wish to slash. That logic was far too violent, far too irrational, and far too absurd of an imposition. However, that sight had materialized before her eyes, and the inferno that seemed like it could destroy even the world vanished. Pouring in an appropriate amount of power, she had released that great firepower with the intention to dampen their first move. But at the sight of its erasure with a single swing of a sword, even their opponent was not able to stay calm. Priscilla, do not look down on her, for that is the Spirit Eater. Regardless of whether it was an explanation or a warning, it was impolite, and with those words Priscilla's figure flew to the right. Similar to Priscilla, flying to the opposing left, was Yorna. In between the two of them, a massive flash flood rushed through. Yorna, HK. It was as if the entire contents of a well had been unleashed, and Yorna, while successfully evading, felt that her enemy, that Arakia, had heightened her capabilities above her previous impression. This was not the first time Yorna had fought Arakia. They had previously crossed paths just once before, during an uprising considered to be brought about by Yorna. At that time, Valachia's strongest was looming behind Arakia, and the stage was set in Chaos Flame, where Yorna herself was in a perfect position to face them, so the preconditions were already variously different. Of course, Yorna was serious about fighting, but her true intentions at the time were not really serious about killing them. During past uprisings, especially the one which resulted in a clash with Arakia, Yorna's goal was retribution against those who had meddled with the residents of the Demon City, and to make known the righteousness of doing so. In other words, her objective was a kind of protest, and Vincent, who faced her across the board, must have been aware of this intention, and it was a clash in which a reconciliation seemed possible. However, Arakia was unaware of those circumstances at that time, and probably did not hold back in her fight against Yorna. Since then, Yorna had assumed that Arakia's strength completely surpassed those of the other troops, and so she was expected to serve as a stand-alone force comparable to an army. However, that perception was not only incorrect, but also naive. Yorna. So, disregarding old man Olbart, is this what it means to be the second? Letting that out together with a long sigh, Yorna glanced behind. Through the pressure of the unleashed water, the land itself had been split vertically all the way until the horizon. She understood the rationale that pressurized water posed a threat. However, when she saw how extraordinary it was, Yorna rolled up the sleeves of her kimono. In preparation for the decisive battle, She had worn her favorite kimono. Even so, she wondered if it would be possible to stop Arakia's blow. Yorna, before you only used fire, so you had burned one half of my city to the ground, but... In one breath, Arakia had burned one half of her city, and today she also burned the rebels to nothing by the ramparts. Arakia had assumed that a defensive line of fire, which was well suited to stone structures, and on the battlefield where one did not need to pay attention to one's surroundings, would be convenient for her, and that she had no reason to change her battle strategy now. Priscilla, this idea was also planted in your head, though it would have been so much more charming if it had not been directed towards mine self. After saying so, Priscilla kicked off the ground and closed in on Arakia, with one of the bastions of the Star Fortress behind her. As if to protect it, Arakia flew through the air, her legs ablaze below the knees. Even just the unrelenting firepower that rained down from high above was enough of a threat. First, Arakia needed to be lured down to an approachable position. Priscilla, dear mother, Yorna. HK got it, Priscilla shouted as she rushed through, causing a momentary disturbance within Yorna. She had yet to obtain a proper sense of the intimacy between her and her now reunited daughter. Rather, she was doubtful of Priscilla's pompous attitude toward her mother, who had changed appearance. Since they parted when she was a suckling infant, she had no way of knowing how Priscilla was raised. Yorna, dance. Taking the kazero out of her mouth, Yorna swung the tip of it and struck the ground with her thick-soled shoe. Then, in front of the advancing Priscilla, the trembling earth slowly peeled up and rose to become a foothold to support Priscilla's path. Yorna's soul marriage technique also worked on inorganic objects. However, it was a system in which the strength of its efficacy was proportional to the amount of time and devotion she had put into it. Therefore, she had an apprehension. How much could she really love the land where she had spent time with the man she loved? Though, the results were clear. Priscilla, your work was for a great cause. Leaving her mother with a statement that did not make her feel like a mother, Priscilla hopped to the footholds directly in front of her. Of course, the footholds did not stop there. They emerged one after another to create a path towards Arakia. A single straight path would be targeted, so she continued to take the consideration to create multiple paths. Because of that, Arakia, a nuisance. As Arakia swung her arm holding the branch, the great wind that was released completely uprooted the floating earth and mowed down all the paths. Rather than a storm, the great wind was powerful enough to be equivalent to being hit by a giant palm, and the force of it was such that even Priscilla could have been completely crushed by it if it hit her directly. Priscilla, to drive that into mine self so mercilessly, would you not miss mine beauty? Arakia, I've made up my mind. Even if you lose your limbs, princess is still princess. Priscilla, would it not be more accurate to say your mind has been made up for you? Narrowing her eyes, Priscilla hit Arakia with those words as she descended from high in the sky. Just before the great wind mowed down the foothold, Priscilla quickly escaped into the sky. She barely managed to avoid being hit by the wind, a feat of sheer perception, but she was still vulnerable to a second blow. Truly erasing the hesitation from her eyes, Arakia took aim at Priscilla's limbs as she was forced to fall, and raised her arm in a merciless attempt to take away her fighting ability. And then, Yorna, I would be troubled if you forgot about me. Flying up from directly below, Yorna's kick was delivered towards Arakia, who was preoccupied with Priscilla being above her head. Yorna's long legs thrust upward, as her meticulously maintained thick soles, which she treasured greatly over time, followed her decisive blow. Priscilla, it is unbecoming of someone your age to be more eye-catching than mine self. Synchronizing with Yorna's kick, Priscilla swung the yang sword held overhead straight down. Arakia had been caught in a cross-generational pincer attack of mother and daughter. In perfect unison, the two enchanting strikes worthy of self-praise struck each other. Yes, they had struck each other. Priscilla and Yorna. HK. The strike that should have caught Arakia was bereft of a hit reaction. Rather, the expected impact had been slightly off and produced a solid sound instead. From the look of it, the thick sole of Yorna's upwards kick collided with nothing other than the blade of the yang sword Priscilla had swung down. Their pincer attack had missed this crucial opponent, and they had rather astoundingly struck each other instead. What was more surprising was that the collision of both Yorna and Priscilla's attacks had been inside Arakia's seemingly flickering body. Yorna? It passed through her? Priscilla? How impudent. Immediately after Yorna's astonishment and Priscilla's irritation spilled over simultaneously, Arakia's body, having seemingly taken in both attacks, glowed white as a counterattack was unleashed. It was as if Arakia's whole body exploded. No, it had, in fact, exploded. Arakia's body scattered into rays of white light, dispersing with terrifying force spread in every direction like buckshot, hitting Yorna and Priscilla like a fountain of water. Yorna, coup. In an instant, Yorna gathered the fine pieces of whirled-up dirt by the previous gale and clad herself and Priscilla in a cloud of dust. Rather than cladding them in clothing that stuck to the body, it was a delicate technique that circulated around one's figure at high speed to repel attacks. If Arakia's buckshot merely had the firepower one would discern at first glance, this would have sufficiently reduced its power. However, Yorna, HK. Easily penetrating the cloak of earth, Arakia's rays had pierced Yorna and Priscilla. Blown away by the impact, Yorna dropped to the ground while screaming in agony. With all her strength, she instantly burrowed her stretched-out feet in the ground to avoid an unsightly fall. She could not afford to collapse, much less miserably falling on her back. Yorna, to lose the ones in love with me. The weight of the soul Yorna held was sustained by the presence of those that loved her. Therefore, Yorna needed to respond to said love with all her might. To respond to love was not something to be done half-heartedly. She must aspire to be appropriate in her movements, speech, conduct, and even emotions. Whether it was in everyday life, in the bedroom, or in the middle of a battle, it was all the same. With a faint bang, the hairpin that held Yorna's hair in place shattered, hanging on which were ornaments made of layering scales. Priscilla, was that a gift from someone? Dear mother, Yorna, it was a gift from my beloved children. Shattered. Yorna caught the pieces of dust from the hair ornament with her fingers and gently gazed upon them. Most of the items that Yorna wore were gifts. Her kimono, footwear, and even her hair ornaments, be they woven, carved, or molded. The inhabitants of the Demon City had gone to great lengths to craft these beautiful items with their own hands, which became imbued with the souls of their creators. The ones that received Yorna's love received the capability to be crushed on her behalf to protect her in return. Yorna, you too, Priscilla? Unfortunately, I do not boast the same fidelity as you, dear mother. Merely what I have had on hand from the very beginning, the tribute from my already late husband. Saying this, Priscilla gently displayed her ear. In this motion it was revealed that the green jeweled earring that should have been there had disappeared. She too had transferred her life force to those she loved, providing her a longer life. Yorna, your husband? Priscilla, you also. Priscilla. What a meek expression to make. These missing earrings, I received them from my fourth husband, I believe. Yorna. Fourth. Priscilla. 8 times I was bestowed a husband. Of course, that does not rival you, dear mother. At Priscilla, callously stating this unexpected answer, Yorna's mouth was left agape from the shock. However, this shock was negated by Priscilla's grasp of the radiant Yang sword. That strange phenomenon from earlier was, Yorna. Priscilla, if that is the Yang sword, then it should be able to reach any opponent, provided their soul hasn't been severed by the life sword. Priscilla, even without you telling me, dear mother, I am painstakingly aware of that. However, there is something you are mistaken about. Yorna. Mistaken, Priscilla. My Yang sword burns what I wish to burn and slashes only what I wish to slash. Saying that, Priscilla slowly raised the tip of her Yang sword. What assembled beyond the tip of the Yang sword, as Yorna followed it with her gaze, was Arakia, scattered white light forming her figure, little by little. Reflecting the nature of the spirit they had devoured, the spirit eaters were said to be able to house the strength they possessed in their bodies. While the true nature of this rare ability was unknown, the capability for its capabilities to be expanded upon was remarkable. Just now, the principle behind transforming light into a body. By thinking it through, it became clear. The Yang sword that slashed what it wanted to slash. A treasured sword that could reach all things. Priscilla. Is that fire water, or wind. If that becomes indistinguishable from light or shadow, there is no doubt that it becomes difficult, even if I can still reach you. Arakia. Priscilla's crimson eyes narrowed, meeting the gaze of Arakia, whose eyes were the same color. The owner of the Yang sword that could reach all things, and the transcendent being, possessing the ability to transform into anything, confronting each other. Yorna, I see, you were raised with quite a troublesome opponent. Had this been Chaos Flame, Yorna may have been able to properly take down Arakia, but this was not Chaos Flame, and Yorna was hardly at full strength. Therefore the one to deliver the decisive blow was not Yorna, but Priscilla. At any time it is I who resides at the center of the stage after all. The girl blazing red as the sun, who turned any hardship she faced into sustenance for herself, smiled graciously. That smile was dazzling, even for Yorna, who stood alongside her. Set ablaze by Priscilla's dazzle, if there was only a single being capable of remaining in her vicinity without being scorched to naught, for that being to be Arakia, standing in Priscilla's path. What an ironic twist of fate it was. Otto Suin sensed a change in the direction of the wind. At first it was a hunch, then it changed into an omen to be received, and finally it became a conviction. The war situation that was gradually and slowly changing, moving and tilting. As Otto opened the channels that were supposed to be kept closed and immersed himself in the task of picking up all kinds of voices, he was fluxing in a sense of foul omnipotence, as if he himself was at one with the world, and was fleeting. Things that could only be found in such a situation were submerged in an overwhelming vortex of information. In order to retrieve them, one must dive deeper and deeper. Otto-san. Otto H.K. A voice from outside of his consciousness was heard very close by, and at the same time, a thirsting shock destroyed the whirlpool of voices. It was as if a water tank had been broken and the water inside flowed out, as if grains of sand had been scooped up from a sandbox and spilled out through the cracks between one's fingers. The voices escaped, though he felt empty without it, and finding himself regretful, Otto. Thank you for saving my life, Petra-chan. Petra. Otto. Oh, that is a big help. I feel like I am bleeding just as much, though I am not fighting. Otto took the offered handkerchief and squeezed it against his nose. The dripping blood was wetting the grass beneath his feet, and he was acutely aware of the heavy load that using his divine protection beyond its limits was putting on him. In fact, the amount of blood that had been spilled was seemingly no joke to him. As expected, it was not as bad as when his legs were carved in Pristella, though. Otto, it comes quite a bit if I try to dive far and deep. Petra. Am I not being helpful, Otto? No. If it was not for Petra's support, it would probably be worse. The exhaustion of the interior of my head. I guess I should call it brain fatigue. And that is because it is pretty heavy. It was difficult for them to understand each other, even among those who possessed divine protections. But the way in which divine protections placed a burden on their users varied greatly, depending on their effects. For example, the divine protection of wind evasion possessed by a ground dragon was almost a perfect type of divine protection with no flaws, except for the drastic difference in its burden between when it was deployed and when it was not. Garfiel's divine protection of earth spirits also had a positive effect while he was standing on the ground, but at the same time, it placed a high burden on his body in order to maintain his physical well-being. It just happened that Garfield was physically strong, so he was not affected by the negative effects. But if a normal human were to possess it, they would need to regularly take breaks and relieve the burden on their body by lifting their legs from the ground. From that perspective, Otto's divine protection of the soul of language focused the majority of its burden on his brain. Since the brain converted the voices of living beings that entered through his ears into voices that Otto could understand, It was natural for the burden to be concentrated there. Otto was trying to pick up the voices that were normally kept closed off and grasp all the sounds he could hear. Therefore, he asked for Petra to use her freshly learned yang magic to physically strengthen Otto's body, focusing particularly on his head. For a skilled warrior, it was said that physical strengthening through mana was done naturally, but in this case it was being done through external interference. Of course, even with the functions of one's head being strengthened with yang magic, Amelia's intuition would not suddenly become as sharp as Ram's. The expectation was that Petra's yang magic would improve Otto's endurance, rather than the functions of his brain. By strengthening the capabilities of his brain, Petra would allow Otto to keep the channels open for longer, much like how improving cardiovascular function would allow someone to stay underwater for longer. Without Petra's cooperation, the results would have been less than half of what they were then, without a doubt. Otto. That said, there are many times when I almost get too greedy and try to go deeper. Petra, if I feel like you're in somewhat danger, I can just give you a slap to the best of my power, right? Otto chuckled at Petra, practicing her slap with reassuring readiness. In fact, if Otto was in danger, it was in his best interest to have Petra pull him back. The fastest and surest way to do this was to forcibly disconnect the channel. As he followed the sound of a voice, he would begin to lose track of his own position. Of course, the voice that Otto focused on naturally when he talked to Petra was the correct one. But if he lost sight of that connection, he would probably lose his ability to recognize languages. If the closest voice became unrecognizable, Otto would have to keep the channel open forever in order to communicate with anyone. If this were to happen, it would be easy to see a future in which even the mere sound of the wind or the rustling of clothes would be perceived as a voice, and Otto would lose his sanity. Otto, when it becomes so, I too will become a member of the people who have lost their lives because of their divine protection, like many others who had this same divine protection. Though he was lucky enough to be able to overcome his childhood without dying, now he would lose his established self due to his own decision to open the channel. Too many pitfalls in the way of life of a bearer of a divine protection. Though it could be said that the more difficult the path was, the more rewarding it was. Petra. So, what happened? Otto, the first and second bastions are useless. There is no one left that I can listen to. The first was burned to the ground, and the second, that is Emilia Sama's. Petra. Ah, Emilia Nizama. Petra reacted with a complicated face at Otto, who was muttering with a handkerchief on his nose. The first bastion was guarded by Arakia, one of the highest-ranking members of the 9 divine generals. Her power, wielded through her spirit, had burnt the entire field, causing the voices of all living things that Otto could have heard to be completely destroyed. If birds, small animals, or insects had not survived, then even if Otto had opened up his channels, there would have been no voices for him to pick up in the first place. Petra, if the field is burnt, wouldn't the ground beneath the surface be fine? Otto, even if they have survived, underground creatures often do not speak. Besides, as I told Petra Chan, the divine protection of the soul of language is Petra. It only allows you to understand the speech of audible creatures. It doesn't make your ears better. Otto, that is right. Otto nodded emphatically at Petra's words, who was leaning in front of him. As Petra had just said, Otto's divine protection of the soul of language was only able to understand the voices he heard, and allowed him to converse with others who spoke a different language. In other words, the divine protection could not be employed properly unless living beings were in a location where their voices could be heard. Petra's application of her yang magic to strengthen Otto's head also played a role here. By having his hearing and listening abilities enhanced, he was able to pick up voices over a wider range than usual. However, Otto, there is no chance for the first and second bastions anymore. They were burnt by Arakia and frozen by Emilia Sama, respectively. Petra, Emilia Sama isn't as malicious as to do that. Otto, I know. And even if Emilia Sama had not done anything, the reaction from the others at the second bastion was already quite negative. Probably because the other creatures were afraid of the dragonkin. Petra's way of saying that malice did not exist in Emilia, rather than Emilia having no malicious intent, had been a perfectly fitting way for Petra to put it. Since there was no malice present in Emilia, there was no way to display any. Regardless, with such shared views aside, Petra's advocacy was also deceptively true. The guardian of the second bastion was Madeline Eschart, the dragonkin who had almost plunged the fortress city into a state of total destruction, and was part of a demi-human race so exceedingly rare, people questioned its very existence. Since the dragonkin were related to the dragons, which reigned at the pinnacle of all existence, they were feared by animals, no matter how large or small, leaving them no choice but to flee. Emilia lowering the temperatures in the area to extremely cold degrees conveyed the impression of a last-ditch effort. Anyway, Otto. As for the fifth bastion, Garfield should handle it well. The fourth bastion is under constant attack by a group of Glow people. As instructed, the Weaponkin and Cyclops tribe survivors will join them there. Petra. And at the third, the Shadrachian people joined the other groups fighting the stone golems. What about the other way around the bastions you wanted to explore? Otto, it looks like there is a direct path from the first bastion to the castle that had been filled up ahead of time somehow. I am unexpectedly getting sick of Abel San guessing correctly. Petra, but since someone doesn't have to go and check it out, we can make the next move faster. After bringing the mental image of the voice distribution in order, he compared it with the map Petra spread out in front of him. Otto added the information he had just obtained to the map, which already had a number of characters drawn on it, and Petra assigned arrows and other markers to it. With brain fatigue and even a strange feeling of heaviness, as if warm water was accumulating within his head, Petra's presence was critical in pulling together these visually unshareable images. For the Emilia camp, Petra's inclusion might have been the most significant. At the very least, Otto took it as Subaru's greatest achievement that Petra was here now. Otto. Since Natsuki-san is the reason we are doing this, it balances out to 0, but with a deep, bloody breath forced out of his nose, Otto checked to see if his nasal passages were still open. Petra's handkerchief was already stained with Otto's blood. Assuming he would buy a new handkerchief later and give it to her, Otto slowly got to the point of switching to a different channel. There was Otto-chan, Petra-chan. Otto. Medium-chan. A small figure ran to them in the meadow, waving her hands in a wide arc. Her long blonde hair danced in the air as she ran restless across the battlefield. She ran in a straight line to Otto and Petra. Medium. You've been very helpful, Otto-chin. Abel-chin wants the next report. Otto, absolutely sure that you did not mean to say that in a cute way. However, I appreciate it, if it helps you. There is nothing to be gained by giving something to someone who does not understand its value. Otto sharp-tongued Otto-san, although it is understandable. Otto and Petra smiled slightly at Medium's report, who had a twinkle in her eye. Unintentionally, Medium had been acting as a soft intermediary in the chain of command. Focusing on gathering information was reassuring for Otto, since he could easily leave the management of that information to Abel and his group. This was another scheme that would not have been possible without Medium. It might have been doable, but also more awkward for sure. Otto, probably, especially since Petra-cha. Lady Petra and I are the ones who have to take a hard stand against Abel-san. Medium. Am I getting praised? Hooray! Otto and Petra's exchange was met with great delight by Medium, who raised both hands in the air. Slightly behind her were 4 soldiers who were sent to Otto and Petra to make contact with the main camp. This was probably a result of the importance Abel attached to the value of the information Otto brought. Normally, it would be easier for Abel if Otto were also in the main camp. Medium. Otto-chin, you have to wander around to hear the voices, right? Petra. It's because Otto-san's ears are not that big, you know. Otto, both are different ways of saying the same thing. In contrast to Medium's ingenuous remark, Petra responded with banter. Yet both were tricky in their own regard, although it was generally true, so there was no denying it. At any rate, they handed over the map they had just drawn to the messengers and received a new map in return that reflected the ongoing changes in the state of the battle. Otto, please use this well. There are few typographical errors, but the arrows and other symbols that the lady added should be understandable. Messenger. Understood. Be cautious for scouts. Analyst Dono. Otto. Analyst. Otto looked bitter at the title given to him, along with the map they exchanged. First a peddler, then an internal affairs minister, then a warrior-grade head internal affairs minister, and now an analyst. How many positions would he have to hold before the royal selection was concluded? Or would these troubles continue to haunt him even after the royal selection was concluded? Otto. I guess I should put such blissful worries off to the side. At the very least, the tomorrow Otto envisioned would not come to pass unless he completed what was in front of him. Tomorrow was something Otto had no choice but to face on his own. That was why... Petra. Otto-san, let's move. Otto. Dear me, how about a minute's rest, my lady? Petra, says the person who usually doesn't rest even when someone tells him to. You can drink until you pass out when everything is done. So, try to do your best. Otto. That makes me sound like the biggest drunkard in the world. When Otto raised his voice about the reputational repercussions, Petra stuck out her tongue to gloss over it. In such a way, he was feeling cared for without becoming too serious. Otto slapped himself on the cheek free from bloodstains to regain his focus. He was not sure whether he wanted to ask Petra or Garfiel how frightened he looked or if he could even afford it. All of those things were normally the responsibility of Subiru, who was not there. Otto. I might as well get the victory benefits. That is why, immediately after Otto opened up the channel to gather more information, a loud noise shook Otto's mind. Otto. Petra. Otto-san? Seeing Otto's stiffened face, Petra called his name. However, Petra's voice did not reach Otto's ears. It was because they were covered with deafening screams filling up the world. Otto. In an instant, Otto's mind felt like it was boiling over, and he held his head in shock. However, just before his consciousness was blown away, Otto managed to just barely hold out. Terrible screams still engulfed the world. The reason was... Otto. As Otto was struck by the sudden shock, the two girls, Petra and Medium, looked at the sky and dropped their jaws. Before the sight of those girls as it fell straight from the sky to the ground, majestically spreading its wings just before it crashed, was a presence that, even from a distance, conveyed a palpable sense of why the world screamed. It was no wonder why every living thing in the world screamed. A dragon. It was not clear whether it was Petra, Medium, or one of the messenger soldiers who said this. Otto could say for certain that it wasn't himself. Why was it that Otto... At the moment when everyone on the battlefield was captivated by the white dragon that had appeared, there were only two people whose consciousness were not stolen by its presence. One of them, Otto, pulled Petra with one hand while pushing Medium's shoulder with the other. Petra. Kaya. Petra let out a scream and collapsed onto Otto's chest, who had fallen backwards forcefully. In the lower part of his vision, the pushed-back Medium had fallen onto her rear. Those were the minimum evasive actions Otto could do at that moment. A mass of red-hot flames scorched the air as it passed over the heads of the grounded Otto and Petra, as well as Medium sitting on her butt. Petra. After being pulled down, Petra's slender throat let out a scream. But being able to scream was a kind of safety signal. If the situation had been more horrendous than that, there would not even have been time to scream. In fact, just like the messenger soldiers who were out of Otto's reach. Otto. A massive flame flew over the heads of Otto and the girls, while hitting the messenger soldier holding the map. In the next moment, the entire body of that soldier, clad in a red and black military uniform, was instantly burnt to a crisp. Due to the map in hand, there was no chance to prevent it, and, upon catching sight of such devastation, they were not even permitted to raise their voices in astonishment. Watch out. Immediately after the girl's high-pitched scream came the sound of steel striking steel echoing through the air. The one who spoke up was Medium despite being pushed by Otto. She straightened her long childlike legs from her sitting position and pulled out a barbarian sword from behind her waist in a low posture. Yet, she still managed to bounce back the deadly blade descending upon Otto with all her might. Petra. Stand up, Otto-san. Otto stumbled forward as Petra pulled him up by the arm. When he stepped back and looked behind him, he saw Medium, with both of her hands gripping a barbaric sword too large for her petite frame, as she stared down the assailant head-on. Then, my bad, and here I was going to get them all at once. Saying that, the grumbling man who faced Medium was the only one apart from Otto who consciously ignored the presence of the white dragon, creating this abnormal situation on the battlefield. It was an Imperial soldier with a bandana wrapped around his head. He held a long-handled, one-handed axe, and judging from his armband, he was not a high-ranking opponent, a common soldier. The question was, why was that man here? While his channel was focused, he had remained vigilant. So how had this man managed to avoid Otto's monitoring of voices? With the utmost caution possible, Otto protected Petra behind him with his arm, and glared at the man facing Medium. Otto, no mercy for women and children? That's pretty barbaric, don't you think? Todd, it's easy to just answer there are no women or children in the battlefield, but that would fit the residents of the Imperial capital perfectly. Besides, wouldn't that be a bit too convenient? Otto. Convenient? Todd. If you were non-combatants who'd just been left behind on the battlefield, your current logic might have held. But I don't recognize a man who serves on the battlefield as a non-combatant. He was the type of person who would mercilessly ambush with full intent to kill them. It was unlikely that a reasonable negotiation would have worked from the beginning. But in the face of his thoroughness, it could be said that hope was completely dashed. But still, it did not make sense. Otto, me and these kids are here for work? And what kind of work? So far away from the camp. Todd, who knows? But my gut is telling me you're the root of all evil in this war. And my gut also tells me this. Otto, such as? The man who looked at Otto and the others in a nonchalant, dismissive manner cut off his words there at once. When Otto urged him onward, the man looked at the three of them in turn and... Todd, it's better not to waste time with you guys either. His axe swung with that pronouncement, gleaming as it mercilessly aimed to take the lives of Otto, Petra, and Medium. Chapter 96. Painting with Deep Love. One of the 9 divine generals, the Steelmen, Moguro Hagana. That fact that they were not truly a steel folk was known to only a select few even within the Valachian Empire. Originally, the bodies of the steel folk were composed of inorganic substances like minerals and metals, and they were born as beings in the space between people and objects. It was conceivable that the weaponkin, whose bodies possessed one part made out of metal, were a race that branched out from the steel folk, and there were many parts of their abnormal ecology that were obscure. Although they were not as rare as the dragonkin, the steel folk were distinguished from human tribes not only in appearance, but also in mentality. So in the sense that they were more difficult to communicate with, they overwhelmed the dragonkin. Existence is more difficult to make contact with than spirits, which could be conversed with if one had certain training. Those were the steel folk. Henceforth, climbing to the top of the empire, the seat of a general first class, and also being said to be easier to contact than the other problem-riddled divine generals, Moguro was recognized as a heretic from within the steel folk. However, that was not the case in reality, and Moguro took advantage of their own outward appearance, as well as the special trait of lacking involvement with others from the steel folk tribe, and was in existence who merely self-proclaimed himself as the Steelman. So then, regarding the true identity of Moguro Hagane, Abel considered this as an absolute truth. It was certain that within this decisive battle to capture the imperial capital, Moguro would be the greatest obstacle. Launched up by an impact that seized his whole body, he met eyes with an excessively mighty being. Immediately after, he received another blow. He could not avoid the future of his life being scattered, and he was convinced that he had finally reached the final destination of his fate. That was what should have happened. Cough, HK. His lungs, deflated to the utmost limits, expanded, and that pain reawakened Heinkel's consciousness. His interrupted consciousness returned, and the first thing he felt was the firm and large sensation of his back being supported. It was the ground. Launched up to the sky, his body, which should have been flying through the sky, was on top of the ground. Recognizing that fact, bewilderment occupied the insides of his head. For what reason? How? What had happened? Only at the same time as his brain had comprehended that he was still alive, Heinkel, My sword is... In the empty hand of his body, besieged with pain, there was no feeling of a sword's hilt. Even when his other hand immediately reached out to his waist, there was no weight in the scabbard that hung there. Turning his head, within his vision that was being vigorously shaken, along with his brain by the loud ringing in his ears, in a place some ways away from him, Heinkel saw his sword thrust into the earth at a slant, and leaked out a breath. That it had vanished, or it had been lost. He felt his entire body bouncing around, as if his heart had become those unthinkable feelings of unease. Heinkel. Fuck. Since he had gone through all those things, he began to hate himself for worrying over losing the sword. The fluctuation of his heart in that moment seemed like a representation of his half-assed self. Heinkel. Just what? As the causes for him to hate himself increased, Heinkel broke away from his loathsome sentimentality. He was not dead. He still lived. However, that in itself was a strange thing. At that moment, Heinkel had met eyes with an existence which introduced itself as a divine general, and a definite intent to kill had been directed towards him. It had clearly declared that it would kill him. In truth, having been launched up to the sky, then from there, being scattered by another attack with nothing he could do, Heinkel's life should have been lost. For what reason had that not come to fruition? Seeking that answer, he looked around. Heinkel. Ah? Unconsciously, an astonished voice slipped out. However, that was a matter of course. What Heinkel saw was absurd enough to warrant that. It was far, far too detached from reality. The world itself was divided in two from where Heinkel was, and separate hells were unfolding. On the right sky, the massive clouds formed from the bright red flames engulfed the scorching world. On the left sky, the majestic figure of a colossal scale, clad in clouds of pure white, spread its wings as it lorded over the frozen lands. Heinkel, a burning sky, and a white dragon, gazing at the sight which should not have been there. Heinkel muttered in blank amazement. It was possible that he had been mistaken when he felt he had not died. This sight made it seem like Heinkel was already dead, and that was why he was seeing this kind of world. HK. At the world which went beyond what he could take in, thoughts of wishing to escape reality threw him into disorder. That which had done so to Heinkel, causing his whole body to straighten up after lying down on the ground, was the black shadow which suddenly came over him. No way. He did not want to think that there was a second dragon passing right above him, but... Heinkel. Wah-wah. Looking up to the sky, Heinkel's throat screamed as he saw the origin of the shadow. Passing over him with a tremendous force, flying through the sky as it spun, was an enormous boulder that could be mistaken for a house. Even then, it was not just one or two. One after another, the throwing stones of an abnormal scale passed over his head. Clad in an extremely strong wind, they flew from above Heinkel's head towards where his feet were pointed. And then, at the end of where they were headed, Heinkel. The impact of the crash quaked the world, and it shook Heinkel's buttocks, giving him the impression that the ground was coughing violently. As those were continuously fired out, reverberating upon their crash, Heinkel got up from that place in a panic. The one who was continuously being targeted by those boulders, suffering direct hits one after the other, was the figure who was also on an abnormal scale. Standing up, it was the rampart itself. Heinkel. Moguro Hagane. Now it was one of the 9 most feared people within this empire, and from what he could see, Heinkel felt that with his whole body and soul. What he saw just before his consciousness was blown away, he thought that it might have been an optical illusion, or a hallucination he saw when paralyzed by fear. But it had been neither. With a large body that probably exceeded tens of meters, quite literally as the third bastion that Heinkel and the others originally were supposed to capture, Moguro blocked their way. Literally, yes. Quite literally. Perhaps this very situation was an existence in this world most suitable for the word literally. In that place, the rampart had gotten up on its knees and taken the shape of a golem, and using the pavements from the upheaved farmland as its own arms and torso, it carried out an unbelievable defensive measure. Swarming at the feet of that massive body were the stone golems, which Heinkel had cut down when he had gotten desperate, and the giant fist struck downwards from above their heads was just like a town crashing down. Heinkel, aiming for that massive body, were the large boulders which had been fired countless times just a bit before. Those were from both the stone pits along the way to the site of the decisive battle, the imperial capital, as well as the rocks prepared from the crumbled cliffs of the steep mountains to be used in the siege. So then, continuing to throw those towards the large Moguro, were those who were awaiting an opportunity to attack from back at the stronghold, Heinkel. The subordinates of Yorna Mishiger. To be precise, they were the citizens of the demon city of Chaos Flame who Yorna directed. Races with horns and lizardmen, beastmen, and those from the multi-legged tribe. They were a mixed force without a sense of unity, and there was only one thing in common which tied them together into an assembled formation. Each one of them housed a red flame in one of their eyes, and housed within was their high morale. That could be said to be what they had in common. This was also quite literally a group whose fighting spirit burned within their eyes, and several of them were able to lift up the unbelievably big boulders, and were able to throw them across an outrageous distance. However, even if one said that Moguro suffered a direct hit from those large boulders, Heinkel's judgment was somewhat doubtful. Of course, through the direct hits of those large boulders, Moguro's construction of the rampart and farmland crumbled and was broken. However, in order to repair those broken parts, Moguro made the boulders crashing against him into the next materials which formed its massive body, and was certainly offsetting the attacks. Even when looking from afar, the meaninglessness of those attacks was deeply communicated. Even so, the reason why they still did not cease to throw them was plain and simple. While their attacks were keeping Moguro's large body at bay, the other rebels were fiercely attacking. Heinkel. Foolish. Heinkel had also heard it, that this third bastion had the weakest defense compared to the other bastions. However, that would have been before Moguro had erected like that, and began to use its entire massive body to block their way. Despite that, the strategy had not been updated, and the rebels who had chosen to withdraw from the other battlefields were converging, and even now they continued to swell up their military strength here. In the midst of that, the people of Shudrak, who Heinkel had fought alongside with, were also present. Heinkel. Foolish. Heinkel's deep feelings had leaked out with a sound more clear than before. Foolish. It could not be called anything but foolish. What else was there to say? Looking right or looking left, looking up or looking down, looking forward or looking back. There was nothing to see but hell. Just what else could Heinkel have possibly said? Heinkel. You're all out of your fucking minds. You guys, everyone, what the hell is wrong with all of you? Before he realized it, Heinkel had jumped towards his sword, thrust into the ground, in order to cling on to it. Putting his weight onto the hilt of the sword thrust into the ground, he grit his teeth as he exhorted his trembling knees. What was wrong with everybody? He was unable to understand their mentality. Like he thought, he could not do it. 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 There was nothing he could do. Heinkel. What the hell is wrong with all of you? While powerlessly leaning against his sword, Heinkel's throat feebly trembled. In the surroundings of Heinkel, who had limply lowered his head, the world was shaken by the flames, by the dragon, and by the huge army. Was it really such a sin for him to not fight against all that? In that case, Heinkel. It was directly after Heinkel had let that leak out. The sound of nimble hooves resounded, and the chestnut-colored Galewind horse passed by Heinkel's side as it stomped on the ground. As his red hair swayed in the wind produced by that Galewind horse, Heinkel looked up, and then Heinkel. For but a moment, Heinkel exchanged gazes with the man with a spherical hairstyle, who sat atop the Galewind horse. It was Zikr Osman, working as the right-hand man of Abel, giving orders to the rebels from the stronghold, while he was also a general of the Valachian Empire. He was a part of the rebellion against the country. He himself had declared that his fighting skill with his sword was poor, and from Heinkel's point of view, his individual war potential was really difficult to count. But he had overtaken Heinkel. The moment Zikr passed him, he left a scornful gaze upon Heinkel, who had bent his knees here. Heinkel. Going past Heinkel, who had bent his knees, the Galewind horse ran towards the battlefield, as if to follow the majestic figure of Zikr. The rebels who had gathered from various war fronts headed forwards, towards Moguro Hagane's rampart. They charged forth. As he watched them, Heinkel still continued to lean on his sword, unable to move, and as he was unable to move, Heinkel. It's just like I thought. I really can't do it, Luana. When he overtook the red-haired swordsman, who bent his knee on the battlefield and hung his head as if his fighting spirit was disheartened, what flashed through the mind of Zikr Osman was sympathy for following the natural course of life. The brave woman of crimson who introduced herself as Priscilla Bariel had boldly taken part in this rebellion. The swordsman, participating in the war as her follower, was probably not even a person of the Valatian Empire. It was far too cruel to impose the Empire's way of being that the people of the Empire must be strong on a guy like him. Zikr. I can hardly say that I myself follow that way of being. Sword in hand, Zikr self-deprecated as he shook atop the back of his beloved horse, Lady. He was currently feigning bravery like this, but it had been largely due to the power that the previous generations of House Osman had accumulated that Zikr had taken up the seat of general. If Zikr was not part of a lineage of military men, and he had to work his way from the ranks of private like the other soldiers, then he, without any skill in the sword, would probably not have been able to find any success in life. It was not that he lamented that. Of course, Zikr was a man of the Empire. Due to that, he swung his sword on the front lines, and the first time he swung it, his heart yearned for him to exist in a way reminiscent of the 9 divine generals who would be able to alter the war situation. However, to make sure that nobody would be able to take up Zikr's position, Zikr was once again unable to feign reality by turning that yearning into his personal matter. Therefore, Zikr, I am a second-class general of the Empire, the coward Zikr Osman. Raising his voice to a loud volume, his beloved horse galloped across the battlefield, where a tremendous change had been accomplished. In most cases, Lady was used to light sprints for the purposes of both strolls and military campaigns, however. This time she could guess what Zikr was feeling, so she displayed the best sprint of her life. At seeing his beloved horse put on a brave sprint, completely irrelevant from her fear and anxiety, Zikr could only fall in love again. Lady's excessively beautiful sprint ignored Zikr's unaccustomed war speech, and sparked a flame in the hearts of many rebels as she continued to dash. Zikr, glow, people on the right wing, weaponkin on the left wing. Everyone, move in accordance with the orders. Everyone else, follow me. We shall defeat the steelman, Moguro Hagane. Everyone, yeah. Hearing Zikr's orders, the assembled military strength roared as they charged towards Moguro. The boulders, which flew overhead, were thrown by the volunteer soldiers who Yorna loved dearly, as a means of providing cover. If those drew Moguro's attention, and a disturbance was yielded in the command of the stone golems, and above all else, if the charge of Zikr and the others reached its feet, their aim would be successfully accomplished. Fire! A valiant shout could be heard in the distance, and the fired arrows rained down on the stone golems blocking the way, sowing them to the ground. Commencing from far away, having opened up a distance on Zikr's orders, was the overwhelming display of offensive ability by means of the people of Shudrak's archery, and the archery of the rebels skilled in the bow. He accepted the cover from the beautiful and high-spirited women, and pushed forward. Including the battle formation that those women had reasonably lowered, it seemed too good to be true, so Zikr clenched his molars. Zikr. No, if anything is too good to be true, it would be that blessing. Gripping his sword tight, looking towards its drawn blade, Zikr slightly loosened the corners of his lips. Right before he departed for battle, the one to bestow Zikr with a blessing as he visited the camp enclosure was the sweet girl whose eyes somewhat inspired a sense of reverence, just as if it was a gaze that had lived an amount of time unimaginable. To Zikr, it graciously met his entreaty. It was not that the coward had been blown away, only thinking about the duty he must accomplish himself. Zikr wished for a blessing, even if there was only a slight chance he had wanted to rely on his superstitions. General Second Class Zikr, please fall back. We can handle things here. Zikr, do not speak nonsense. There is no path of retreat, nor is there room to fall back. I shall also move forward. HK straddling his gale-wind horse, he shook his head at the appeal of the soldier riding next to him. Zikr would not abandon his duty. For a moment, the subordinate attempted to say something, but he did not get in the way of Zikr's determination any further. Grateful for that consideration, he tightly gripped the reins. Ha! To think that General Second Class Zikr Osman, the womanizer, would proceed to the front lines. Then, opposite of the subordinate riding next to him, a figure sprinting at the same speed as a gale-wind horse caught up to them. Looking at him, he was wearing an eye patch, a soldier wielding twin swords, Jamal Arlai. He became a prisoner of war during the fall of the fortress city, and after that, since he displayed strong loyalty towards His Excellency the Emperor Vincent Valaksha, he was taken under the command of Zikr as a swordsman. Zikr. Private First Class Jamal. How is their response? Jamal, the fucking best. Whether I look left or right or directly in front, there's a fuck ton of enemies. I'm having an absolute blast. Zikr. It is indeed quite magnificent. It is the honor of an imperial soldier. From here, I intend on removing General First Class Moguro from the seat of 8th. So will you follow me? Jamal. Only if you order me. If you want, I can head over there and open up the path. An uncouth yet charming smile emerged on his face, and Jamal accelerated after saying that. He easily overtook Lady's speed and charged right into the group of stone golems directly in front of them, while chasing after his back. On the other side of Zikr, thinking his bravery was reliable, he felt guilty for taking him along. However, he immediately discarded that hesitation. He would fulfill what he needed to do in the place that he needed to do it. That had been requested of him, so it was none other than Zikr himself who desired to meet those requests. What remained was, Zikr, Your Excellency, you are free to do as you wish. Indeed, it had been practically at the same time as when Zikr offered up a prayer. The crystal palace of the imperial capital Lupugana, the magic crystals upon its summit began to glow. In this decisive battle for the imperial capital, there were several people painting over the picture Abel had painted. One of them was the existence of Priscilla, who joined the battle of the first bastion which Yorna Mishigir faced. One of them was Otto, who, through use of his divine protection, demonstrated his ability to gather information on the details of the war situation. One of them was Garfiel, who instead of being in a deadlock with Kafma Irolux, was able to crush him. One of them was Amelia, who angered Madeline Eschart more than had been assumed, and caused her to invoke the Cloud Dragon. And yet, even if that added some change in the coloration of the picture Abel had painted, there were not incidents that greatly changed its final form. If one of the 5 bastions on the points of the star-shaped ramparts that defended the imperial capital were to be broken through, then there were means to seize victory even if the other bastions were locked in stalemate. For those who painted over the picture, the main reason why it could not be swayed, no matter what they did, was Moguro Hagane. No, it was the meteor which governed the Crystal Palace, the heart of the Valatian Empire. The Crystal Palace, which boasted beauty of preeminent status within the world. The magic crystals that formed the crystal portion of the palace were especially pure even among magic stones, and it made the palace itself into a weapon to attack outside enemies. The mana stored within the palace could be passed through the magic crystals located everywhere in the building to amplify it, and then be released through the magic crystal cannon installed on the highest layer of the Crystal Palace. That power was able to bring about enough destruction to wipe out the entirety of a large city, and in the past, when it had been used hundreds of years prior, legends say that its target had been a great disaster. Henceforth, the magic crystal cannon of the Crystal Palace remained only a thing of legends, but since the existence of the real thing had been known, it had been serviced to be made possible to use. So the threat was restored. As irony would have it, that magic crystal cannon had become a fang pointed towards Abel himself, but as long as it was present, there was a high probability that the war situation of the decisive battle of the imperial capital could be easily overturned. Therefore, no matter what, there was a need for this magic crystal cannon to be fired. That, too, was not a decisive blow in order to change the war situation, but part of the damages taken into his consideration. For that purpose, Abel, will you desert and run away, Zikr Osman? That was what Abel had asked Zikr, who mounted his gale-wind horse and headed towards the battlefield of the 3rd bastion. Zikr had a choice: managing the rebels who had chosen to move away from the battles of the other bastions and converge on the 3rd bastion, raising their morale, facing the massive body of Moguro, who blocked the way. He had the choice to desert that war front. However, Abel had a hunch that he would likely not choose that. Was it because of Zikr's prudence as the coward, who feared even the slightest possibility that his goal would not be fulfilled? Or was it perhaps because he was one of the brave and righteous members of the Imperial Army? Whichever it was, Abel, who was not Zikr, could not surmise. However, whatever the reason for his determination may be, Abel would not discourage it. The life or death of Zikr was a position which held no final impact on the picture that Abel had painted. Speaking on the grand scale of things, ultimately within his picture, even the life or death of Abel himself. Reporting from the lookout, the magic crystal cannon of the Crystal Palace is beginning to operate. Abel. Its target, the third bastion. The resoundment of the bellowing voice throughout the stronghold was proof of Abel's aim being fulfilled. The magic crystal cannon was fired upon it. Upon the third bastion, that is to say, mowing down the battlefield of Moguro, who had turned into the rampart itself, it would likely wipe out the rebels in one fell swoop. Even if that happened, as long as Moguro's true body of the Crystal Palace was going strong, then neither would the steelman Moguro Hagane be defeated, nor would the third bastion be overcome. However, the imperial capital would forfeit the firepower of the magic crystal cannon, which had the ability to overturn any war situation. Everything was for that purpose, after all. It had been painted on that illustration. Therefore, there is something unusual in the line of fire of the magic crystal cannon. Abel. What? Upon the moment his plan had succeeded, that report was an incident completely outside Abel's hypothesis. In this decisive battle for the imperial capital, there were several people painting over the picture Abel had painted. One of them was the existence of Priscilla, who joined the battle of the first bastion which Yorna Mishigir faced. One of them was Otto, who, through use of his divine protection, demonstrated his ability to gather information on the details of the war situation. One of them was Garfiel, who instead of being in a deadlock with Kafma Irilux, was able to crush him. One of them was Amelia, who angered Madeline Eschart more than had been assumed, and caused her to invoke the Cloud Dragon. And then, impossible. In the distance, beyond the hulking, writhing city walls of Moguro Hagane, lay the Crystal Palace, the very heart of the beloved imperial capital, and the symbol of the Valatian Empire's authority. At the top of that beautiful palace, only a few people even knew of that weapon. And in fact, even the general did not know of the existence of the magic crystal cannon until he had heard about it from Abel. Zikr Osman risked his life to make them misfire that single precious shot of this decisive weapon that, if fired, would cleave the horizon and completely disrupt the tide of battle. Riding his beloved horse across the front lines, he appealed loudly that they had the chance to win the battle, and while rallying up the rebels, he appealed for their support in order to get the magic crystal cannon to focus on them. All this in order to mislead them into believing that this was the best opportunity to make a decisive change in the battle. Hence, the moment the pinnacle of the Crystal Palace glowed, Zikr was convinced that he had accomplished the task. His mind was filled with images of his mother, of his elder sisters, and of his younger sisters, those women so crucial to the formation of his own self. And he even smiled at how much like him that was. A prayer far too beautiful to let die in one's embrace. A demise that was supposed to come peacefully, but was replaced with astonishment before the wide-eyed Zikr. Because of Zikr, Miss Beatrice? Beatrice. Figured this is what it would be, in fact. Beatrice muttered to herself while in free fall, her dress and long, curly hair fluttering in the air. When confronted by Zikr, who had come to Beatrice and the others' camp tent to ask for her blessing as a warrior, Beatrice had a gut feeling that he intended to die. 400 years ago, in that time of constant warfare, there were many with the same look in their eyes. Back then, Beatrice was not able to reach out to them. Some did not want to be reached out to, and some did not know how to reach out. Perhaps even if Beatrice were to repeat that time again, it would be hard to imagine that she could have approached it better. Surely she would experience the same helplessness again, watching them go to their deaths. But that is, Beatrice. No reason to do the same here today, I suppose. AAU. With their characteristic pattern, Beatrice's eyes faced forward, and there was a little girl holding Beatrice's thin shoulders from behind, as if she were holding her tightly. Beatrice did not forgive the little girl with golden hair and blue eyes. It was true that her actions, unknown to her, had made many people miserable, but still, for this one moment, she thought, for this one moment, she believed in some other feeling other than the Na-vet of Natsuki Saboru, Beatrice. Beatrice and the little girl, Louis, were high up in the sky, even higher than the city walls. After a series of short-range teleports, as if with no other means, Louis brought Beatrice to this place as if to prove her worthiness. Just now, Louis demonstrated her worth, in which case Beatrice was next to respond to those deeds. Beatrice. Betty can just see everyone's angry faces, in fact. Angry or perhaps concerned, but in the end, still angry. Beatrice's lips suddenly relaxed as the loving faces of her companions came to her. But there was no choice not to do it, because Beatrice, Betty is Subaru's partner, I suppose. At the moment she muttered those words, the entirety of the beautiful palace, visible from a distance, glowed with a dazzling light so bright that it was able to transform the shape of the world, aiming at the rebels who were pushing forward on the ground in a straight line. Zikr and his men, who were leading the charge, would be engulfed by the shot that would be far too destructive for them. Interrupting the line of fire with Louis, Beatrice clasped her hands together in front of her chest. And then, Beatrice, Al-Shamak. Then, the hole into another world that swallowed even the light that would change the world, opened, then closed. How many were there that could have properly grasped the events of that instant? In truth, if things had come to pass as Abel had painted them, the damage would have been enormous. Even if it had been within the range of what had been expected, the impact it would have provoked on those fighting at the other bastions would be immeasurable. However, the magic crystal cannon did not deliver the damage it was intended to unleash, and Zikr Osman, having been ready to sacrifice himself, continued on with that same vigor and began to fight the horde of stone golems. The descent of the cloud dragon Mezareya and Amelia's battle with Madeline, who had brought it along, continued, and the aged skill of the vicious old man Olbart was cornering Garfield. Yorna, the flamboyant, and Priscilla, a mother and daughter, were forced into a fierce battle by the spirit eater Arakia, who had decided to shake off everything to achieve her own ends. Otto and Petra, who had planned to establish control of the battlefield and, in fact, accomplished it partly, confronted the malice along with Medium. There was no significant impact on the state of those battles. Merely, the possibility that the state of those battles would substantially lean unfavorably was now lost. In exchange for this tremendous achievement, Louis, Oh. The presence of the little girl in Louis's arms faded as she fluttered through the air in a tight embrace. It was, quite literally, the sight of the little girl's figure gradually fading away. As if to deny it, Louis embraced the girl, Beatrice, but it served no purpose. As if scattering into the air, Beatrice's body was about to turn into light. Louis. Screaming, Louis tried hard to deny the situation before her eyes, but no amount of lamenting and screaming could stop the crumbling of Beatrice's existence. In order to save the lives of many, she blew into the beyond the light of destruction that was released. As compensation for that overwhelming power, Beatrice's existence had become dispersed. Even if one reached out their fingers to the light waning from as if it were being peeled off, those fingers would not be blocked, instead passing through. Louis. With tears welling up in her ragged, wide blue eyes, Louise screamed. Screaming. Even though screaming did not help, she screamed desperately. There was nothing else she could do, and she could not find anything more she could do. So she screamed. And so she frantically screamed and ranted and raved. Louis. With a plop, her large tears scattered freely into the air, and then Louis turned her face away from her face and out into the distance. Embracing Beatrice in her arms, she looked not at the little girl about to disappear, not at the sky that had turned white, not at the sky that had turned red, not at the ground where many people were shouting in anger, but at this moment, forgetting everything that formed a battlefield, she looked out into the distance, and then she leaped toward that distance. Louis. You. Mid-air. The distance that she could leap at a time was about 10 meters. Using it over and over again in a sequence placed a strain on her organs, like they were being squeezed. But she did not care. Taking on all of the burdens that would be placed on Beatrice, Louis leaped. She leaped, 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 and then finally, Louis. Upon reaching the ground, Louis fell forward as if crouching. Ignoring the general lethargy of her body, Louis held up the incredibly light little girl in her arms in front of her. Beatrice, whose very presence was becoming thinner and thinner, was put in front of her. And then, Louis, you, I know, the two of you, you're both being too reckless. Then, suddenly, there was a sigh that sounded like a bitter laugh, and the little girl was snatched away from her outstretched arms. No. She was not taken from her. He's gently held up. Then, Beatrice's body was embraced in front of the kneeling Louis's eyes. It was there, in the arms of the black-haired boy who was there, that he gently, cherishingly, tightly held her. Receiving this embrace, visibly so full of love, the girl who had accomplished a great task, her eyelids framed by long eyelashes, trembled, and her eyes slowly opened. Then her eyes, with their distinctive pattern, flickered. Beatrice, you left me so worried, in fact. Yeah, I love you too. To that whispered, deep affection, he responded with proud, deep love, and the hands that should have been joined became joined. The boy laughed in front of Louis, who was watching it from the front row and letting out a small exhale. He laughed and said, "Well, shall we begin? Bring it on. Oh, inevitable fate." End.